Hello there, welcome back to the Random Show episode number 80 with your host Agostino Zinga. This is Random Show episode number 80 with your host Agostino Zinga. I apologize for the lateness, but we're here, ready to roll, ready to rock. If you're wondering where I've been, where's this guy? Why isn't he turning up? I've been listening to Liverpool fans crying their eyes out at the fact of them losing 5-2 at home against Real Madrid. Listen, can you hear the tears?
I don't think he was ever going to play 90 minutes today. He didn't really look too unhappy.
Can you hear the tears?
So I think that was probably already like in the mind that he was going to go off. Look, it is what it is.
Glorious. Can you hear the tears? This game was honestly, I don't like to talk about sports too much on here because this is obviously a place for us to like laugh at comedy stuff and get a little bit giddy. But I swear to God, the fact that they were up 2-0 before halftime within the first 20 minutes and ended up losing 5-2 is ever more sweet. I swear to God, it's so sweet. Hearing them complain and bitch and moan, call each other out. Have you ever been to Anfield? You're not a real fan. Support the club, support the manager. You couldn't meet a more sanctimonious up their own ass fan base if you tried. I think the only fan base that comes close to like the entitlement and the snobbery is probably Arsenal fans for their past glories or whatnot. But Liverpool fans are unbearable. They're legitimately unbearable, the most unbearable fan base that exists out there. So I'm happy to see them somewhat humbled, and especially in the manner they got humbled. They scored 2 quick fire goals. The first goal was pretty decent. The Darwin Núñez goal was pretty decent, I'm not going to lie. Back heel, especially considering how bad he's been playing, and then he's kind of resurrected himself the last few weeks. I feel like going out on the left hand side and combining well with Gakpo in the middle. Like, he looks like a decent player now, but that finish was still a finish that you would imagine someone that has a lot of confidence would have. But you can tell he has a lot of what's that word called? He has a good mentality because he's been playing horrible for a while, but he hasn't let that get him down. He's still making the runs, he's still trying, and he got rewarded. Great goal. The second goal was a mistake, of course, by Thibaut Courtois more so, but you still have to give, Mo Salah credit for putting the pressure on the keeper. When the keeper gets the ball and it kind of bobbles up, it's that weird, that weird place where it bobbles up and he's thinking about the next pass. He forgets where the ball is, slips, and then, gives Mo Salah an inch and he gets able to stick it in the back of the net. One touch, bang, finish 2-0. But if you actually watch the game, they didn't really have control of the game. That's the issue that happens to them. So they scored 2 quick fire goals. One goal was really well put together. The other goal was a mistake, but they didn't have control of it. So I felt as if Real Madrid were able to score 1 goal before halftime, they could probably get a draw out of this. And they went further than that. They ended up winning 5-2. This must be more demoralizing than actually losing 5-0 because you're ahead against a decent team. You think you're going to do something. It's going to be another magical night at Anfield and you start crying. It comes down to tears. So I'm happy about that. I'm in the great mood right now and I'm ready to pod. Okay? I'm ready to pod now. I'm in a great mood. That's happened. Honestly, I'm over the moon. You can't tell right now, but I swear to God, I'm over the moon. What a great time it is to be alive. What a great time it is to be alive. But anyway, big up everybody in the stream chat. Big up everybody hanging out. I appreciate every single one of you for hanging and chilling with moi. It's much appreciated as per usual. This is just going to be a fun old time for us to just hang around, chill out, do what needs to be done, watch some comedy content and just keep it moving in our lives and whatnot, right? Nothing too crazy around that. So if you enjoy those kind of things, then just lock in. Of course, as per usual, as I always say, make sure anyone that we speak about on here, we just leave the commentary and the laughing and the he-he's and the ha-has to hear. I'm not a real big fan of this whole like going on people's, Instagram accounts and trolling them and getting them to block you and then bragging and then showing off the screenshot. Like, look, this guy just blocked me because I said something mean. It's like, I think that's redacted. Like, say what you want mean about it. Say anything you want about people on your own platform, but don't, go and harass them on theirs. It's just not worth it and just waste your time. We laugh on here, we keep it on here, we keep it civil, and then we just go on with a regular scheduled day because guess what? It's not that deep. It really isn't that deep. They put out content. Some people laugh. Some of us laugh at them. Some of us laugh with them. It is what it is, baby. It is what it is. So first things first, before I continue, obviously, if you could like the show and you like what you're seeing throughout the duration of the show, make sure that you're smashing that like for me and make sure that you're leaving comments. If you want to leave a comment, if you want to subscribe, you can also. But also bear in mind bear it in mind. I also have a separate channel where I kind of should be putting all the stuff. I think maybe from 81 onwards, I'm probably going to start streaming on my other channel, which is the Random Show actual channel. So if you can and you want to get locked into that channel, then please do. Oh, whoa. Is that how it's... Okay, I've got to change the tag, but I'm going to post it on here. I'm going to get up on my screen now. But essentially, please make sure you subscribe to the Random Show channel. I've got it up on here. As you can see, it's down here somewhere. Scroll down. There we go. It's right there. The URL is a bit boogie, but I'm going to change it to a decent URL, but you can find it underneath my channel. So if you go on my channel, click home, you can find the Random Show channel. So click and subscribe on there, because I'm going to be building it up and I'm going to be putting all the streams on that channel now. So just to kind of differentiate it and split it so people are not getting like, you know, confused, because I think when I streamed the other day on some Burberry thing, people were jumping into a chat saying, oh, are you going to talk about Brendan? I was like, no, not really. You know, I'm talking about Burberry, check. So when I want to talk about all my fashion stuff and all my club stuff, you'll see on the Action Zinger show, this main channel, and all the comedy stuff and all that, you know, the stuff we're going to talk about today will be on the specific Random Show channel, which is originally here. So if you want to subscribe to that, please do. The link is there. Please subscribe on there. That'd be greatly appreciated. But apart from that, nothing else to talk about. So let's just jump into the show, innit? Enough of all the plugs and stuff. Let's just jump in. So first things first, I thought that was interesting to kind of talk about as a random topic will be this. Spotify looking to launch a TikTok-esque virtually swiped feed. That's pretty cool, isn't it, right? Virtually swipe feed, sorry. I have no idea how this is going to work or what the relevancy is about it, but from my time using the Spotify app, and I only started using it a lot because of Joe Rogan. When Joe Rogan moved from YouTube, or you know, having his podcast on regular podcasting platforms, and he signed an exclusive deal with Spotify, that's when I started using Spotify more regularly. For the most part, I was only using Spotify here and there to listen to albums, but mostly it was Apple Music. So, but the main time I used it was a podcast. And then I realized quite quickly why I didn't like Spotify, because how do you call it? I think you call it UX or UI. I'm not too sure if it's UI, user interface, or UX, user design, but one or the other. It's just not that great or intuitive, and it feels a little bit clunky. And sometimes when I'm listening to the Joe Rogan podcast, it'll just randomly crash out of nowhere. Like you're watching something, and it's even more annoying because sometimes now with the Joe Rogan podcast, they'll insert ads in the middle and you can't skip them or anything. And if you do try and skip them, it might crash your whole player and start again. Do you know what I mean? So it's really, really shoddy. So I'm interested to see if this change it, make it vertical, if this will improve the overall experience of using Spotify, or if it'll just be another problem on top of another problem. But I am interested to see what they're kind of working on. So let's read the article from Bloomberg. It says, hello and welcome back to Soundbite. This week we're previewing what Spotify will announce in a stream on an event. Next month at their Stream On event in Los Angeles, Spotify executive will announce the latest feature and upgrades to their audio platform. Among other things, Spotify will have at least one major launch that was built with an eye toward improving discovery, attracting younger demographic, and vertically swiped homepages. Sources describe the update to be a similar to TikTok's functionality, in which instead of selecting from a long list of carousel featuring static music covers, the interface allows listeners to swipe vertically through content recommendation that plays automatically. These recommendations could include video content like the Canvas videos or looping GIFs that already exist in certain music selections. You can get a sense of how this will function in a preview of Spotify's Investor Day this past June. Around the 37th minute mark, a virtual finger swipes up through the platform's catalog. Co-president, chief product designer, and technological officer. What a title! He's a co-president and chief product and technology officer. Gustav Soderstrom explained the impending launch as a way to unite the platform's various verticals, music, podcasts, and audiobooks in one place. So what you're going to end up seeing, because, you know, music labels are notorious for rinsing these new features, because now I feel like every other musician that puts out an album has one of those flipping album covers that has a little GIF, right? Like I was just looking at Whole Lot of Red by Playboy Carti just recently, and the red on the front of the album kind of drips like blood. Other ones have like stars on their eyes, or the hand moves. Everyone's got some sort of GIF or GIF, whatever it's called. You're definitely going to be able to see, I reckon, Spotify specific content like videos playing on that feed. So there might be interviews, there might be Tiny Desk stuff might be pushed onto there, like loads of little snippets like that. Maybe maybe like what do you call them? Maybe like AMA type things, or like Q&As, like live streams that they've done an artist before the lead up of their song. Maybe a genius lyrical breakdown. You'll probably see those kind of pop up in your feed. And also, I guess they'll have the ability, this is also a smart thing for Spotify, they will also have an ability, I reckon, to make that payola. So what will happen is that they'll have a service that record labels can pay for, because, you know, Spotify is in bed with these record labels, where they could be able to kind of insert certain artists into your feed based on your algorithm or based on what you liked previously. So if they've got someone that they want to promote, you can just put some money behind them in terms of a budget, and that can force that person into your vertical feed, as it does a TikTok. I haven't used TikTok in a while, but when I was using it, you'd get random videos pop up in your feed. And I think TikTok has a pretty decent algorithm, probably because they kind of suck a lot of data from you. But I always felt like the homepage of TikTok was very accurate in terms of giving you stuff that you actually cared about, based on what you kind of engaged with. And a lot of that comes with, just forcing stuff that you don't actually like in your feed that they think you will like. So I think we'll probably see a lot of that happening with the music, because we already have that little bit with the autoplay on Apple Music and Spotify, which is pretty decent, I think, where if you're listening to an album or song, it'll play the next song that you may like in a loop. You just continue playing on, like in a non-stop playing sort of thing. So I think that's all pretty nice. I'm not really mad at that in the slightest. But yeah, big up Uche, big up everyone in the chat, big up Space Sky, big up, how's that, Salaman, how do you say it? Salmananan Fall, is that how you say it? Salmananan Fall? I don't know, I'm being redacted, I sound like Brendan here. Yoshi, Jonathan Lee, Winter9, and everybody else hanging out, I do appreciate you for chilling with the kid. I do appreciate you chilling with the kids. So, also continuing on here, it says in a comment to us, a Spotify spokesperson said the company routinely conducts a number of tests in an effort to improve our user experience. Some of these end up paving the path for our broader user experience, and others serve only as important learnings. We have no further news to share on future plans at this moment. So clearly that's happening. The new feed attempts to capture some of the TikTok's engagement magic, ensuring listeners are thrown into content right when opening the app. Instagram already went vertical with its reels, as did YouTube with Shorts. Spotify is just the latest platform to lean into that format. It could also be a play for younger users, given that the minority of free Spotify users are considered Gen Z. The company says that of last year, 1 in 3 of users between the ages of 18 and 24, and CEO Daniel Ek told colleagues Lucas Shaw in late 2021 that the company could be doing better to appeal to a younger generation. I can't imagine being 18 to 24 and being okay with listening to flipping YouTube, Spotify on free. Spotify freemium must be a horrible experience, man. They have ads all. I remember when I used to use it just briefly for like maybe a couple of days, and I was just like, you know what, I'm paying. I'm not having this anymore. The ads come quick and fast. It's like radio ads as well. Yeah, you know, just compare to market.com, like all that nonsense. I can't imagine just chilling, enjoying yourself, and listening to some flipping, I don't know, some shoegaze as you're studying and revising, and then some annoying fucking, My Pillow flipping out, advert comes in the middle of your flipping listening session. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. It says that you can see the company's interest in the demographics of most recent deals. Signed the YouTube Emma Chamberlain as exclusive podcaster. Just this week announced an agreement with Swedish comedy podcast trio for a show. It's called one of its biggest podcasts, the Young G Generation, which it defines at the ages of 7 to 20. What's this Swedish podcast? I don't know. Who are these Swedish podcasters? Can you give us a check on here? Swedish Gen Z hit VadMed. Okay, I don't know who that is. Who's VadMed? VadMed, I Just Want to Be Cool, comes exclusively to Spotify. I don't know, click it because I'm sure it's going to be a behind a paywall thing, but okay, big up them. But yeah, vertically scrolling homepage on flipping Spotify home feed, I guess, at least. So let's see what happens with that. Let's see what happens with that when that ends up happening. Let me add which has a moderator. Actually, I forgot to do that. Cool. So let's move on for that one. Next one to put on the list here. What have I got here? Let's go here. I think I spoke about that already. Let's quickly speak about this one. This is obviously quite sad news. I'm sure most of you, if you're not in the UK, you have no idea what this is about, but essentially this young lady unfortunately went missing for like, I think 2 weeks or something in early January. And the really weird thing about it was that she went missing walking her dog, and there's loads of CCTV footage. showing her kind of, you know, going around town doing what, you know, people do around town when they're walking their dog, popping into shops and whatnot, and kind of looking fairly normal. And then randomly, she kind of disappeared after walking down a particular path next to a river. And obviously the alarm bells for me started to ring when they kind of, you know, announced in the news that the dog was found nearby that she was walking, and her mobile phone was left on a bench. So that was basically it, yeah. And at first, for whatever reason, the police made it seem as if she may have been abducted. It kind of was giving that kind of feeling, like, you know, we're trying to find her, she may still be alive, which I understand, you know, the notion behind it. And of course, the general thing people decided to do was to blame the husband, but luckily he was able to put together a pretty rock solid alibi that kind of, you know, ruled him out in terms of being involved in it. And then little by little, as the day started to dwindle, they started to realize more likely than not, if she is to be found, she will unfortunately not be found alive. And then I guess they were trying to find out if she actually disappeared off the face of the earth in terms of some insurance scam thing, or whether it was something that she kind of maybe self-expired by jumping into the river. And then of course now the news has been confirmed, you know, as of a couple of days ago, they found the body, and now they've confirmed that the body is of the missing NICOLA Bully. So RIP NICOLA Bully, and, you know, thoughts and feelings go out to her family and whatnot. We'll just quickly read the article here, because, you know, it's pretty tragic, to be honest, all of it included, and especially when you consider that she's got 2 young daughters as well that she's leaving behind. You can only imagine, and I always imagine those kind of things, as dumb as it may sound as a boy, but I always imagine those kind of things, especially if you've got a mum that's flipping young as well. Like, 2 young daughters probably feel that pain way more than sons would. I don't know why I think that way. I think, you know, it doesn't matter if you're a son or a daughter. I think if you're close to your mum, or even if you're not close to your mum, you're going to feel that pain. But there's something about 2 young daughters growing up without their mum that's going to be, you know, I don't know how they're going to deal with that one. So I can only, you know, extend my flipping prayers and thoughts to them. It continues to say the 45-year-old disappeared during a riverside dog walk in St. Michael's on Weir more than 3 weeks ago, sparking a major search operation. Her body was discovered about 1 mile away from where she was last seen in the morning of 27th of January. Miss Bully family paid tribute to the one who made our life so special before criticizing media intrusion. We will never be able to comprehend what Nikki had gone through in her last moments, and that would never leave us. We will never forget Nikki. How could we? She was the center of our world. She was the one who made our life so special. The family also questioned the role of some sections of the media during the investigation, and accused journalists of misquoting and vilifying Miss Bully's partner, Paul Ansell, relatives and friends. Our girls will get the support they need from the people who love them the most, and it saddens us to think that one day we'll have to explain to them that the press and members of the public accused their dad of wrongdoing and misquoted and vilified and friends and family. This is absolutely appalling, and they have to be held accountable. This cannot happen to another family. Obviously the family also accused Sky News and ITV, who have said they've contacted them despite their appeal to privacy on Sunday. It's shameful they acted in this way. Leave us alone now, the family said, which is, you know, definitely something I think everyone should kind of have a message for, in terms of when these kind of things happen, and leave families alone. But the issue I have with me in this whole thing is that I think in general, the weird thing about this was that they never, for some reason, the police never wanted it to be known that the lady, unfortunately NICOLA Bully, from what I've read again, I don't know if I'm true or not, but allegedly they're saying that she may have suffered from some issues in terms of mental health and whatnot. We don't really know the extent of them, but that's what it's kind of alluding to. The reason why I say that's maybe important is because early on, as soon as this got kind of announced and, you know, she was kind of missing and whatnot, all these TikTok sleuths and mediums and all this absolute idiots started to get on the tip and started to like try to investigate and find out what actually happened to her. And most of it was kind of based on the premise that she was either kidnapped or something along those kind of lines, or went running or something, right? And I feel like if they would release that one bit of information about her, which I know is personal and I know it's no one's business, but that would have maybe calmed all those people from trying to even accuse her husband in the first place of any wrongdoing. But when that wasn't announced, people started to get crazy and started to, you know, turn into flipping armchair detectives, and it got really annoying and really intrusive, and I'm sure probably caused the family loads of pain. But the general consensus is in the whole, people that actually know more about these type of things than having listened to ex-detective and whatnot, they always said that it would take them a lot of time, that even if she was, you know, abducted or something happened, you would take time for you to kind of figure out what the case would be. You don't just, you know, get details of these things straight away in the moment. And even if it was a thing about self-expiry, more often than not, from what they're saying, if you do self-expire and you go into you go into the ocean, you go into a river, it takes a while for your body to come back up again. It's not just a thing that happens over time. I forget. I mean, I'm assuming it's something to do with your carbon monoxide inside you or something. It kind of allows you to kind of your body to kind of rise up back to the surface. But it takes a while. It doesn't happen like in a day. It takes maybe several weeks for it to happen. So this amount of time for the body to kind of be found does make some level of sense. But we live in a weird world now, innit? I think with these crime documentaries and whatnot, or true crime podcasts and documentaries, these YouTube channels that exist, people for some reason, I guess it's a common fallacy of like watching documentaries. Because you watch a documentary, you feel like you've got knowledge of the certain subject that you're listening or watching, when really you don't. You're just watching a stylized, condensed version of whatever topic that you are basically interested in, but it doesn't actually get to the heart or the truth of the issue. Maybe the truth is more complex and there isn't black and white and it isn't kind of right or wrong. But for some reason, people think because they listen to a lot of these podcasts and shows that it somehow gives them knowledge that surpasses people who actually work in the field, like actual detectives who actually have to go and, confront and look at these flipping dead bodies and inform families and whatnot. All real, like, heartbreaking stuff. The families have to deal with all the heartbreak of this issue, because now the press and the media is probably going to move on to the next thing. They're going to be left picking up all the pieces. It's really, really tragic. But again, I just guess it's a certain issue that we have nowadays with these documentaries. It's kind of like been a blessing and a curse. It kind of opens up and maybe allows people to kind of, maybe present cold cases again and maybe be able to kind of get to the bottom of them. But then it also makes people think that they genuinely know Wagwan and what's going on out there, when really they have no idea whatsoever. But yeah, RIP NICOLA Bully. Thoughts and feelings go out to her family and friends, because that was absolutely tragic and, not something that you kind of want to see at all in the slightest. Then I went to quickly move on to this topic, which I thought was absolutely murderous. What do you guys think of this? I'm not really too sure on this, but my spidey senses tells me this is absolutely bullshit, in my opinion. So there's this woman going around claiming to be Madeleine McCann. Have you seen this? Some German woman. She's going around flipping, she set up a TikTok account with all this evidence, basically saying that she's Madeleine McCann, the missing English girl that went missing. I think, was it in Spain or Portugal? I forgot what country it was, but a few years ago. And she basically says that, yeah, that's me. I'm alive. I'm all grown up and I live in Germany. So whatever. Germany, Poland, wherever. Yeah, Poland. Let's read the article. I think she's talking rubbish personally for me, but let's read what she has to say. A Polish woman started an online campaign to prove that she's Madeleine McCann, says she has evidence to back up her claims. The TikTok user, I am Madeleine McCann, has gained 17,000 followers on the app and has also made an Instagram account. Despite the woman's age being 21, she says that there could be a mistake, as Madeleine would be 19 years old. So already, first red flag, you're not even the same age, whatever. The claims made by the woman has recently gone viral, as she adds that she first made the discovery a few months ago after hearing something from her grandma. However, the Mirror reports how German investigators believe that Madeleine was killed by sex predator Christian Burkheiner during a family holiday in Portugal in 2007. Madeleine disappeared with her while her parents were out for dinner. Of course, most of you might even know that story. It was kind of world, it was all around the world, you'd imagine, but it was all over here in the UK for a while. Despite extensive searches and countless investigations, the youngster's body has never been found. Recent claims made by the Polish woman involve her comparing pictures of herself and Madeleine, saying that they are evidence. She claims to have a freckle on her leg and a speck in her eye in the same place as Madeleine. Obviously, that's Madeleine McCann there when she was whatever age she was when she disappeared. It says the woman has even gone as far as to say that she's willing to provide DNA sample. Her Instagram account, which has gained 200,000 followers, says, I think I can be Madeleine. I need a DNA test. Police investigators from the UK and Poland try to ignore me. I will tell my story in post here. Help me. So what do you guys think? Do you think she could be Madeleine McCann, or is she talking out of her asshole? I personally think she's disturbed and this is not Madeleine McCann in the slightest, but stranger things have happened. Like, legitimately stranger things have happened. But let me see this video here. Let's see what's going on. Hopefully this Instagram account this TikTok hasn't been taken down yet. Yeah, it's still up. Okay, cool. Let's see what this is saying. You gonna play or not? Come on, brother. Some? No? Nothing for some? Okay. Let's just press this and let's refresh this. Maybe the account got taken down already. Let's see if it's still up. Okay, it's still up. Cool, good. I can be Madeleine. I need DNA tests. Whatever. Let's click this video. Let's see what she said here. It's probably gonna have some crazy copyright music, but we're gonna play it anyway because why not? Let's play it now. Come on, load. Can you play, please? Can you play TikTok? Please don't kill me. Okay, cool. What's she doing on here? Oh, she's blending her face into the face of the dad. Come on, man. White and white, innit? That's not gonna mean anything. Come on, dude. Come on. You gotta give me more than that, good lady. Let's see. Let's hear her talk. What's she saying?
Hi guys. My heart beating very, very fast, and I'm very stressed. It depends on light too.
Bless this young girl. See her stopping and like looking into the camera so she can kind of. Honestly, this lady is absolutely lying lying through the front of her face, out of the back of her head, you know, underneath her body, everything. She's lying. No way, she's Madeline McCann. These kids are so bored, man. Come on, girl, man. What are you doing, man? Go paint the picture. Go skip or something. I don't know. Go and attend a Harry Styles concert or something. You don't be doing this with your time. Come on. You got so much of your life to live in. Out here you are, fresh face, bouncy skin, you know, vibrant, full of energy, and you're here wasting your time trying to convince the internet you're Madeline McCann. Oh.
I hope that you can see it. I'm very, very, very stressed, and this is my right eye. I hope that you can see something. It's really faded and it depends on light, but I don't know what can I say. I'm very, very, very stressed and very grateful for your help. And I make this live because I want to prove that I'm real and I'm honest, and I really think that I could be Madeline. I have some reasons to think like that, as I wrote, and I never have 100 people alive. Oh God, I'm very, very stressed.
Okay, let's just say this. I've just Googled it on my phone. How old was Madeline McCann when she disappeared? She was 3 years old. A girl that's 3 years old. Now, I'm not professing to be, you know, flipping Nostradamus here or anything, and my memory isn't the greatest. You know, loads of drugs and alcohol over the years have flipping deteriorated my brain. But if I had one mum and one dad when I went, you know, up to age of 3, and then suddenly I had a whole different family, I would remember that. It wouldn't be something that I'd have to kind of announce and kind of break the news when I'm 19. I'd remember that there was a time where I had like 2 people looking after me who looked one way, and then 2 people looking after me who looked another way. It wouldn't be like, you know, there'd be no confusion around that. I'd definitely remember that. Unless she's saying what? That she got brainwashed or something, or they zapped her brain, or they did like, you know, that Scientology thing where you hold the 2 metal stick things or whatever, those poles. Like, weird. Especially more so for a girl. Because I'd imagine a girl would have way better memory than a dude who's kind of bouncing his head off flipping concrete floors all the time.
I don't know what can I say, really, but I really thank you for your support, for your help, and I hope that someone will talk to me and will help me. And even if I'm not Madeline,
what, even if you are not Madeline, then what? Then go home, innit? If you're not Madeline, go home and do your homework. Why are you still talking to us?
I think that police should look at this, and I can't be 100% sure without DNA tests, you know. And thank you so much. I don't know what can I say. I'm very stressed.
If she's doing this for the attention, there needs to be a documentary made for, you know, investigating the flipping dangers of clout and just attention on social media in general. It needs to be a new modern documentary made, kind of analyzing it all, because this is a teenager with a whole life in front of her, just living life in just the middle of what, Poland or Germany, wherever she's at, just chilling. Just one day woke up and thought, you know what, I need to be important, I need to be seen. People need to know who I am. Here we go, let's run with this Madeline McCann narrative. Like, what? If she is lying, if she's telling the truth, okay, cool, go get reunited with your mummy and daddy. But if you're lying, I need to see a documentary that dissects all this, because this is wild that you can just wake up in the morning one day and just decide, you know what, I'm going to run with this Madeline thing.
I said it was hard day, and I can sing you something. No, I try to chill, but it's really a stressful day. But I love singing. Madeline loved to, as I read. Okay. Oh God, how many people. I'm really thankful. I'm really grateful. Thank you so much, guys. I'm really stressed, and I don't wanna stress myself more. But I hope that you see that I'm real and that is verification.
Okay, I don't know, man. I think I have to kind of press a huge X on doubt on that one. I don't believe it in the slightest. She's probably lying out of her flipping teeth. But it is what it is, isn't it? You gotta do what you gotta do. Whatever she finds fun, whatever that gives her some level of purpose, I guess enjoy yourself. But I don't believe it in the slightest. I think she's wasting everybody's time, in my gentle and calm opinion. But again, you know, in these issues, what the hell do I know? What the hell do I know? So, next one I want to talk about quickly was this. This is a pretty crazy story, right? I feel like this is really, really wild. And it could be maybe reflect on my own escapades, because I think stuff like this would generally just make me want to quit doing anything. Like even drinking, it would make me want to quit, because this is so scary. Arrested Love Island star Kaz Crossley faces months in Dubai prison and £20,000 fine, for breaking UAE strict drug laws. Influencer is thrown in jail over a video where she snorted white powder on a trip to a Gulf party city during lockdown. And it gets wild, right? So the British reality star, 27, was detained at Abu Dhabi airport while transferring to a flight to Thailand, where she said she was going to carry out volunteer work. In 2020, listen to that. In 2020, she was filmed appearing to snort lines of white powder in Dubai. Hordes of influencers flocked there to escape COVID-19 restrictions in the UK, claiming they were there for work. Ms. Crossley was arrested on Monday, and an insider claimed that her name obviously raised a red flag when her passport was scanned at the UAE's capital. She has since been moved to Dubai prison, where she's reportedly refused a phone call. She was reportedly refused a phone call to her family, but was permitted to send a single email. Imagine. She allegedly may have snorted a couple of lines of cocaine in Dubai during the lockdown, right? And I think in the US, you guys had your thing. So in the UK, our kind of version of escaping to Miami that didn't have any regulations or lockdowns was Dubai. I'm sure you guys in the States had, I think you guys had Miami. I don't know where else was the place. Obviously, there was Texas as well. There's certain places that certain people in the United States kind of travel to. Oh yeah, places like Puerto Rico, Mexico also kind of relaxed their regulations during pandemic. So for whatever reason, Dubai ended up being the place people went to. Now I didn't really understand it, because, you know, I guess I get how Dubai is nice and fancy, but it is quite strict in terms of its kind of, you know, what people get up to in terms of nightlife stuff, like drinking and just antisocial behavior and drugs and stuff. It probably isn't a place where you want to make those kind of mistakes. And of course, many people went out there, got into fights, got into trouble, got arrested, blah, blah, blah. But this thing happened in 2020. Allegedly this happened. The video went viral. I guess somebody from the UAE tourism board or something, Home Office, saw it and flagged her in their system from 2020. So anytime she has to pass through Dubai, which happens often if you're having flights from the UK going to parts in Southeast Asia, usually the kind of transfer place, if you want to, you know, get off, is usually places in the Middle East. So they probably knew that she was going to go there, because I read online this Kaz Crossley woman here on the picture, actually, who's, you know, very scrumptious. There she is, right? She allegedly does loads of volunteer work, and she goes to Thailand all the time. So they probably knew that she was going to go to Thailand at some point, and she was going to stop off at Dubai, and they marked her down in the flipping register. Imagine how scary that would have been. 2020 fun, and you're being punished for it in 2023. And she gets thrown into prison, and they don't give you a phone call. They give you a single email. I want you to know, I want to ask the chat right now, who would you email? Like, I was thinking in my head now, because I have many people that I know, no, not many friends, many people that I know, but I can't think of one person I would email who I'd be sure would respond to the email within an hour. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe not even a day. I can't think of a single person in my contact list who would legitimately respond to an email within an hour or within a day. Because number one, I wouldn't want to email my work colleagues, because that's going to be crazy. I think you're going to cause too much panic in that regard, and the office gossip is going to be too crazy for me. But I want to know who you choose. Mr. West, she's a contestant in a show called Love Island we have in the UK. I think you have a version in the US, or people watch the UK one, but she's a reality TV star. I don't really know her because I don't watch the show myself, but I thought the story was interesting. So I want to know, in you guys in the chat, who would be your one email to kind of, hey, I just got arrested, I'm in Dubai, please help, please send money, please send help or something. Who would it be? I don't know. I don't have one outside of maybe contacting my manager or something at work. And again, as I said, it will cause too much panic, but I'd probably just have to do it. I can't think of anybody that will reply in the single hour. I can't think of one person who would do that. So imagine how scary that would have been to kind of figure out, okay, I need to email one person. Damn, I'm stuck in this Dubai prison. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? That responded now, my solicitor, sure. People say, Brendan Schaub. You'd be like, Papa, what are we doing here? You'd be like, in every facet, I'm arrested. PGL. I love it. But yeah, bloody hell, man. But the good news for this lady, Kaz CROSSLEY, the update has been this. The update is that she's free. The update, she's free. Break social media after Twitter. So she got released from jail, and this is her releasing a statement after the fact. I'm safe. Thank you all for your kind messages. I want to take some time to reflect before I comment on the past few days. Grateful for so much right now. We are so blessed. So all it is, doing a couple of lines got in so much trouble. And like I said previously, I think if I got in this amount of trouble for doing a couple of lines, I legitimately would quit. Like, this would be it. I'd be quitting everything. I'd be quitting drinking. I'd be quitting doing lines. I'd be quitting going out. I'd quit the whole shebang, because the amount of fear this would put into my heart, I couldn't in good conscience go out and do it again, because you never know if this is going to be your last line ever again in the history of the world. And, to get punished for those type of extracurricular activities when you don't actually need to do them to have a good time is not really worth it. So big up Kaz CROSSLEY for getting away with it in some way, shape or form. But I can't imagine how scary that may be to be in an airport, transferring to head over to Thailand to do some humanitarian work. You're in your slippers, you're probably wearing gym shorts, or you got a little vest on or a hoodie. You just got airport gums on, innit? You just looking forward to go to where you're going to go to. You're already thinking about what you're going to eat when you get there, your shower, blah blah blah, and then suddenly you end up in a Dubai prison. It's like, mama mia, life cannot get more scary than that, mate. Like, people in the chat, she ain't quitting. she may have had a celebration line just to kind of keep herself limber, innit? Who knows? But let's continue here. Let's continue. So next thing I want to talk about here quickly. Actually, where's my list of things? I got a list of topics and I want to go through. So yeah, let's go through the list of topics first. Well, let me just go through this actually, and then we'll go through the main video. So let's quickly check this video out. So I thought this video was quite interesting, because I often wonder, if you're a stand-up comedian, right, and you're in that world, you're in the JRE extended universe, I wonder if sometimes when Joe Rogan goes on these sort of like little rants that he goes on these podcasts, he says certain things. I wonder if you take those things personally, and you think if he's talking to you, if he's just talking in general about everybody in the industry, or if it's just podcast talk. I wonder if this is a thing, because if this is this kind of subliminal, way to kind of get a message out there, I'd be a little bit annoyed. I'm not going to lie. I'd be a little bit annoyed if this was a subliminal message that every time he needs to talk to you or give you a little telling, he kind of lets it leak on a big platform like his podcast. It'd be a little bit annoying. Doesn't kind of pull you to one side and tell you, hey, fix up this, fix up that. It's always like a subliminal message. It's always kind of something wrapped in some sort of teaching on a podcast or some sort of guest. I don't know. It seems a bit weird. But anyway, he sat down with this lady and basically was talking about, how certain comedians conduct themselves in the scene. And I thought, like, I think some people on Reddit thought it maybe sounded like he was taking shots at Brendan, or it could be just other people in general. Now, I wonder, if you're a comedian, would you take kindly to this, or would this just be podcast talk, or does he have a point? Let's play the video.
Bombs and easy to, and I feel like a lot of those people, it's like, take that energy and go create something.
The problem with creating leaves you vulnerable, whereas destroying, you're constantly on the offensive. Yeah. It's easy to do, but it doesn't do anything other than get you attention.
And I don't think it's that fulfilling.
Oh, it's definitely not. Well, they all become damaged. all those people that attack people constantly online, they're all like psychologically damaged, and a lot of them fall off after a while because they can't take it anymore.
Do you think that the comics who are engaged in lots of drama, is it just a way to distract from having to do any work?
Well, there's that, and they're all mediocre. One of the things you notice about the comics that are constantly engaging, attacking people, they're not very good.
Right.
They're not successful. They're not that good.
But do you think they could get good?
Yeah, sure. Anybody can get good. It's a matter of remapping the way you think.
Yeah.
And changing the way you view the world, and changing how you express yourself, and also being a little bit more self-aware and a little bit more aware of how other people view things, and whether or not you can contribute in a positive way instead of a negative way.
Now, this is twofold. This could be a comment he's making about haters overall. This could be a comment he's making about comedians. But let's imagine if it's a hater's point of view. If it's a hater's point of view, I don't really understand how somebody like a Rogan, who's been on the internet for a while, I used to be on Joe Rogan forums, like he knows what online culture or online communities are like. Some people just like to just hate on stuff and laugh at stuff, point and ridicule things without offering any suggestions, constructive criticism, or anything of any regard. They don't want to be comedians themselves. They just want to rip onto you guys, because to them, watching comedians and their content, whether they like it or not, is sort of essentially like watching sports or watching wrestling. It's the same thing. It's just a hobby and a fun thing that they do. So this kind of retort, or this sort of pushback that they have, oh, these guys don't create, that's why they say these things. It's like, yeah, that's the whole point. They like to laugh and snicker at you guys because that's what they do. You guys create the content, and then they respond to it by making memes, by joking around, making clips, and laughing and trolling and doing that stuff in the comments and the forums and the Reddits and whatnot. That's what they're about. So I don't understand why that's an issue. I know it's annoying, but I don't understand why that is not just an accepted part of the game. You have fans who are willing to buy alpha brain and athletic greens, and they'll buy whatever whiskey you recommend to them. They'll buy Toho sandals. They'll come to your show. You've got those kind of fans who are clearly fans, the ones that will get tattoos of Rogan's face on their body. That's cool. But also, I believe in life, there's always a yin and a yang. For as many people that are going to be out there who kind of really like what you do, there's going to be certain people out there that are not going to like what you do. Now, I think the true test or the true showcase of what a real creator is about is being able to just create regardless of what people say, which is very hard to do. It's very hard for people out there, creatives, myself included, to just create out of just a pure love of just creating. There's always a little bit of an expectancy. There's always a little bit of reacting to something, what someone's saying. There's always maybe a justification. It's never really, it's very rare that it's always just from a pure place. But when it is from a pure place, I feel like that's when it connects with more people. So I find it strange with someone like a Rogan, who I feel like is more in touch with this sort of stuff, has this sort of stance. But if it is a point of view from a comedian's point of view, if it's talking about this from a comedian's point of view, up and coming, I also understand that maybe it is quite beneficial if you're a comedian to get out of that mindset of comparing. Because obviously, as the saying goes, comparison's the thief of joy. And I just think in general, unfortunately, things in entertainment seem to happen. It's like, what's that thing called? It's like it's like a term. I forgot what it's called in psychology, but it's a particular term. What's a particular term? What's it called? It's a particular term in psychology. I forgot what it is, but essentially it says like, whoever's at the top just gets more opportunities. Like once you get in, your foot in the door, more opportunities just keep flooding after you. So sometimes comparing yourself to somebody who's like at the top of their game is pointless, because the whole reason why they're at the top of their game is because they have something to offer, and brands see that or whatever they're working with and want to give them opportunities. So it kind of looks like they're getting loads of things, but it's only because they're at the top. Now, once you get to the top, you also get these opportunities. But in order to get to the top, you need to just focus on your art and create and make new stuff. But there is a small part of me, maybe 5%, that can also understand from a struggling comedian's point of view why a lot of them will maybe slip into the why not me, hating, this guy's not funny, his special's crap, my special's better, why is he getting those spots, why am I not passed? I can understand why a little bit, only because, and again, this is a weird thing to say, it's kind of a weird unintended consequence of the success of the JRE extended universe. because those guys became so successful at podcasting because they did it so early on, they caught the wave before it was even a wave. It was a paddling pool. They're able to ride it and use it to kind of, boost their comedy career, boost their profile in general. And they became much bigger than they'd, I think, ever become if they just had a stand-up career. For instance, Joe Rogan's a good example of it. Even though he was famous outside of it, I think the podcast did give him, took him another level. I think because of that, it makes it a little bit, the where they are in their career is a little bit misleading. It's it's like Brendan Schaub's a good example. Brendan Schaub's probably more podcast famous than he is stand-up famous, but because two of them work in tandem, his kind of standing in comedy is a lot higher than what his actual skill level is. So that kind of, I feel like, can breed a lot of contempt, a lot of bitterness, a lot of jealousy. Case in point, my whole theory around flipping BGL, where I said part of me feels like BGL was a fan of Brendan, a fan of Joe Rogan, all that kind of comedy scene, wanted to get involved, then got involved and saw behind the scenes how actually dumb Brendan is, but then also saw the fact that he's able to kind of, live this multi-millionaire lifestyle. He's somewhat successful in his career, depending on what you value success is. But, he gets booked to do shows. His podcast is, even though it's dwindling numbers, it's still keeping ads. He still gets a decent amount of views. He's got, other things that he's doing outside of it in terms of other projects like Food Truck Diaries and whatnot. So he's got all these things that have come in his way, yet he's not very good at what he does. And obviously he kind of, comes across like a bit of an idiot. I think that's what made kind of BGL kind of snap a little bit as well. That kind of like, oh my God, I should be there. And BGL, if you see some of his content online, he's been trying to make it in Hollywood for a very long time. And he's, he's done several things that are maybe quite decent, but it hasn't really popped for him maybe the way you kind of hoped. So I can understand if you're a stand-up comedian and you're doing the flipping door somewhere and Brendan pulls up in the flipping Ferrari, yeah, and he legitimately isn't better than some of the open micers that you see, but he's pulling up and parking in a spot somewhere and, he's maybe chucking you a couple of dollars and whatnot. I can understand why you'd be a little bit bitter and a little bit jealous and want to kind of get in the comments and start hating. It's not constructive, I don't think. And if you're an actual artist making things, I think you should keep that that side of your brain kind of closed and just keep focusing on the work, really and truly. But I can understand why you should be, why you could be, because those guys are so far ahead of like anybody else. Like for instance, I'd imagine, it's just a theory. I don't know anything, but I'd imagine the LA guys in terms of wealth, take away Joe Rogan, I think, per capita or per whatever, they're probably way richer than the New York guys, I'd assume. Maybe because of how glitzy Hollywood is, maybe because they understand the business better, I don't really know. But for sure, they make way more money. Now, can we say that the LA guys are far better comedians than the New York guys? Probably not. It's a different type of comedy. It depends what you're into, type of stuff. But could you say that they are, monetarily better than those guys in terms of their skill level? Probably not. So I get where the kind of hate comes from in that regard. But I just find it interesting how that exists, and if anything anyway, it's just a circumstance also of the kind of comedy scene, isn't it? It feels like, if anything, maybe similar maybe to DJing a little bit. I probably think, again, I don't speak to many professional DJs, I don't really know what happens behind the scenes, but I would imagine professional DJ scenes pretty similar, where there's many people just hating, especially like, why does this guy get booked? Why did she get booked? I should be there. He should be. Like all that kind of comparing. And I think stand-ups are probably at the top of that kind of bitchy, backstabby thing. And it's probably worse now because everyone tries to pretend like they're getting along, because Rogan's a kind of get along guy. He invites everyone to his show. He's all about spreading the wealth. He's all about, he's never a scarcity mindset type of guy. He's always an abundance. There's always more out there for everybody. Everyone tries to kind of copy his mannerisms, speak the way he does, so they kind of copy that, but I don't think they believe it to their core. And I think a lot of them kind of hate behind their backs and talk about things. I'm sure Rogan does it also. So I think that kind of breeds that kind of ground of that kind of stuff. And it's an unfortunate nature of kind of just this industry that they work in, that just people are supremely jealous of each other and are always comparing themselves to each other. But I feel like if you're a hater online and you just watch their content to kind of hate watch, I think that's fairly okay. I think this is two sides of one coin in terms of it's one side of a two-sided coin, in terms of people that get tattoos of these comedians on their bodies and they wear their merch and they tag themselves and stuff, all that malarkey, and somebody that kind of just wants to shit on people constantly. I know it's annoying, but it is what it is. And if you're stand-up and you feel as if like, you know, the likes of Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer maybe are like not as good as you comedically, but they're so much richer than you. I can understand also why you can be a bit jealous and a bit bitter. Obviously it's not constructive, but I can totally get why that would get on your nerves. But for whatever reason, those guys don't seem to understand that to be the case. They just assume, no, this is just the way it should be. You guys should just be happy that we're doing this. It's a bizarre type of mindset, really, I think, in my regard. But again, hey, what do I know when it comes to this thing, innit? What do I know? Let me move this across quickly. This little chat box here, make it look good. Cool. Let's continue with that one. Let's go on. What's I got on my list here? Bear with me 1 second. I'll get my little. Actually, I'll put the list on this screen so I got it listed. There we go. So I know what I'm flipping looking at. Yeah, let's go with this one. I think this is flipping amazing. Let's go on this. Let's talk about this one. Where's this firing the kid clip? There we go. Here we go. Boom, bam, boom. So. Interesting development with my guy Bryan Callen. Do you remember in this stream I've said many and many a times how I absolutely hate and despise sandals. Always have, never will not. Sandals, I feel like, should only be worn in situ. They should only be worn on location. For instance, when I went to Bali a really long time ago, all I wore was sandals. I had like these Teva sandals. These like, they're kind of like, people call them Jesus sandals, but these Teva sandals I love to this day. I wore them every single place that I went, and it's lovely. Your feet get scorched. You're touching the sand. And have you noticed sometimes when you, I don't know if you guys noticed this, maybe because I paid too much attention to this, because I was, you know, I used to run a lot and I used to be into kind of running physiology and form and whatnot. But a lot of runners will go to like hot climate places and basically run barefooted in the sand or in the grass and whatnot. And it obviously helps to strengthen the bones and the tendons in your foot, but also it allows your feet, your toes to spread. Because when you wear regular trainers or modern trainers these days or shoes, they kind of tend to clunk your toes up together. So when you go on these hot climates, it's quite nice sometimes to put a sandal on and just let your feet breathe a little bit and let them kind of splay out. It's quite nice, that feeling, that kind of, you know, whatever it may be. But I just feel like living in a metropolitan city and walking around with sandals is a legit the same as just walking around barefooted. There's so much gunk and horridness in the air, puddles there, especially here in the UK, puddles, you know, flipping horrible pavements and stuff. It's just horrendous. And I've been to LA a couple of times and I know they've got many potholes everywhere and it's not, you know, the most pollutant free place either. So it just doesn't make any sense. And then on top of that, I feel like if you're going to wear sandals, wear them with an outfit that would denote wearing sandals. For instance, like I don't understand people who go out and wear sandals with skinny jeans. Like if you could put on a pair of skinny jeans, you can put on a pair of shoes. It's not that difficult. It's two of the same. So when I see Bryan Callen rocking up to a podcast where you essentially get to make your own hours, it's a job that you basically get to do kind of from the comfort of your home or the comfort of your own studio. You get to wear what you want to some level of degree. Coming in with the sandals, it feels like he's making no effort, like zero effort. Like he's decided just to kind of do the bare minimum and just trudging from home. Okay, let's regard, like if you're wearing sandals to record a podcast, why not just wear flipping pajamas? Why not just do that? Why just wear pajamas? Please tell me. And that's what annoys me about it. And just in general, just seeing somebody's foot dangle and dance in front of you watching the podcast is just so distracting. And I keep going back to that story of Bert Kreischer, somebody that I kind of, you know, have a love-hate relationship with in terms of his content, but I still think he's one of the greatest interviewers out there in terms of comedians. He has a tendency back in the day where he used to wear sandals, and because he'd be sitting on his chair a lot, he started picking in the middle of his feet and his toes and flicking all the, you know, in between gunk and fluff off while you're watching it, and it just turn you off and you want to just not watch the content anymore. So Bryan Callen was promoting this horrendous, horrible, overpriced garbage, flipping sandals company called Ahold that was for some reason selling sandals for $500 plus. Maximum I saw like $1,000 these sandals. And because they were allegedly made out of materials, you know, from like, you know, unfortunately dead animals that they killed in flipping jungles of Africa somewhere, right? Who knows? But regardless, really horrendous sandals, and the brand was called Ahold. And for some reason he was involved in it and started promoting and shilling it really hard, and then decided to go on Rogan of all places after not being on Rogan forever. Imagine, Bryan Callen hasn't been on Rogan for a long time on his own. Obviously went through that rape allegation stuff. Joe Rogan basically iced him out in terms of communicating with him, and he goes back onto Rogan, and the first thing that he's doing to kind of push really hard is not really his special. it's mostly the sandals. To the point where, you know, Joe was like, fuck, shut up about those fucking shit sandals, which I could imagine wasn't probably the best things in terms of advertising those sandals. But it looks like everything has changed now. Everything has changed now with Bryan Callen and that sandal company, and he announced it just the other day on the Fire and the Kid podcast, latest episode. I think episode number 870. So let's hear Bryan Callen explain what his situation is now with his investment in the Toehold Sandals company.
I went to high school in Massachusetts, and then DC. I went to college in DC. But talk to me about Beverly Hills High School in the 80s. All right, let's take a little break. Guys, real quick, as far as Toehold is concerned, that's a company that I was involved with, not anymore, not because I don't believe in the company.
The first thing he's doing, and I only know this because of DSP, so big up Darkside Phil, big up Phil Brunel, the biggest scammer on the internet that's ever existed, right? A person that's basically, you know, survived entire time his live streaming career, 14 years of content creation by basically preying and manipulating dents, right? People who are, you know, basically don't know any better and taking advantage of them and bleeding them dry for tips, lying about the bills he's paying and spending it and wasting it on WWE champions. Like, horrible, horrible person. He lies all the time. And one thing that he does when he lies all the time, he has bug eyes. And his eyes start dancing around the room. He can't focus on a camera. He does it anyway, but it gets more when he's lying. He gets bug-eyed and his eyes start dancing. So one thing I've kind of learned, that's a tell of his. So I can kind of see a lot in people when they're lying or they're not sure on something or they're shy or they're feeling insecure. But this to me feels like a stone cold lie, because he starts off straight away looking down. Like he's not even looking up the moment he starts this. He starts straight away looking down. Look at it. Look at his head.
That's a company that I was, guys, real quick, as far as Toehold is concerned, that's a company that I was involved with, not anymore, not because I don't believe in the company, not because I had a falling out. I love AG, the founder. He's still a dear friend. I still believe in the company. I'm going to post this video of Brian Shaw not being able to pull them apart. It's just that I stopped being able to add value. I just didn't know where I was going to add value anymore. I was too busy.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of that statement he made after he got accused of rape, where it's like, I'm telling you, I didn't rape the guy. Like, it was so weird that he thinks like staring at the camera and like raising his voice is somehow, you know, an example of him telling the truth. And he did the same thing as well when all the fans got at him for flipping throwing Khalyla under the bus, when he got accused of rape or no diddling. And then obviously the next week, Brian got accused of what he got accused of. And he's like, I didn't, you know, we hardly hang out. That whole hang out thing is similar sort of stuff.
And they were doing great things with the company. And I was just like, I don't know how I'm going to add to this. And I don't have time to, because I'm doing all these other things. So
what are you doing, Brian? What other things are you doing? Come on. You're doing that podcast with Sam Trippier. I don't even sure if it's still on. Is it still on? I don't really know. He's doing this show. He does some appearances these days in comedy. Hollywood career is over. That's done for. The moment he gets announced into a movie or something, all those articles about him are whether people are going to spring up again. Because in my head, I'm thinking to myself, because Hollywood, again, I don't like cancel culture. I think in general, the fans should decide if you get cancelled. But Hollywood people, executive and networks, are super twitchy about people that have been cancelled. And if Armie Hammer, a really attractive, good-looking stud of a human, is finding it hard to come back into, you know, acting in Hollywood because of, you know, him being accused of being a cannibal and all that sort of stuff, right? It's that sexual kink thing that he has. If he's finding it hard to get back into Hollywood and be uncancelled, I don't think Bryan Callen stands a chance, in my opinion. Now, if he does make it back, congrats to him. But this idea that he's busy and doing many things is just a fabrication.
That's really what happened. So I divested from that, but I'm still a supporter and I still wear their products because they're awesome.
Yeah, because you got them for free. Of course you're going to wear free sandals. Like, after I got flipping let go from Nike, I didn't throw away all my Nike shoes, did I? Because I got them for free. They're quite nice, actually. I'm going to keep these Nikes. Fuck Nike, but I'm going to keep these Nikes. So of course you're going to keep these toe holds. Come on.
And so that's what I wanted to say in case anybody had any thoughts about that.
I find it hilarious. Number one, because let's keep his face here because it looks like he's, you know, he's doing the things that he shouldn't be doing. But number one, I feel like this. Let's just go this way. I find it really odd that he's commenting on this anyway. A very, you know, kind of niche sandals brand that only certain people like myself who care about these guys actually know about. He's announcing that he's not part of that. You know, he's not invested in that company anymore on the Fire and the Kid. He's not doing it on his own social media platform and just kind of posting a little video quickly or a post. He's announcing it on a podcast. I find that strange. And the reason why I find that strange is because I think it's telling, because it probably means the founder, whoever his business partner is, probably told him to make it known publicly that he's not involved because Bryan's association with the brand is actually hurting them. That's my theory. I've got a feeling that whoever set up Toeholds, as much as I hate sandals and, you know, paying £1,000 for sandals is flipping ridiculous, whoever runs that company is probably legit. That's like a proper business person who's basically building this brand to a point where he wants to scale it. Someone maybe buy it out, or he's trying to, you know, just build it up. He wants to maybe wants to make it the next Allbirds or something, right? This is a legit business guy who kind of likes podcasts too, probably. Maybe he's a former Navy SEAL or something. I don't know. Let's just imagine. Maybe he does jujitsu and he just wanted to get involved with those guys because he felt like it would be a good way to kind of get involved and kind of get some free promo or get some, you know, some good marketing and branding done. Maybe he thought Bryan Callen would be a good way to get to Rogan, to get to Bert Kreischer, all these guys that wear sandals and stuff, right? That kind of scene of older dudes and, you know, guys that have a lot of disposable income. They might appeal to other older dudes that have disposable income. That's what I think happened. But quickly he realized that Bryan Callen's association with Toeholds, although it was good and it got them a lot of brand exposure, it was also harmful because obviously Bryan Callen's been accused of rape. He's tied to flipping Brendan Schaub on the Fire and the Kid, and, you know, online they're fucking toxic. So probably when Toeholds are putting up all these posts about their new shoes, Stingray sandals, all this sort of stuff, they're probably getting all these troll comments. Yeah, right on their Instagram post. That's probably hurting, you know, their ability to market, to brand, to get deals on the line, and just, you know, hurts their algorithm overall. Like, it's just annoying. So he's probably like, you know what, your cosign and your Joe Rogan association isn't worth it because I'm just getting harassed online because I decided to make it's not a crime to make £1,000 sandals. He can do what he wants, but because he's associated with somebody that people think may be a criminal, people are going after him, and obviously associated with Brendan doesn't help either. So I think that's what happened, and the founder posted said to him, hey man, please let it be known that you're not involved anymore. We can't be having this anymore. So that's why he made this public and kind of did him a favor. All right, man, I'm really sorry, I kind of hurt the brand. And he did this. And obviously those embarrassing clips of him going on Rogan and pushing the brand too hard one probably didn't do well either. But I think that's what happened, because it's very strange that he'd come on here and just start announcing this on the middle of Fire and the Kid. It's a very public platform for a very not well known brand, I feel like. But obviously the founder probably felt like the damage was so extensive that he had to go on his big platform and actually say out loud, hey, I'm not involved in Toeholds anymore. Please leave that guy alone, blah, blah, blah. I think that's basically what happened. So clearly Bryan Callen's not good for business, like really not good for business, which is really, really, really insane, to be fair, because having that layup with Joe Rogan's association and just his history in comedy and the things he's done in his career is such a weird fall from grace to be in a position now where like brands are asking you to de-invest because you're hurting them online and stuff with your reputation and what you're known for. It's absolutely tragic. But hey, what can you do? What can you do? So next on the list, we want to quickly talk about this. This is a really interesting clip. Let me actually get it all back to the end because I actually started watching this before. So let's start this clip. This is a really cool one. So Bobby Lee was on Bobby Kelly's You Know What You Did podcast, and he had a really decent interview, and this clip's kind of gone viral and everyone's obviously speaking about it. And I feel like this is super, super interesting in terms of giving us an insight into what's happened post Bobby Lee, Khalyla, Brendan gate, where that whole affair went down, where Brendan allegedly, I think it started all because Khalyla let it slip that Brendan, she didn't name him, but somebody that is matching Brendan's description kind of DM'd her, similar DMs in a way to kind of, you know, get at her and try and fuck and stuff. And obviously she turned it down. Obviously, you know, it being bad because she was dating or going out with flipping Bobby Lee at the time. That caused a whole drama with Annie Lederman also, who kind of exposed maybe that same person who matched Brendan's description was a person being a Trug walk, which then led to the back and forth with Bobby Lee, which then led to maybe Bobby Lee and Khalyla breaking up and the drama around that. and that obviously infamous interview where flipping Brendan Schaub goes on Tiger Belly and asks them how to define bullying, right? So it was a really big affair at the time, and it kind of, you know, it's kind of died down now, and everyone's kind of moved on their separate ways. You know, Khalyla and Bobby Lee have broken up, and it seems like Brendan Schaub and Bryan Callen have basically been excommunicated from the LA comedy scene. Have you guys noticed that ever since that Bobby Lee thing happened, you don't really see those LA podcast guys associating with or hanging out with Bryan Callen or Brendan Schaub, or even going on and firing a kid? Like, when's the last time Tom Segura went on there? I know Burt Crash went on there once, but, you know, I feel like he's a little bit like Bobby Lee. He's a bit of a people pleaser. He probably found it hard to say no, but I can't really think of anyone else in that scene who's kind of gone on there. Andrew Santino hasn't. Obviously, Bobby Lee hasn't. It's kind of been a bit quiet. So clearly, people in the scene have chosen their sides, and more people sided with Bobby Lee than sided with Brendan Schaub and Bryan. Anyway, Bobby Lee went on Bobby Kelly's podcast and basically spoke about it and really revealed some interesting things. Number one, regarding his relationship now with Brendan Schaub and Bryan Callen, which I thought was really interesting to kind of listen to. So let's play this clip now.
What's next, Max?
Okay, so David Knox asks if your brother's going to be on Tiger Belly again.
Well, my brother just did Bad Friends.
He did?
It comes out this week.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and it's the funniest episode we've done. Aside from Andrew. I mean, all the Andrew ones are great, but this one with my brother is wild.
Okay, good.
It comes out this week. And
is your brother in the business?
he has a podcast with Jeremiah Watkins called
Oh, I know who he is, yeah.
Why would you ask that then?
Because I didn't know that was your brother.
That's my brother Steve.
No shit. I didn't know. I never met him.
Yeah, so Steve has one called Scissor Brothers with Jeremiah.
Yeah, I love Jeremiah.
And my brother won't be on Tiger Belly for a while.
Why?
I can't get into it.
Really?
Yeah.
Did he hit you?
No.
Did
I
you
love him
fight?
very much.
Did you fight? You fought.
Whoever the guy that asked the question
Yeah.
is trying to stir problems.
Really?
Now, the interesting thing about this is that, if I'm not mistaken, the theory goes that Stevie was the one responsible for leaking the information that Khalyla liked to get, you know, trains ran on her, or she likes to gang bang, or she likes to be in an open relationship, regardless of what her sexual proclivities are, but basically leak the news to everybody else outside of Bobby Lee and Khalyla that Khalyla likes hooking up with other dudes for whatever reason. And that was the information that was kind of fed back to Brendan, that he basically used to kind of hold over Bobby Lee's head in a weird way, I feel like, to justify him sliding in her DMs. That's my feeling. Because that's what I feel like. But I know BGL mentioned it also. I'm not too sure if Stevie told BGL and then BGL and told Brendan. But at the time, Stevie was kind of working with Brendan on King of the Sting. They were kind of, you know, he kind of would jump in and be like a guest host on there sometimes, even though they really, you know, didn't really shy away from kind of mocking him to his face and kind of taking a piss out of him. You know, these LA guys will do anything for a check. So he basically put his principles, morals and pride to one side and let them kind of, you know, take the piss out of him live on air, which I thought was sad because, you know, I quite like Stevie and I think he's pretty funny and whatever it may be. But that whole happened, and that kind of led to obviously Bobby Lee and Stevie kind of breaking down relationship wise. But just imagine the chaos that these guys cause. Bryan Callen and Brendan Schaub, their inability to just be able to just handle the slightest bit of criticism and maybe some gentle ribbing and mocking online has led to them basically indirectly ruining relationships between two brothers who before that were pretty close, despite, you know, there may be issues they had growing up or whatnot. They seemed pretty close on camera and stuff, and they'd always be on the show together, blah 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 blah. So imagine what that must do, especially in your older age, right? These kind of things, I'd imagine, probably hurt more. I think when you have a sibling and you have some sibling clashes and whatnot and arguments when you're younger, it's one thing. But when you feel like your sibling maybe betrayed you when you're, you know, of age and you're over the age of flipping 18, over the age of 20, 30, 40, it must hurt a little bit more because you must feel like it's personal. It must be kind of the thing that maybe would, you know, mean that you never speak to that person again. It goes really deep, and maybe it affects extended families. Absolutely wild. And it's just amazing just to see again the trail of destruction that they've basically left in their wake. It's absolutely insane, I feel like. But hey, what can you do when it comes to these things? What can you do? I'm not surprised that all this is happening in the slightest, and considering it, and I've said before at the time, I think I never really understood why it was such an issue for others anyway. What Khalyla likes to get up to is Bobby Lee's relationship. Like, if anybody should be upset or annoyed of their partner wanting to go and hook up with other dudes, it should be Bobby Lee. He's the one in a relationship. I don't know why other people were taking up for him, especially considering the guy's like 50 years old or something, right? He's an older dude. He's not some young guy. If he's willing to kind of get cucked, or he doesn't mind, you know, get taken advantage of, it's just his problem, really. I don't understand why anyone really cared about it, or kind of try to make out like flipping Khalyla was some mastermind manipulator. Maybe, again, let's kind of give those guys benefit of the doubt. Maybe she is a master manipulator. Maybe all those poems that she wrote was some sort of master plan to take over the male race. We don't know. Whatever. Cool. Let's just say all those things are true. She's evil. She's manipulative. She's psychotic. Cool. If that's the case, this is still Bobby Lee's relationship he has to deal with at the time. It's his responsibility to deal with it. His responsibility to get out of it. His responsibility to address it and deal with it whatever way he wants to deal with it. It's not anybody else's. I just feel like everyone kind of taking up for him, or maybe attacking Khalyla was just odd to me, in my opinion. Again, I think it makes more sense to not like her as a personality. Like, for instance, I'm one of those guys. I used to love Tiger Belly, but towards the end, I started getting pissed off for Tiger Belly, mostly because the Khalyla was annoying. She's a bit of a vibe killer, like how Christina Pajinski was in some of the good parts of kind of Your Mom's House podcast. She'd kill the vibe. She'd kind of be a fun stopper. She's just not someone that you wanted to listen to on a podcast and often. And, you know, the real talent was obviously the main host on the show, Tom Segura, obviously on his one, and Bobby Lee on his one. And she just got annoying as a personality. But I never actually cared what she gets up to in the bedroom. It's not my concern. It doesn't influence me or affect me in the slightest. And even if it is directly influencing flipping Bobby Lee, so what? He has to deal with it. It's his household. But I just felt that kind of turn against her was interesting to see. But maybe it's because most dudes have interacted or come across someone like a Khalyla. Maybe I'm lucky in that regard. I've never had an interaction with a woman like that who kind of, you know, maybe would kind of slip in and take advantage of you and maybe kind of ride your fame to kind of make her own play. I've never had that happen to me my entire life. You know, I'm a nobody in the first place anyway. For anyone to try and win clout off me, it's not going to work because, you know, I need all the clout that I can get. So that's never a case. Fair play. But I just thought it was a little bit overblown, the reaction against her, because I felt like, in my opinion, it was mostly Bobby Lee's relationship she had to deal with. But it is still sad to hear that the whole Brendan and Bryan and Khalyla thing negatively affected their relationship. It's just, you know, as brothers, it's just a bit sad. But anyway, continue.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't like people who stir problems.
You don't like stirring
Next
problems.
question.
So you got in a fight with your brother?
No, I love my brother. Go ahead.
But you get into a fight?
I don't know. See, this is why.
Okay.
This is why the rattle comes out.
I won't.
The rattle. If you ask me again, the rattle.
I won't ask you that again.
All right.
But you guys are good.
Okay.
No, I'm just no, Bobby. Bobby,
I'll tell you right now, dude.
It was a different
You're
question.
fucking around, dude.
Okay, stop. I will.
Let it go, dude.
I'm out.
Let it go. The rattle.
I'm not gonna lie. I think someone's saying here, Holes. So said it's because Holes said it's because he's Bobby gives this vulnerable vibe, so his friends got protective. He's basically a kid in some ways. I know that's the case, but I have to be honest and say, my love-hate relationship with with Bert Kreischer and Bobby Lee is mostly because of that. There's something that kind of grates me about. Maybe it's because of my own kind of non-realized potential and dreams. I don't really know, but there's something that I don't really respond well to, and it's like adults that act like children. It's always annoyed me. Like guys that kind of act like they've got no care in the world. It just kind of gets on my nerves. Like, why don't you have a care in the world? Why don't you have anywhere to be? Why are you just like frolicking around? Do you know what I mean? Like I always feel like everything needs a time and a place. There should be a time and a place where you are acting like a kid, where you're an actual kid. But then when you become a grown up, this whole like pretending to be Peter Pan thing is just a little bit annoying after a while. I know it's different because these guys are in LA, and again, LA and Hollywood is a whole different, you know, world in itself. And maybe the industry you're in maybe kind of pushes you to keep, because I think there's a part of creativity where you kind of have to be somewhat, you know, adolescent in your brain. You have to be a little bit silly goosey, right? You can't be too grown up and too proper, and you can't be too like boring and be the kind of person that doesn't find fart jokes funny. You kind of have to kind of keep that silly bit about you. But I just feel like there's sometimes there just come a time and point where you're like, okay, let's just stop the act and just grow up a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Bobby Lee's like a big man. Like, how old is Bobby Lee? He must be like in his 50s, legit in his 50s. And he legitimately has a brain of a 17-year-old. Like, I don't think that's cool. Unless he legitimately has a mental issue or something, then okay, hands up. The guy's 51 years old. Like, come on, man. 51 years old. He was born in 1971. Like, this is an old man. Like, do you know what I mean? again, maybe I'm overthinking it and I'm being a little bit too harsh on the guy, but I think you should maybe grow up a little bit. And I think that kind of infantile thing and that babying thing, and we will have to kind of partake in it and pretend we give it. It's just like, come on, like let it off. Oh yeah, big up Indian dude.
I mean, this whole ROGAN'S are adults who have emotional arrested development. A sort of perpetual infantilism.
Yeah, exactly that, Indian dude. Thank you for that super chat. Perpetual infantilism. I don't know. I just don't respond to it well. I guess maybe it's different because I'm a guy who kind of balances my creative life with my work life. Like I've always liked doing that. I've always liked to be able to work a 9 to 5 and then use the funds from my 9 to 5 to buy microphones, to buy webcams, to buy computers so I can stream and stuff, do some hobby on the side. And if it builds up something full time, fair enough. But I like that balance. And I guess because I've got that balance, I can't be silly goosey all the time because I have to wake up in the morning and go to work, right? There's always that kind of thing, that kind of grown up side in your brain. But I just feel like that kind of constant infantilism, that constant infancy, whatever it is, it's just annoying and grating. It's hard to kind of get with. And I guess Bert Crash has got it a little bit. He's like, he's perpetually living this kind of frat boy fantasy thing in his head and he's never given it up. And the same kind of goes with Bobby Lee. He's that kind of, dough face, cute face guy, fresh face from the comedy scene, eager to impress in LA and whatnot that he was when he first arrived in the scene. It's like, no, you're not. You're an old school veteran now. You've been in the game for a long time. Everything that you've achieved and you've got now, you should get because you're one of the better comics in your scene there. Everyone likes and respects you. You're going to kind of own your shit a little bit and just kind of accept it and grow up. And maybe that would kind of seep into your relationships also, because who knows, maybe someone like a Khalyla sees him as an easy mark because of the fact that he's, stuck in this constant, as as that Indian dude said, he's constantly stuck in this like emotional arrested development thing. I just don't know, man. I just don't like it personally. It's just a thing with me. I always react weird to it because it just makes me feel like, come on, man, you're a grown up. Like, act like a grown up. But anyways, go back to the video.
I'm out.
Right.
I'm out. Next question.
Hi. Adam Galavis asked if you would ever do a sketch comedy show again.
Yeah, I would. I just,
They don't do them.
Yeah, they don't do them, and it's like, it would depend. I mean, who's
nice
in it,
Soundgarden
who's
t-shirt,
doing it, and
like that. Good band.
how much money it was.
Right.
But it's not one of those. It's not a dream of mine to do it.
Next question.
Saiyan Z Rage says, ask him about Brendan Schaub and Bryan Callen threatening him.
See, there we go.
They threaten you?
I mean, it's just like you just like to stir up the fucking.
Buddy, I'm not asking these.
Yeah, your people did.
Let me ask you a question. Do I know the questions before they come in?
No, I just have them in front of me.
Okay. I didn't know. Why'd they threaten you?
Because you now you're opening up. I mean, think about the refrigerator.
Can you cover your stomach?
No.
Please.
You're being rude. You're being fucking rude right now.
I'm just saying your stomach's out. I don't want you to look at it later and go, hey, can you cut that out when my stomach was out? Because I don't like the way it looks.
All right.
I know how you LA comics get.
All right, so what you're opening up a window.
I'm kidding.
And a
That
door.
was a
no,
joke.
The Brendan Schaub thing.
Oh, this thing, yeah.
Yeah.
There you get
that,
mad.
it's a whole. It's. Oh, let me say something.
Why would they threaten you? Those are macho big guys that really could hurt somebody. Why would they threaten you?
Oh man, it's such a big thing, man.
Just tell me the little version.
There is no little version.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Bobby?
Fuck you, man.
Okay, wait a second. There's been a lot of people that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
There's been a lot. You're afraid of intimacy.
Dude, I do this.
Dude, no, that's gay. That's gay. That's gay.
All right.
That's not intimate.
All right.
This is intimate.
I do this.
No, that's gay.
Well, stop it. Stop doing this.
But
Stop doing this.
Okay.
All right.
Bobby got generally worried there, like, please don't touch my penis. I beg of you. This is actually good dig joke humor. You know how Brendan and Bryan always try and talk about dig jokes? It's always comes across cringy, try hard. This is actually genuinely funny because these are two genuinely funny guys.
All right.
Let me ask
So what you're trying to do is
I'm just asking what happened? What was your part of it?
there is no part.
You didn't. They just threaten you. Let's beat up Bobby.
Because if I were to fucking even get into it right now, it's gonna start the war again, and it's died down.
Okay, so they don't really want to hurt you.
No, I just have to say this, is that my relationship with those two guys are pretty much done.
Really?
Yes.
I thought you were friends with them.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
That stinks.
It's getting easier. You know what I mean? I think Brendan texted me the other day. I texted him back.
Oh, that's
A
good.
very abrupt text back.
What was it? Watch your back?
No, he's like, I have a job thing for you.
Oh, cool.
And I go, nah, and that was pretty much it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
He had a job for you, and you said no.
It was like an ad thing or whatever,
Oh.
an opportunity for me, but I was just like, nah, I'm not interested.
Was it good money?
It's okay.
Was it for a product you didn't like?
No, it's fine.
Oh,
Yeah, right now I'm not ready to do business with them.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually happy to hear that, because for whatever reason, I had a feeling that some way, in some weird parallel universe or some weird reality, Bobby Lee would be put in a position where he'd have to apologize to Brendan and Bryan, even though he did nothing wrong. Like, he'd have to go and apologize to them and grovel to them and kind of, get at their feet and be like, I'm sorry, and get back in their good graces. They'd have a podcast together where they try to pretend they were all friends and everything was kind of, they bury the hatchet and move on and try and use it as a bit to kind of, make new content and make more money and make merch and all this sort of stupid stuff. And you can understand why he would do that, if he did do that. I'm glad he didn't, but you can understand why. Because of the association of Bryan and Brendan with Joe Rogan, and how obviously now we've known how, Bobby Lee basically revealed that Bryan Callen was screaming at him on the phone during that whole Khalyla drama and basically attacking him and kind of threatening him with Joe Rogan and stuff and weird shit. It kind of revealed a little thing that we now know, that those guys basically lauded the fact that they were Joe Rogan's friends on their colleagues who weren't Joe Rogan's friends or who weren't maybe as close to Joe Rogan as they were. They basically knew that association basically gave them the license to act like absolute pricks and absolute cunts to people and basically act like they're better than people, intimidate them and act like it's a boys club. And I knew that's the case because I remember when I used to listen to Tiger Belly, there used to be a time where a certain comedian will get onto the show, and remember there was a time when everybody was repeating this flipping mantra, this line, the comedy store's never been better, the scene is so good, blah blah blah. Remember, I think Joe Rogan started it, but it was a constant flipping saying they all had, the comedy store's never been better, there's so many murderers, everyone's swearing, Bobby Lee's podcast was the only time I heard people kind of throwing some, water on that, and he would say something along the lines of, oh, it's good, but not as, but it's a bit hard to kind of navigate because it's a bit of a boys club. And he basically make it sound like he felt uncomfortable, like as if like he couldn't really hang with the guys because they were really different as people. Maybe they intimidated him, but he'd always say everyone was nice, but he kind of, he let it known that there was kind of like an in crowd and an out crowd. So it's clear from that phone call and from what we know that Bobby said about it and how Bryan Callen basically admitted to doing it, that clearly those guys used the fact that they were associated with and friends with Rogan for such a long time and part of his inner circle, they basically used that as kind of a thing to flex on people. So in any other situation, I'd understand if Bobby decided, hey, for the betterment of my career and to make sure that I'm not feeling uncomfortable in these clubs and these green rooms and to just give me the possibility to go on Rogan again, I'm just going to get on my knees and say sorry to two guys who I shouldn't say sorry to. I'd be understanding if he did do it, but I'm happy he didn't. I'm so glad he didn't do it and he stuck to his gun because he genuinely didn't do anything wrong. He got accused of being the mastermind behind the Firing the Kids subreddit, which is absolutely ridiculous. If you listen to the guy at any level of time, you can tell he's not pretending to be an infant. He clearly is someone that is an adult, an infant in an adult's body, clearly, and he doesn't really have any understanding about working those kind of things and be able to mastermind such a big effort. It's just ridiculous to even imagine it in your head in the slightest. And what was his crime? For being in a relationship with an attractive woman. That was basically his crime. His crime was being somebody, which I think was what happened also. I think his crime was being somebody that a lot of guys in the comedy scene never rated. They look at him like a cuck. They look at him like a weasel. They think he's ugly. He's small, he's short, he's Asian, whatever. All those things, I think, made them think, how the fuck did he end up with Khalyla? And that little seed of how the fuck kind of, it grew into a plant that turned into the flipping Khalyla and thingy drama. I think so. That's my, again, far-fetched theory. I have no knowledge in anything. I'm just a random dude in London talking out my ass. But that's where I kind of stand at it. Like that kind of like bitter jealousy of like, oh, how did he end up with a hot girl? And they kind of, and then it kind of permeated into them kind of flexing on him and then blaming him for all that sort of stuff and the 300 pages of flipping, source code and HTML code that they used to have the evidence on him. Absolutely stupid. So he did nothing wrong, but I'm glad to hear that he's not speaking to them. But it's also interesting to know that Brendan's doing that thing that he always does, that love bombing thing, where he basically will go out of his way to be super nice to you so that he can kind of inoculate and protect himself from any accusation of being a piece of shit. And I always had the inkling that it was definitely a thing that he did, calculated thing, because if you remember before, when the hate maybe wasn't as bad as it is now, there would always be prominent people that first kind of came across to firing a kid early, like maybe Tim Dillon or something, or Mark Normand, who would say stuff like, I don't understand why people don't like Brendan, he's really nice. The reason why they would say that was because behind the scenes, Brendan would go out of his way to be really nice to those kind of guys. I don't know, maybe he would recommend them something, maybe he would send them an ad read, maybe he'd introduce them to somebody at some ad read place, which is putting money in their pocket. Maybe he'd say a good word about them to a particular club booker. But all of these people he was kind of doing these kind of selfless acts for were guys who were basically better than him and on the trajectory to become bigger. So it kind of made him look good that he was helping these kind of big guys, but it was also an interesting and cool way, it's an interesting, clever way, manipulative way to sort of inoculate himself from hate, so that those big guys be like, no, Brendan's all right, man. He's a good guy. He kind of did this, he did this for me. It's like, yeah, because you're bigger than him. If you're lower than him, he's not going to do that for you at all in the slightest. And I think once those guys realize who Brendan actually was, now you don't hear Brendan, now you don't hear people like Mark Normand or Tim Dillon running defense for Brendan anymore. You don't hear them basically saying, this guy's fine, you guys are overreacting, he's a cool dude, he does all this, does all that. They're kind of a bit mute on it, or like Tim Dillon, they'll sometimes throw some heat out there. So I find it funny that he's doing that now after all the damage he's caused to Bobby Lee and Khalyla and their relationship and just their reputation, everything he did. He still had the guts and the gumption to kind of text him and try to act like everything was okay. Like, who do you think you are, man? Like, these guys are awful humans.
So serious.
Very serious.
Wow.
And very ugly. And it it had to do with my breakup with Khalyla.
Oh shit.
They did it.
They broke you up.
Mm-hmm. They were a big part of it.
Wow.
And
so it was much like the Ari, you broke Ari up with the girl. Was it like that?
That's funny. If you know your podcast law, you know.
It's New York shit.
No.
Yeah,
it's not New York.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a question.
That's a Fonzie shit.
Bobby?
Yeah.
Bobby?
Yeah.
It's not
Don't
a question.
do this, man. Don't do this, man. You know what you did, dude.
All right, let's go to the next question.
Next question.
So interesting, isn't it, right? Now, some people are saying this is... I'm going to say my unpopular opinion is that I feel like he's joking about Bryan Callen and Brendan Schaub leading to the breakup of him and Khalyla. I feel like the breakup was already on the cards anyway, especially if you're having, I think if you're in a relationship, again, take away what you think about Khalyla. Let's just imagine the part of the problem was that Bobby Lee wasn't being as intimate with her sexually as she wanted. Or they didn't have that kind of relationship because Bobby Lee was going through what he was going through, maybe sobriety issues, maybe self-confidence, whatever the issues were, but they weren't, she wasn't fulfilling her needs in that department. I feel like if that's the case and you have such a contrast in terms of expectation levels, it's always going to end one way or the other. Do you know what I mean? It's the same way how, I don't know. It's just one of those things I don't feel like you can kind of reconcile. It's going to have to be a split. If anything, the Brendan and Bryan thing maybe sped up the breakup, but I don't think it was a sole reason for it, in my opinion. It may be, and again, I think sometimes in life, things can happen that are shitty, that are for the good. So it's a shitty thing that happened, but it obviously led to the good thing because now they're both kind of living their kind of, the life that they want to live. Khalyla can go to Hawaii as much as she wants and slam as many surfers as she wants, and Bobby Lee is free to kind of diddle loads of flipping, cutesy looking white girls, right? Because he seems to have a thing for like white women. So clearly they've all kind of, they both ended up in a place where they kind of want to be in a weird way. But it is good still that Bobby Lee is saying this though with his chest. Like, no, they caused it. I like that he's doing that. Like, he's not forgiving them. He's not trying to be like, everything's okay. Nah, I don't talk to them anymore. They're not my friends. They caused this issue. They led to the breakup of me and my relationship, and it's never going to be the same again. I love that he's saying that. That is great to hear. So big up Bobby Lee. Big up Bob Lee or Robert Lee for the podcast overall. I think that's great, and I do appreciate them all in all. So what people saying here in the chat? What are you guys saying? Sorry, I haven't checked in here. I've been flipping ranting for an hour and 25 minutes without even looking at the chat once. This is what happens when you watch BGL. See, I've been contaminated with BGL. Whatever BGL was on when he was on those podcasts, I think I've absorbed it and I've now become a chatty patty. I'm just sitting here chatting away, not looking at the chat in the slightest. What are people saying here? Robert Kelly. Why isn't the chat not loading? Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate when it does this. Hopefully it loads. But they were saying here... what people saying here in the chat. AZ, I love your outlook on social media. These guys shouldn't do this job if you can't handle criticism and use social media to gauge your audience or lean into the hate. Exactly, Mads. And honestly, for real, like this whole hate thing as well, I think is so overblown. in my opinion, it really is overblown. Even Brendan Schaub and Bryan Callen's a good example. Fair enough, there's 100 homeless cats on the subreddit. It doesn't mean there's 100 haters. If anything, there's probably people on there that had dormant accounts from when they first subscribed to the Fighting the Kids subreddit back in the day when it was popular and stuff. It's not a true reflection of the amount of haters they have. And in all actuality, in my opinion, they still have more fans than they have haters. Like way more. That's why they're able to have a career. If you have more haters than fans, you're not going to be able to tour. You're not going to be able to pay your mortgage and pay for your flipping car note and your, you know, and your kids' tuition if you have more haters than flipping actual fans. It doesn't happen that way. But, you know, in life, we like to focus on the negative instead of the positive. So I guess it is what it is. What can you do? What's people saying here in the chat? Let me quickly scroll by here. What else I miss here? Miss anything? I can't see it. I can't see anything else. Oh, yeah. Oh, big up Almeida.
Brendan hitting on Bobby's GF, which is a huge disrespect of friendship, or how Brendan is going around saying Bobby is his brother being ignored.
Yo, thank you, D. Almeida, for the $5 super chat. I do appreciate you. That's the one thing that I genuinely didn't understand when it happened. But I think when I rested on it and I thought with my boy brain, like my male brain, my toxic male brain, my brain where I've done things before that aren't probably the most noble or the most principle based things, I understood why. So at the time I was thinking to myself, why aren't people making more of a deal of the fact that, because at the time, imagine, at the time there was people on the Tiger Belly subreddit basically asking the question, when will Bobby Lee and Khalyla get married? That was an actual thing around that Tiger Belly community. They were so good together at the time, or maybe on camera, maybe behind the scenes, or had issues, but from what we saw of them, they looked so good together. People were wondering when they're going to get married, or they're going to start a family. So they were actually really together. It wasn't like some loose hanging out sometimes when I'm drunk, we touch each other. No, they were actually boyfriend and girlfriend, going soon to be, you know, maybe be engaged and maybe be married. So I never understood why at the time, why more of a deal wasn't made out of the fact that Brendan Schaub tried to slide in the DMs of one of somebody of his fellow peer comedy colleagues, you know, girlfriends flipping DMs. It didn't make any sense. Like, how? Why is no one making more of a stink about this? This is insane. If this happened in a friendship group and you try to fuck one of your friends' girlfriends, you might get beaten up. Do you know what I mean? Like, someone might legitimately come to your house with a baseball bat or something. Like, it's quite serious. But then I realized, oh, I know why this is not a big deal. Number one, obviously the Rogan thing kind of inoculated him from the hate. Maybe the UFC thing, people scared that he might fuck you up, cool. But also the fact that a lot of those comedians have done the same, if not worse. That's my theory. A lot of them have their own skeletons in their closet. So no one wanted to come up and say, oh, that's fucked up. That's really disrespectful. How you do that to somebody if you call a friend, blah, blah, blah. The things that you say in normal life, they couldn't say it because they also have done fuck shit. So I was thinking of my own point of view, when you're sitting with somebody and you maybe sitting with your girlfriends or something, you know, your friends that you know that happen to be girls, and they're talking about, you know, moaning about their partners, or, you know, asking you for advice about boy things, and you can't really be honest because you know you've done some fuck shit. That's what I kind of felt like it was at the time. People kind of, you know, held their tongue because they know maybe some of them have slid into Khalyla's DMs, maybe some of them have hooked up with her behind the scenes, who knows? But I feel like that's what happened. That's why people kind of left it alone, didn't want to speak about it, which was kind of weird in itself. But yeah, and you know, whatever. And he did he even say sorry publicly about that? I don't think he did he? Did he say sorry about that? I don't think he did. It's just a weird thing anyway. But what can you do? Yeah, exactly. Somebody said, Jared Mellerek said, too close to home. Exactly. It was too close to home. They couldn't comment on, which is quite, I feel like somewhat honorable that they did that, to be honest. They kind of, you know, kept their opinions to themselves and didn't try to, like, you know, get involved because they knew they had their own skeletons that they kind of had to deal with. So fair enough in that regard. I'm not going to lie. Fair enough in that regard. And again, sorry about hitting the mic. I do that often on here. I'm really sorry about that, but let's move on from that and let's talk about the main thing we're going to talk about, which is the show. Yeah, hour and 30 minutes in. God almighty, I can talk in it. Jesus Christ. For all the criticism I have about BGL talking, I can absolutely run my mouth off, can't I? Okay, let's actually go to BGL. Let's actually go to this one. So, this is a clip taken from Too Lazy to Try, featuring BGL, where he basically says that he thinks Joe Rogan won't ever have Annie Lederman back on the show again because of what she said about Brendan basically offering her a drug war, which I think is really ludicrous. Really, really bizarre personally, but this is what BJ was saying. He's on the inside. He knows more than we know because he's actually been there. So there may be some truth to this. So this is a clip taken from Two Ladies to Try's channel. I guess taken from another interview that he did. Let's play it. He has to say.
Time Khalyla and Annie Lederman were like dogpiling on him, and I just thought that was gross as fuck in general. Of like, you're trying to like Me Too this guy essentially. And guess what? Joe Rogan agrees. I can't say that I know how I know this, but it's like, yeah. Do you think you'll see Annie Lederman on Joe Rogan anytime soon?
Probably not.
I know for a fact.
Yeah, so if that's true, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, so these hosts look bad, in it. But yeah, I don't know. Like, what reason, honestly, could Joe Rogan have to be upset at Annie Lederman? Unless it's actually not true and she made it up. Which I don't think is true, because I remember in that specifically in that podcast, if I remember correctly, because I remember listening to the whole thing, they were talking about men in general. It's like a topic that came up about frustrations in dating and whatnot. And that's when she decided to say what she said about the unnamed comedian. And then Khalyla says, yeah, I know that guy. Oh my God, he was we know his girl, or whatever. That's when she got involved. But it wasn't like they went to expose him. It was just like them talking in general, being young women and how they find it hard to date and stuff. Just saying, general complaints that girls have on podcasts. I don't know, girls always talk about that sort of shit, relationships and whatnot. So it didn't actually seem like a calculated lie. It seemed like something, oh yeah, and this one guy, that kind of thing you remember, like, fuck that dude. So I don't see why that would ever be a lie if it came across that way. So I'm in my head, it's kind of baffling to figure out what Joe Rogan would have an issue with if that did actually happen. Maybe he has issue with her saying it in public. I don't really too sure, but he more than anyone should know how difficult it is for women to navigate in that comedy scene, right? With it being, because I think it's the same thing at DJ culture or DJ industry or nightlife and dance music. I think it must be doubly hard if you're female, especially if you're an attractive female, just because it's nightlife and you just encounter way more creeps and way more awful people, like way, way, way more. So you just have to kind of just be on your P's and Q's and just keep your head on a swivel. So I'd imagine Joe Rogan, with him being quite friendly and familiar with a lot of these kind of prominent females and women in the industry, that he would maybe be a little bit more sensitive to it. Obviously, with him having daughters also, he'd maybe be a bit more aware of how difficult it is to kind of navigate that kind of thing and be able to sympathize with it. But maybe not. Maybe his loyalties lie with Brendan and that's his actual friend. I'm not too sure. But if this is the reason why we haven't seen Annie Lederman, on the Joe Rogan Experience, that's pretty fucked up, to be fair. If anything, that will probably make other women who go through stuff or maybe feel uncomfortable or maybe have sketchy encounters with people, male comics for the most part, it'd make them very hesitant to say anything, because now they know it could severely hamper your career prospects, because let's not sugarcoat it, being Joe Rogan's friend is beneficial to your career. It's definitely going to help you. So the fact that these guys now being told in a weird way that, hey, make sure if you're saying what you're saying, even if it happened, keep it to yourself, is a little bit sketchy. Little bit sketchy. So I don't know, man. I can't imagine that being the truth. I can't imagine that being true at all. That Joe Rogan wouldn't have her on just because of what she said about Brendan, because that story did sound legit. Again, maybe she did make it up, who knows, but considering the context of the conversation and what they were talking about and how they basically stuck to their guns and she doubled down after the fact, and the way Brendan reacted to the questioning when he got grilled about it on Schultz's show, it just seemed like it happened to me, in my opinion. And I think because it was such a gray area, imagine if you are cheating on somebody or you're trying to hook up with somebody, but then they expose you. Proposition somebody to walk you to your car is quite a generic, vague thing to say. If you want to spin it in like you didn't do what she said you did, right? That's what I'm talking about. So if you kind of want to, tell your missus back home, hey, I didn't do that, she's lying or she misrepresented me, you can, because walk me to my truck is quite vague. It's not the most direct thing. It's not like, can you come over? All this sort of stuff. It's a little bit. So maybe that's the reason why he was able to get away there. I'm not too sure. But regardless, yeah, thoughts and feelings go out to Annie Lederman. If that's the case. You kind of, you had some big cojones, and you basically, if anything, Annie Lederman was the one that's important because she's the one that kind of spearheaded and pushed this whole prominent movement with some comedians to come out and actually say how they feel about Brendan and Bryan or Khalyla and stuff, because those girls in general, Khalyla, Annie Lederman, Esther, them being brave enough to say what's going on behind the scenes on their very public platform gave people the license to maybe be a little bit more confident and speak out. Because before that, everyone was a bit more shy, a bit more afraid, and maybe Joe Rogan moving to Texas helped, but they definitely were the reason people kind of were able to speak out and say things. So they really had bigger balls than most of the guys in that scene, which kind of says a lot about the guys in that scene, really. But if she kind of had to kind of sacrifice her career for it, that's a shame. But maybe it's for the best because it makes sure, it avoids other people getting into trouble. But it would be disappointing if that's true. If Joe Rogan generally not having a run because of that, that'd be really, 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 really bad. But, you never know with these guys, man. They're full of surprises. But I hope that's not the case. Moving on from that, we want to talk about this quickly. Where is it? What do we have here? We spoke about that. We spoke about this. Where is it? You have to wear this one. Let's talk about this. No, let's quick go over this one, and then we'll review the interview they did. So, let's go to this one. So, somebody on the Fire and the Kid subreddit decided to put together a really extensive and pretty serious review together of Brendan Schaub's most recent show. I think he did in Naples, because I think he was promoting it quite hard on the Fire and the Kid, pushing the ticket sales and whatnot, and asking people to come, bloody blah blah blah. Now, me personally, I'm not really the biggest fan about laughing at people that aren't able to sell out shows, because at my real low level at DJing, I know how hard and difficult it is to get people to come out and see me play at venues where it's free entry, let alone having to pay an entry fee and a cover. Flipping American clubs for some reason have this weird thing where you pay for a ticket to go to a comedy club and you have to buy like free 2 drinks. I remember it happened to me when I went to Laugh Factory in LA. You have to buy like a 2-drink cover thing or whatever. It's weird. So you end up paying more anyway. It's never just a ticket price. You have to pay for drinks and food and whatnot. So it's a big deal when you do go to a comedy club. So I don't like to laugh at these guys that don't sell out, because I know how difficult it is for me to get people to come out to my DJ events when I'm free entry. So I can't imagine how difficult it is for these guys to get people to come out when they're doing comedy flings at flipping events somewhere, so at venues where you have to pay for entry. But regardless, I thought this account was really, really hilarious, and we're going to read it now. So they took a couple of pictures. Again, this is from the Fire and the Kid subreddit. So they took a few pictures that I've got up here uploaded of the venue itself, and yeah, let's just say it's super depressing. Super depressing. Like, I think some of my hell gigs before as a DJ was one time I played in a hostel that was also connected to a university, and it was also a bar. I'm sure you guys have them where you're at. So it was a hostel, so it's like a cheap place where you can rent, beds in rooms with hundreds and thousands of beds. And it was also a student accommodation, and it was also a bar. I DJed there one time, and it was maybe my most lucrative gig. It was the most I've ever been paid to DJ. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I got somewhere between like 400 and 600 pounds. I can't remember exactly the price, but somewhere between 400 and 600 pounds. I got paid to DJ at this place. I had to bring my own equipment, of course, but they told me to come and play there because I said I'm a house DJ. They said, yeah, we like house. Come and play house. So I rocked up there with my house, right? Mr. Fingers, Kerry Chandler, Marshall Jefferson, like house music, Chicago house music, stuff that I play or stuff that I listen to when I go out and dancing and shit. But what they meant is house music, like what's that guy? Like Swedish House Mafia's type of shit. They meant like EDM basically. So I pulled up there with a whole crate of actual house music when they wanted to hear EDM, and I died the slowest death ever. Like I don't think I can think of a more excruciating death that I've ever had. And I think it was like a 4 or 5 hour set, and I was bleeding because everyone kept coming up to me every other one track. Can you play this? Can you play that? This because I guess at the time the Umbrella song was doing bits, so there was like an Umbrella flipping EDM remix. Have you got this? Have you got that? Have you got this Katy Perry edit? This, that. I was sweating, and I hate DJ requests anyway. But sometimes, you know, if you're playing in a new space, you kind of need to acquiesce. And legitimately, I had nothing in my crate, nothing that could appease them. Zero. I might as well went in there and started playing gospel music. And it was one of the worst gigs I've ever had. But ironically enough, it was the most lucrative. Legit. I've never ever been paid more than that to ever DJ ever in my entire life. And on paper, it was a fun venue because, like I said, it was in a hostel. That was also a student accommodation. That was also a bar. So you had plenty of young girls and young guys, and just, you know, it was a good vibe. It was a place where if I did have a proper crate, it would have went off. It would have been a flipping sick event, like legit. But it turned into a hell gig, legit hell gig. And they had like a fucking, they had like a pool table at the end, air hockey, people just not paying attention, not dancing in the slightest, playing arcade games, drinking themselves silly at the bar because the bar had good drink deals. So I can't laugh at this because I know the pain of doing this, but can you imagine the pain of being a legit stand-up comedian and having to perform at a restaurant? Like a restaurant, like in between your act, waiters are walking between tables, taking, you know, orders, you know, balancing drinks in their hands on trays, you know, taking food back into the kitchen, flirting with some customers, having full conversations with customers about something, and you're there performing, giving your all on stage. That would hurt my feelings. Honestly, being a stand-up comedian is not as fun as they make. Like they make it sound way more fun on podcasts, but the actual reality of being a working comic is brutal, especially if you're not like a really well-known one, because you'd imagine you'll be playing in, you know, breweries, restaurants, hotels, casinos, everywhere where people aren't paying attention to what you're doing. Like, that's hell for me personally. Look at all these tables here. Where's the stage? I think the stage is here, right? Look at these tables here. These tables right there. Like, that person sitting right here on this chair. Are they going to turn around every time they're digging into their lasagna or their chicken fingers or their chicken Kiev or whatever else, right? Or their BLT, right? Are they going to turn around and keep checking over the flipping jokes? Or are they kind of putting their fingers in their ears as they're eating? Because that's happened to me sometimes. I played in places before, like a bar or a pub, where it's like a gastro pub where they sell beers and burgers, and people have their fingers in their ears as I'm DJing. They're like, we don't want this. I don't want that. As Theo Ball would say, I don't want that. But anyway, this guy took pictures of the event where he was at. Absolutely crazy lady who cut me in the line. And look, it's a legit restaurant. They're performing. So I want to read the account and see what it sounds like. And of course, there's the big man on the stage doing his thing. Off the hook comedy. And it's in a legit restaurant. Absolutely brutal, right? Absolutely brutal. So anyway, let's get this thing up on now. Oh, it's the same picture. Look what they do. So I guess they got like a fake wall they pull down, I'm assuming, right? They've got a fake probably a little slide thing they pull down that instantly turns into a comedy club, because all comedy clubs have this freaking brick background. They love bricks, which is odd because when's the last time you've seen a comedian perform outside of a bricked home? It's a strange thing to do, isn't it? But I guess it gives you that kind of a street, rustic kind of vibe. Anyway, let's continue. Let's actually read the person's report. So, get ready for a fucking novel, B. Pulled into the parking lot at 6:41 and was taken back by how full the parking lot was. But then I walked into at 6:33 p.m. and wasn't surprised anymore when I walked in the door. Average age of this town is 78 and the average age of the audience is 63. I right now probably like 50 people here. I wait nervously to give the host my ticket behind the proper couple in their 60s. Hey, big up galore for subscribing. I appreciate you. Then I cut in line by some wannabe cougar and not the Florida cat sees I got 10. She asks how many, and I like I fucking redact. I have to say 2 because no one, and I mean no one, was that? And I mean, no one will take my free tickets. But anyways, I get seated in the back corner of the marquee sign as not to disturb of the show when my wife shows up late from work. A waitress with the black curly hair walks up to me and takes my order. She's clearly been a PF Chang server for a while. She knows her shit. Order 2 Stellas and I wait, typing this at 6:41 p.m, laughing to myself at how dumb this really is. I look down at my phone, I'm alone. It's only 6:42 and did this room just get 20 degrees warmer? Is this what regret feels like? Is it? Well, continue to live live review on the phone notes once someone comes on stage. I walk out due to unnerving regret. It's 6:44 p.m. I just spent a minute and a half editing some bullshit I'm only going to do for Reddit. And I'm a Redditor now. Fuck. I finished my beer at 6:46 and I realized I might be 12 in before he comes on stage. 6:40 p.m. He's blasted. 6:47. My buddy who bought the tickets walks up and we dab up. I show him my creation to let him know I meant business. We make a small talk. He goes into the bathroom. Been over 4 minutes. He's either shitting or didn't want to talk to me again. Never met him. I text my wife at 6:53 a.m. Big up Rigo subscribing also. Big up you with the introduction on how to find me. Hoping she leaves work at 7. Oh, big up 7. Oh, too many subscribers coming through. Big up all the subscribers. Big up, big up. Big up 7. What's that? 76GU 76Gov for the subscription. I appreciate you. Will not edit in time, but then mention at the time when she gets here, she sees I'm a genius and still redacted since I'm here. I'm alone right now. I feel like a hell, and the room is for sure getting warmer. 7:03, summer breeze. The sun cuts out and the back projector turns off. Looks like someone may be coming on. I still tell you who it is. My goddamn wife I was cut off the time. What if she talked to Brendan on his truck? Yes, my wife shows up at 7-Eleven, makes a wish for a slurries, and now she has to subject herself to this. Dicey for the marriage bee. 7:17, lights dim. It's the redaction about to start. Also, this is already too long. I'm not going to review this opener. Who I'm going to call it now is funnier than him. Opener comes in at 7:20. Some tall skinny guy with a beard asking people to clap. It's very quiet clap. Then he asks for another and it's louder. My wife claps. Divorce. He says something about Brendan autograph and 70 people who actually bought tickets gave a half-ass yeah. He's a weird little host explaining how comedy crowds are supposed to act. Now the opener comes out and he says he's just the rules guy. Opener comes in at 7:23 after a big up Mr. West for subscribing also. After a self-written description, it's very corny shit. Like he's very funny, he's very conceited and maybe addicted to marijuana. Very cringe, but the nachos arrived as Brendan Waterson comes to the stage. Fucking hell, man. Comedy shows with flipping with nachos. No thank you. Oh, he got us. It's him. I hate him and my wife is clapping at him being engaged. Divorce for real. I can't hold my fingers. This dude sucks. Very cringe. Says his wife's blood type is B negative. The crowd is very quiet. I'm doing this to pretend I can't hear him. He says his dad used to tell him things, then says he didn't mean it, like he loves him. It will grow. Big up, what's that? Big up Vidman Nut for the subscription also. Big up you, appreciate you always. It continues. Says his dad used to tell him things that didn't mean it, said he loves him, it will grow. Then he uses a common meme quote that he wants to die before his dad so he can let him down one more time. Brutal. This old crowd has never been on Twitter and had a decent reaction, which annoyed me for some reason. Looks like there will be more openers. I'm not going to do this for the rest of them, but I rank them. First guy gets a 3 orange chickens out of 10. These guys on Reddit are the best. Next guy is Nathan Wallace, a big old boy who happens to be fat, flamboyant guy. Gets 5 orange chickens out of 10. He's not big up again, Megan Lindsay for the subscription. He's not finished, but he's just trying to do a yeehaw Gabriel Iglesias, and he's had a couple of halfway witty jokes, but the punchlines weren't very telegraphed. But he did good enough to get these blue hairs into me. The more he goes, the more I see he's got a bit more in him. Also Stellas. Nathan, you got 6 orange chickens out of 10. I don't know this scoring system works, but I'm running with it. You see, the main thing about comedy clubs I'm realizing also about this, right, which is interesting. The drinks really do affect how you experience things, especially if it's in a bar or in a place where they can sell alcohol. Really does. So I'm curious as to, if you're a comedian, if it's quite difficult to be able to record a podcast, to be able to make a special that's actually funny to people at home. Maybe the actual medium of specials, people sitting at home and watching a comedy special, isn't really the right way to do it. You should be, maybe it's a weird to say, maybe there should be an avenue for specials to come on. Because I'm not really too plugged in. But was there ever a time where comedy specials were premiered in cinemas, like for the the first few times? So maybe you premiere in a cinema for a bit, and obviously most cinemas you can order alcohol and whatnot, so people can maybe experience a live show in some kind of somewhat live setting. Because I feel like sitting down and watching a special on your laptop while you're while you're under your duvet probably doesn't hit the same, because you're not drunk, you're not in a boozy environment, you're not fill up with nachos, and maybe you got a couple of drugs up your nose and whatnot. That's not really happening when you're at home. So maybe part of the issue is the medium and where you kind of put it on. So part of the issue is the kind of the actual artistic expression itself and where you kind of place it. It can kind of maybe negatively affect how it's kind of consumed by people. Maybe that's the case. I'm not really too sure, to be honest. But anyway, we continue. My buddy just came by at 7:44. The one who bought me tickets, he forgot and said that this guy from Fort Myers. I said, yeah. Then he walked away. So fucking random. Next guy is Brendan. So Brendan comes in at 7:40 to 4. That's pretty decent, isn't it? Opening show. Okay, cool. Brendan came in at 7:47 p.m. I'm tipsy and now hype. Oh, wow. He got a decent little pop. He's got a glass of whiskey with him and just yelled, "What's up, Naples?" and blew my eardrums out. He said Naples 6 times in 14 seconds. I love Naples. You guys are serious. You know that kind of shit. You know what he does. 6 times in 14 seconds. Dicey starting with the Trump and insurrection jokes. God almighty. You can always trust Brendan to be right on trend, innit? Fucking hell. January 6 jokes and Trump's jokes in 2023 is wild. I chuckled at the "gotta hurry up, you guys are gonna die soon," because this town is old as fuck. He brought up someone running his socials and I wanted to yell "free BGL" so bad, but I'm a bitch. That would have been amazing. Denver doesn't consider a date at Red Lobster a date. He must fucking hate PF Chang's. Claims he doesn't know his new social media guy, that he's on Grindr but dating a woman, which is what brought up the Red Lobster date. He just said dick 14 times. Brendan's infatuation with gay jokes. Like, what do you guys think that's about? Again, I think I asked that before. Again, for you guys who are way more red-blooded males than I am, I feel like I'm a red-blooded male, but maybe other guys might look at me and think I'm a little bit sassy. But if you do think I'm a bit sus and you're more red-blooded than I am, do you honestly talk about dicks as much as Brendan talks about dicks? Legit. I'm really curious. Like, what's that about? Is that just a personality tip guys have? Maybe there's guys out there in their 30s and 40s who are still doing fart jokes. Is that a thing that happens? Because I'm thinking of some of my friends I grew up with who I'll describe as red-blooded males, and they don't talk about dicks as much as Brendan does. He always talks about dicks. It's like a constant thing. Dicks. People are saying in the chat, Mr. West, not even when I was 12. I left that in high school, says Yoshi. I'll do the fifth case says the sense of humor stuck in high school. Yeah, I knew it. I knew I wasn't the only one thinking that. Like, it's really strange that he has this humor of like dick joke. It's like a constant thing. And I know some people, BGL has said it on a few of his interviews, that he thinks, or maybe I think he said it on Reddit, maybe. He said it in an interview actually. I think he said it with 10 Minutes of Schaub, where he thinks somehow that Brendan might be secretly gay. I don't think that's true. I don't think he has the balls to be gay in any way, shape, or form. He just likes to kind of flirt with it because it's a kind of easy laugh to have, right? To kind of talk about gay and, messing with guys and stuff when you're not gay. It's kind of an easy thing to do. So I think he does that in that regard. I don't necessarily think he's a closeted homosexual in the slightest. No way, shape, or form. But it's just a humor he thinks is cool and funny, which I don't find funny in the slightest. I don't really get why that's funny. But hey, or maybe it's things that should be funny when you're a particular age. But anyway, continue. Claims he just said dick 14 times regarding this guy showing him the dick pic he wants to send. Apparently it's a terrible dick pic, and he said dick too much. It's my last name. Isn't that the same thing that BJ was complaining about? This whole like someone sending him a dick pic thing. So he's still using that material. Bloody hell. My last name is Dixon, and I haven't heard dick so much in my life. He's married and talking about all dick pics he takes and how good he is at them. Exactly. Very bizarre. He's either lying or just a scumbag, and his wife is a smoke show, if you ask me. Crazy world. That's a thing that I also don't understand. There are comedians out there, because I'm the same way. I think the comedians who go out of their way to portray their wives to be super dumb and to be real battle axes, I think are really, you know, it's kind of mean to do that, especially if your wife isn't like that. You kind of talk disparaging about your wife and your children is weird, but I know some comedians like to do that kind of thing. And also think it's weird when a comedian who's clearly married tries to act like they're the bachelor on stage and they're the single guy out there slanging dick, as Brendan likes to say. Like, what is that all about? Just like be your congruent self. Like, if anything, that's why I love probably Sebastian Maniscalco so much, because he just is who he is on stage. Like, you know, this kind of grumpy, older Italian guy who's raised a certain way, trying to navigate, you know, his way around this kind of modern world type of thing. I kind of like that approach. Same reason why I like Bill Burr. Bill Burr might be, that's probably why he's a credit to Bill Burr. Bill Burr might be the only comedian outside Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan doesn't talk about his family at all. But Bill Burr might be the only comedian in that Jerry Extended Universe in LA who talks glowingly about his wife. He talks about her like he actually loves her. Like, legit, it's glowing. Like, it's absolutely glowing. Bert Kreischer, who I'm a big fan of, he kind of, you know, you kind of get the feeling like he's, you know, Leanne is basically kind of like his mum. Tom Segura and Christina P at the moment, with Tom losing all that weight, you know, it's looking a bit dicey. But Bill Burr's the only guy who genuinely talks about his wife with love and affection. Like, he legitimately loves her, like, and as a human being. And even when he's taking the piss out of her, it feels like it's taking the piss out with love. And then when you hear her on the podcast, Bill Burr's wife is even more brutal than Bill Burr. She's super funny. Like, she really gets at him. Like, you can tell she doesn't press his buttons. And they have a real, like, you know, it feels like two couples flirting on the podcast, basically, which is interesting. But with this guy, he talks about his mother-in-law like she's some abuela just crossed the flipping border the other day. He talks about his wife like she's some, you know, sex mex flipping actor. And if you know, you know, right? He talks about his kids like they just come over from Mexico the other day also. Like, he hates everything about Mexican culture, even though he wants to flip him, you know, the women there and the voluptuousness of them. It's really, really bizarre personally for me. I don't understand all of it. But let's go back to the flipping the thing. Crazy world. Yeah, his wife's a smoke show. Crazy world. Bros and girls, we got a dick pic reference of him doing dick pics to the Minions and the new Jaws Jurassic Park, and a random ghost one saying boo. He said dick a lot, and I have no issues with cussing or anything, but fuck, man, let off the dick. You see, that's when you know your comedy's bad. When a regular person starts to feel like you're overly relying on cuss words and being like filthy for the sake of getting a cheap laugh, that's when you know you're not funny. Like, regular people being like, you know what, I'm not even a prude like that, or whatever it may be, but you're being a little bit too, you know, loose with the dick talk. It continues. He's been touring so much, he says, it's 7:53 p.m. I look at my wife and she's playing Sudoku on her phone. He's playing Sudoku on her phone. That's amazing. Imagine. Honestly, being a comedian is so difficult, man. That's why I'm happy being a regular civilian. I'm happy being a regular, law-abiding, tax-paying civilian working a regular job who just does this stuff for fun and shits and giggles, who's not trying to be a murderer and a beast or whatever in any kind of way, shape, or form. Your wife is there, and bless the wife. That's the thing. Bless the partners of these flipping comedians. Bless the partners of comedians who have to sit at home and look after the children and hold the house down. And also bless the partners of comedy podcast fans who give no craps about the podcast. The women who have to sit in a car and hear their husbands or boyfriends playing some podcast they'd give no fucks about and they think the hosts are annoying. The guys who drag their wives and girlfriends kicking and screaming to clubs to hear somebody talking about, you know, the Jews or something on stage and they have no interest in it. It must be brutal to be the partner of somebody that's into podcasts and comedians. It must be absolutely brutal when they drag you to these shows. You're like, I don't want to be here. And then you got this big oaf on stage talking about dick jokes and grinder and stuff. You're like, oh, God almighty. Anyway, divorce off. Love this bitch. Gonna send her a minion dick pic now. He confuses a hot Miami dude's ass with a hot Miami woman's ass. Hilarious. Oh my god, so funny. Gay, so gay. His words say business cards are 1994. He's in an affluent place where almost everyone has a business card, and it bombed. Would have anywhere. I think he's talking about a horse farm. And I'm just thinking about my next Stella. he emulates drinking whiskey like he's stroking a dick and licking it. He calls the dude touring with him his horse farm a white devil. Okay, isn't that Brendan White is? I don't fucking know what's happening right now. He just said people told him to be careful of homeless here. I've been found out. He knows I'm here. Oh shit, the homeless in LA are apparently very talented, which is good despite stabbing fights with raccoons and throw a banana out of the trash to get a night of dinner. Apparently you get to be an idiot to be homeless in apparently you got to be an idiot to be homeless in Florida. Fagum is very sassy and put his hand on his hip and was like meh or whatever he said. Honestly, my brain is fading black. He's going into politics again. Oh, politics, Brendan, is the worst version. Jesus, he's going into politics again, talking about Newsom running. Jesus Christ, brother. Gavin Newsom jokes in 2023. He's becoming a Lewis Black about the humor, skill, and increased dick jokes. It's 8:05 p.m. Getting another Stella. I knew this was gonna be suck, but I thought for a second opener it would open up me up a bit for the laughs. But this is bad, guys. Got the cheapest laugh saying, "You know who's getting monkeypox? Nancy Pelosi's husband." Old fucks loved it. I hate my city, but at least my wife is holding it down. Divorce for sure, no more. 8:09 p.m. I'm pissed because Brendan says he's never seen Naked Gun during a bit about OJ. Leslie is goated. Then my wife texts me saying the following in free text. He talks too... Look at the wife said, right? The wife who's not involved in flipping comedy. He talks too fast. Where are the subtitles? I think we saw that already in the You Be Surprised special, and obviously saw it again in Gringo Pappy. Even though the jokes are terrible, right? Like, you know, what Mexican cookies or something, dipped in sauce, like whatever, horrendous jokes. He does kind of do his jokes like he's on the podcast, like he just doesn't like any dead air. When actually, when you're on stage, from what I've seen with comedians, the dead air actually adds to the, you know, to the joke. It kind of punches up jokes. It kind of adds to maybe emphasizing certain points. But he doesn't believe in dead air. He just like run on sentences. Anyway, if I'm having a hard time keeping up at some points, I know these Bond boomers are. And finally, I wish he'd stop saying Naples. Honestly, being a comedian is brutal, man. This guy's wife, who probably doesn't give a fuck about comedy, was able to dissect and generally criticize and, you know, give him some decent pointers in like a couple of minutes just watching him. Was able to tell, okay, this guy's not very good. Anyway, it continues. Because he's saying Naples after almost every sentence, I'm glad she noticed it because I did, but I didn't exactly realize it. Riddle me that. 8:11. He breaks the seal. I'm breaking the seal. BRB. I'm saying BRB to myself because no one is reading this yet. Come out of the bathroom at 8:13 p.m. Steady, strong stream if you care. He says, "You know what I'm saying, Naples?" I respond to some Reddit notifications. I'm sure I missed something, but probably not. He's saying something about not doing drugs but taking a pill last Tuesday, and then 2 more. Apparently it's ecstasy. My buddy walked past but he's like full pissed. Maybe he's getting jerked in the bathroom. But this redact Brenda, can't stop saying Naples after every goddamn sentence. Holy shit. He refers to himself as a big man. I want to storm the stage in honor of BGL. He mentioned Brent Crystals and no one but me and my wife know who he is. He did this a lot, you know. I think he did that. Didn't he do that on didn't remember? That was one of the cheapest laughs he got in You Be Surprised. My friend Joe Rogan, my friend Theo Vaughn. Remember? I remember that was one of the cheap jokes he got in that one. He just, maybe did he do it in Gringo Pappy too? Did he name drop somebody in Gringo Pappy? My best friend something, Joe Rogan or Bryan? I think so. It's a very cheap and hacky way to do comedy. That's awful. Name dropping someone like that. That's really, 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 really bad. Like, so bad. He's too much. He's too much. Sorry, I love Tom. Sorry, TFK. He's my favorite comic, but Brent is annoying and rude. Okay, cool. Amber looks on the phones. just started going off. LMAO, random side note, just looked at my wife and laughed, and I loved her redacted ass for coming here with me in the bedroom. Hey ho, sex. However, he mentions his mum stealing Outback in knives, and I could swear I had just heard Khalyla stealing knives on Tiger Belly. Was that the base of the joke? Who knows? Apparently, he reads all the local news in every city he's in. Laughable because we know this redact can't read. I'm writing this and thinking of BJ's aesthetics. That dude has nailed sex appeal. Speaking of looks, Brendan says he looks Mexican, but he's not. He's going on a random tirade about the cartel wanting to kill him, but he'll give up his ass for them. Naples, it's not... oh, it's about to end now, thank God. Naples, it's not gay if you kidnapped. Honestly, man, this gay stuff that he's got is so weird. It's so flipping weird. It's so weird. It's so weird. Naples is not gay if you're kidnapped. brings up being kidnapped in Africa. Hold on. I'll rewind that. I'm sure, I can't think of somebody, but I'm sure there's a comedian that exists that does that kind of jokes. Who does that kind of jokes? You know, he's kind of premises or schemes are based on, you know, dick jokes and just locker room, quote unquote, what people would think locker room humor would be. That person must exist. I'm sure they do. That's the kind of comedy they do on stage, and people just want to see the act done again and again. I can't think of who the person is, but it probably requires a lot of skill to do that right, I'd assume, right? It's quite hacky. It's like being a really good it's like being a comedian who's really good at doing like immigrant jokes. It's really hacky and kind of cliche, but if done well, it can be funny. But Brendan just can't find the funny in it. He can't really get the nucleus of it. Do you know what I mean? That's the issue. He can't really extract the fun. And the funny thing about it is that this should be his... Oh, Tosh, could we say Tosh kinda? This should be his wheelhouse, really, if you think about it. As much as I don't like it, or as much as we don't like it, this should really be his wheelhouse. This kind of like Chad bro type of humor, right? Like gay stuff, dick jokes, fucking jokes, OnlyFans jokes, jokes in them, like meme jokes, that kind of stuff. That should be what he should be. That should be his like wheelhouse, but he can't even get that right. Or even just fighting jokes or something. I don't know. Whatever. Another Amber Alert goes off in the crowd, which is hilarious. I tried to record at 8:13, or so 8:31, which would be clipped. It's a real redacted clip. I already paid and I'm tipsy, so why he's scared to be a gadoosh. Another Amber Alert, literally 4 in like 3 minutes. It's funny at this point, it made me laugh. The way he's riffing with the Amber Alerts always makes me think he's gotten them planted because he's not bad with the riffing on it. So he's clearly, what this guy is saying is that Brendan's actually better at crowd work than he is doing standard material, which is funny because you'd imagine crowd work would be harder, but who knows. The fuck, is this how we become fans? Another fucking Amber Alert 8:35 recording, but a waiter came by and I got scared and turned off my video. I'm not good at this. His hot wife should be on the spectrum because she taps watermelons to check on for sweetness. Honestly, who's hotter, BGO or Brendan's wife? Debate and go. Says he tells his son not to lick a Starbucks cake pop because it's gay and he doesn't want him to look gay. Dudes, he won't stop. And so at this point, I'm literally zoning out, wanting this to end. He's finally done at 8:42 p.m. Goddamn, sorry. I give Brendan truly 1.5 orange chickens out of 10. He's just not funny. It's weird. Like you can tell he wants to be liked, but it's an act. No one really likes you, Brenda. Just stop. I'm gonna get pizza and wings, and those will be rated a solid 7.8 and 10. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy. I'm not going to... There's meant to be a video in the comments, but I don't want to bore you too much with that. And we're going to move on to the other topic. But I thought that was pretty interesting to see just how horrendous that actual experience comes across. The flipping incessant Naples repeats, the dick jokes repeats. Like, it just doesn't end when it comes to Brenda. It just does not end. But Jesus Christos. Oh, my God. Anyway, so moving on to the main subject of the show. 2 hours and 11 minutes in, bloody hell, Agostino. Let's go to the main bit. So Brendan Schaub sat down with this guy called Travis. What's his name? Let me guess on screen. Bear with me. Travis Chappell. He sat down with this dude to do an interview, which is pretty interesting because I feel like it's maybe the most popular interview he's probably going to have on his channel for a while, or most recent one, because all the cats have descended on it. And it's a really interesting one because we get a really different version of Brendan. Like, it feels like he changes himself based on what platform so he's on. So the interesting part of the interview, if I'm not mistaken, this was the interview that Brendan left the Fighter and the Kid for just before the end of the show. He kind of made a big deal about, I'm leaving to another interview, and he couldn't cancel it, which is interesting because I think some of this guy's previous videos, his interviews are, they're getting like, 13 views or something. So number one, I don't know how he's paying and affording all of it if it's not getting any views whatsoever. Maybe he's monetizing the videos on another platform, who knows. But I'm also surprised that Brendan, a guy who says he doesn't do media, he doesn't do interviews and stuff, is doing interviews with people who are clearly, probably not going to do anything for him career wise in terms of, platform and what they're doing going forward and how popular they are. But anyway, he did it anyway. Maybe to ulterior motive, we'll find out. Best interview with Brendan on the Travis Chappell show. Let's see what he says.
Step inside that octagon is so terrifying, like the most terrifying. It's a great rush if you win. If you lose, the worst thing in your life. There's nothing scarier, or there's no worse gig in the world than getting punched in the face in your underwear on, national TV, especially when you lose. I mean, stand-up's fucking tough, man. Don't get me wrong. They're just so completely different. Toughest thing I've ever done, yeah.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of Travis Makes Friends. Today, I am making friends with Brendan Schaub. Brendan, what's up, dude?
What's up, friend?
Hey, thanks for joining me.
We'll see if we're friends after this interview.
Yeah, it's really the truth.
Travis tries to make friends and stay friends.
That should be more what the show
yes.
is called. It's kind of a mouthful, though. So.
Yes, I could use some more friends, though, so let's do it.
Well, there we go. Yeah, well, we're both here now, so...
A little shot there at BGL. I could use some more friends. Also... Yo, what's the deal with whiskey and these podcast guys? Like, what is the deal with whiskey? What's the deal here? Is that like a replacement for a personality? Is that something that guys generally just feel like they have to drink when they're doing a podcast? Is it basically a good replacement that maybe hits a bit better than drinking water? Like, what is the whiskey thing? Again, this is somebody that drinks and goes out and parties and gets on it like Sonic. So I'm not coming at it like a prude, like I'm some sort of flipping nun or, whatever it may be. But what is the deal with the whiskey thing? Do you think these guys actually like it? Is it a status symbol? Like, I don't understand it. Especially these American dudes. Like, they love having these whiskeys. Part of me thinks, having watched Yellowstone, that it's kind of like a thing of like, of being like a real man's man. Like, do you know what I mean? I'm out there in the fields, tending my farm, raising my cattle, riding my horses, drinking my whiskey, hitting my wife. Like, I think that's part of the flipping allure of it. It must be, because it's so bizarre to just, two big whiskey bottles in the middle of the table. Again, maybe it's his brand. Who knows? I'm not too sure. But the whiskey thing is so try-hardy, it feels like. But maybe I'm nitpicking. Who knows?
Let's go back in time, man. Everybody knows you for who you are today, and everybody that follows you basically watches all the stuff that you put out on several podcasts.
Yes, too much.
But it's a lot of good stuff.
I have psoriasis.
It's a lot of good stuff, though.
It's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, or you wouldn't continue to do it.
Correct.
Nobody would continue to listen to it if it wasn't good.
Fair point.
Yeah.
It's up for debate.
Yeah. But I want to know why, I find that it's pretty rare that you talk to, 9-year-old Brendan Schaub and go, what do you want to be when you grow up? And he's like, I want to be a celebrity podcaster.
Sure.
So let's go back in time to then. 9-year-old Brendan Schaub. Set the scene for me, man.
9-year-old Brendan Schaub. Yeah, I'm in Aurora, Colorado, predominantly black neighborhood. My skill set back then was...
That's a weird thing to just say, isn't it? Predominantly, why would you say that? That's such a good, insightful, inquisitive question. That should open up that should kind of raise some good conversation topics. And the first thing you mentioned is like Aurora, Colorado, in a predominantly black neighborhood. Why does it matter if you grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood? Does that make you like down? Does that make you funny? Does that make you hard? Like, why would you want, unless somebody asks you specifically, oh, what kind of neighborhood was it? Oh, it was a pretty rough neighborhood. Then, but it's like, I don't know. It's a weird thing to say, no, off the bat. Like,
was being silly, and then football. Football is how I made friends and got notice from girls. So it was a double-edged sword. If you ever seen that movie Shark's Tale, you ever seen that? Yeah. So I'm a great white, but I feel like a dolphin. So I have the great white skills, but my personality is of a dolphin. I don't want to be a great white. Yeah. But the only way I could survive in my neighborhood was by being the great white that I became. So my mom always gravitated towards me doing, acting and
the great white hope.
Comedy and Saturday Night Live was like our North Star. Still is. Still my goal to host.
Like that
Saturday
young,
Night.
she was
that young. Was Saturday Night Live.
Hold on.
Me doing
rewind that.
Acting and comedy and Saturday Night Live was like our North Star. Still is. Still my goal to host.
Like that
Saturday
young,
Night.
she was.
It's hilarious. Number one, dream to have when you're Brendan that you want to host Saturday Night Live, but it's also funny that he doesn't really believe it. That's the really sad part about it. He doesn't really believe it. You can tell because he said it and he kind of covered his mouth. He kind of look. He doesn't really believe it. That's the sad part about it. Like, because you're allowed to have dreams. Fuck it, whatever. Innit? You want to host Saturday Night Live. You want to have a special on Netflix. Whatever. You want to win a Grammy for your special. Cool. Have the dreams, but you need to believe in it. You have to have the courage of conviction. You need to have faith. You know what I mean? You need to make sure your words mean something. Say things with intent. And he just
and Saturday Night Live was like our North Star. Still is. Still my goal to host.
Like that
Saturday
young,
Night.
she was.
That's a real sad thing for me in that regard, because as an outsider and as somebody who kind of watches a lot of his content, it's pretty clear that I'm gonna say he probably has no chance of hosting Saturday Night Live based on talent alone and ability to be funny and stuff. It's just not gonna happen. Just on talent and fame, because in hosting is all about being funny because they've got celebrities hosting and stuff. He's obviously not at the level of celebrity to host it that would make any sense for Saturday Night Live in terms of them getting a pop, because obviously when they're booking Michael B. Jordan, they're not booking him because of his acting chops. They're booking him because he's Michael B. Jordan and he's going to be able to bring eyes and ears to the things that you're doing. It's kind of like it works kind of hand in hand with him as well because it shows them a different light. Actually, that Michael B. Jordan skit that he did about the advert where he plays the guy that installs a Wi-Fi but then he moves into your house, that was really funny and really good. But in terms of celebrity, he's not at the level. Talent, he's not at the level. But then the other thing that's really a big issue for him, I feel like, that he's not even thinking about, his friendship with fucking Chris D'Elia. The fact that he's in business deal with Bryan Callen. That's immediately going to X him out of being able to host any Saturday Night Live. In the same way that these other stand-ups, because if you noticed, there's not been a lot of those LA guys who have gone on to Fighting the Kid since the Chris D'Elia thing happened, since the Bryan Callen thing happened. The documentaries and all the allegations and shit. Everyone's kind of, excommunicated themselves from the Fighting the Kid universe. So if the comedians in his scene are basically treating Bryan Callen and Brendan like lepers and outcasts and don't want to be associated with them because it might kill their career, if that's the case, why does he think SNL would want to hitch their wagon to him? It doesn't make any sense. Like, SNL fired flipping Shane Gillis off the back of an innocent joke that he made on the podcast a long time ago, right? Like a little throwaway line that he made, just trying to be funny and be edgy, and they chucked him off of hosting there, and he went through the audition process of being a part of the cast on SNL. So how does he think he'll be able to bypass all of that and be able to do that? So that's the main thing that I always thought was weird about him standing with Chris D'Elia. I thought it was very short-sighted, because in my head, I thought he stood with Chris D'Elia because clearly Chris, even though we can think what you think about him being a diddler and stuff and maybe being a bit of a creep, there's no denying the numbers speak for themselves. That guy is still selling tickets and that guy's still getting views and he's still got a pop in Patreon and he has a diehard fan base. And obviously after losing Theo, he needed somebody on Thick Boy or associated next to him that could guarantee a certain amount of numbers. And I'm pretty sure, I haven't looked just yet, but I'm pretty sure the Golden Hour probably gets pretty decent views. Let me just check out my phone in terms of Golden Hour. But I'd imagine the Golden Hour podcast probably gets a decent amount of views just because it's got Chris D'Elia on there. And obviously the Patreon probably does decent as well. So because of that, that's why he decided to kind of hitch his wagon to Chris D'Elia. But obviously long term, I feel like the damage will end up being that he won't ever get like a commercial big kind of role thing, because again he's associated with Bryan Callen and he's rape allegations, and he's associated with Chris D'Elia and he did allegations. Yeah, if I'm looking now at the flipping I'm looking now at the Golden Hour show YouTube page, and all the shows basically I can see here for the most part have reached 100,000 views minimum, which is much higher than the Fire and the Kid. I know that for a fact, and probably more higher than Schaub show. So clearly he did the Crystalia thing and stuck by him because, you know, it made sense monetarily. But long term wise, being Crystalia's friend and standing by him and standing by Bryan Callen, it's definitely going to negatively affect him getting SNL. He probably will never get it anyway, but that will be the reason why he won't get it. But it's also sad that he doesn't really believe it and he's kind of saying it under his mouth, but under his hand. But hey, what can you do?
Young, it was Robin Williams. My heroes growing up were Jim Carrey, Adam Sandler, and then on the football side it was Junior Seau and Steve Atwater and Dan Marino and stuff. So,
what position did you play?
Man, as a kid, I was like a fullback, which is insane as a 6-year-old or 7-year-old. Fullback and linebacker.
Yeah.
And I excelled in that big time. I was so kind of consumed by it at again, predominantly black school, so the way you stood out was athletic. So I would wear my parents bought me those molded McGregor cleats. Yeah. And so we didn't grow up with a lot of money, so they wouldn't buy me shoes then though. So I was like, well, just give me the cleats, I'll handle the rest. So I'd wear cleats to school. The kids would make fun of me to clink on the things. I'd be like, wait till recess, bitch. Just wait till we get to recess. And then recess came and your boy showed out. You know, and they're like, Jesus Christ, it's recess. But whatever it took. Yeah. So
always a competitor.
Always had a competitive spirit. But yeah.
Spirit.
Football was the goal, and you know, always want to do stand up, and then I just kind of, you know, the stars aligned eventually for me to get into that space. But the
also, I hate the lie, because the origin story, the actual real origin story, Brendan, again, having been a former fan, I feel like the real origin story is actually pretty good. The real origin story is that he failed at everything, or he didn't get picked. He was always chose. Like, he's got some really sad story. He doesn't repeat it too often, because I feel like this is only one of the real true stories he has in his youth. He has a story about him playing football and trying to get on a particular practice squad or something. And I guess he got on the squad, but he was like a late addition. And then when he got there, they had all the kits in the change room, and everyone's had their kits with their numbers and names. And I think his either had the wrong name on it or didn't have a name on there at all. Like, so it's a little detail, but it basically reminded him of the fact that he was the last to get picked, and he wasn't really the one that they had in mind and stuff. He wasn't chosen. And it's just like a really like tragic sort of like story to kind of hear, like something that will kind of really get at you in the heartstrings, right? Or something that really kind of you'd think negatively affect you and maybe make you have a chip on your shoulder, you know, chips, Pringles, like he always says. So I think that story is pretty cool. You try football, you fail. You then go do PT stuff and whatnot. Then you stumble into the UFC, and because the UFC is new and green, you kind of rise through the ranks quickly because of your athleticism, and you're able to kind of get to a level that maybe your skill couldn't get you to, but your athleticism and hard work gets you there. In the process, you befriend Joe Rogan, the Mayor Oprah, and then it kind of segues into you having a podcasting career that then goes into a comedy thing. That's pretty cool. That origin story of like, I didn't even pay attention to stand-up comedy. I didn't even know what it was, you know, like, whatever. I liked Eddie Murphy, I liked all these guys, but I didn't actually think of it as a career. But over time, when I failed at all these other things, I kind of stumbled across it, and it was one of the best things that ever happened to me. What's wrong with saying that as an origin story? Why lie and say, I always want to be a stand-up comedian? No, you didn't. Like, stop lying. It's a lie, obviously. You always want to be a footballer, clearly. Like, his friends, I forgot his actual friend who kind of made it. I think it's Kloppenstein or something like that, right? Again, I don't know much about football, but he grew up around football guys. Like, he went to football university. Football in the University of the State he went to is a big deal. His dad wanted him to play football. Like, he looks like an American footballer. Outside of him maybe not having a skill, if he said he played football before and you didn't know who he was, you'd believe him. So this whole idea that he was always going to be a stand-up is really bizarre. Maybe he was always a funny guy in the change room, but to be always a stand-up thing, it's just a weird lie to die on, especially when your actual origin story is actually pretty impressive and pretty cool, because it means you bounced back after all these setbacks and you made it despite all these setbacks over your life. That's pretty cool. But hey, he likes to lie.
The end goal for me was, I thought it was going to be Tony Gonzalez. I thought it was going to be a Travis Kelce, more updated tight end for you guys. So I thought it was going to be like a Travis Kelce. Had an opportunity, went to high school in Aurora, Colorado, Overland High School, and then went to University of Colorado for football. And then was like, oh, I'm on my way to the NFL. Didn't get drafted, broke my heart. And then I was a free agent with the Buffalo Bills. I got there. They're like, we're all set on slow white guys. I was like, okay, that's cool. And then they sent me home, and I was selling supplements door to door. And like Pursuit of Happiness style, selling supplements door to door.
Of course, because your life is always like a scene out of a movie, and you always happen to be the hero of your own movie. Oh, nauseating, man. Having to just keep up these flipping narratives, on every facet of these flipping stories. Just come on, man. Just for once, just tell the truth, man. God damn.
And then I would do jiu-jitsu just to kill time, because I always liked jiu-jitsu, and I had this weird knack for it. And people were like, man, you're really good at this. You should do this. I'm like, I'm not doing this. And then I went to a gym. I was doing jiu-jitsu at the gym, but it was like a fight gym. This is before the UFC was really big. And it was Nate Marquardt's gym. And I was rolling. Nate goes, you don't have any big guys to roll with, so you're not going to get much better if you keep going with small guys. He goes, on Thursday, a guy named Shane Carwin's coming in, and you guys would be great, training partners. And I was like, okay. And Shane has a extensive wrestling background. I think he was a Division II national champ.
So you didn't do any of that in high school? None
of it. No, I played football lacrosse. That was my thing. So Shane comes in that Thursday. I'm waiting. I'm like, it'd be cool to have a bigger guy to roll with, because not a lot of big guys. And Shane Carwin came in. At the time, I think he had one professional MMA fight, and we just hit it off right away. And then went to dinner, and he's like, man, when are you going to come back? I'm like, you tell me your schedule. And then me and him just kept training together, and he was getting ready for a fight. I went and cornered him in Jackson, Mississippi for his second MMA fight. And then he was like, man, I need somebody to spar with. And I was like, oh, I'll do it. We're training jiu-jitsu. So I started sparring with him, and I didn't have money, and he'd pay for me to train with him and his coach, Trevor Whitman, who's this renowned trainer now. At the time he was not, but I didn't have money, so Shane would pay for it to kind of help me out. So I'd hit mitts with Trevor, and then I'd be in on Shane's sessions. And then probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks of that, Shane goes, Golden Gloves is next week. And I go, that's cool. Like the boxing? He's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, cool, dude. He's like, I signed you up for it. I'm like, dude. So he signed me up for it. And then I remember I went to that. And then it was a whole tournament. It's like the biggest amateur boxing tournament. I ended up winning that all knockouts. It was kind of unheard of in that amateur space.
Wow. Yeah. Press X for doubt on that one. Again, I'm not really tapped in with boxing. I'm not really tapped in with combat sports like that. I'm a little bit of a casual fan. But from what I've read online, the Golden Gloves Championship, or whatever you may call it, is pretty extensive in terms of their record keeping. Even if it's like a really small local event or whatever it may be, there's always a record of you competing in that. That's what people say, that no boxing, that are balls deep in boxing. They say if you did Golden Gloves, even if you did it regionally in some not well known state, whatever it may be, under any circumstance, if it's a leisure center in the middle of a park, there'll be a record of it. The fact that there's no record of this is really odd, but it's an integral part of his origin story. And also, you mentioned Shane Carwin in it, so I wonder if there'll be a time when somebody will get Shane Carwin and just kind of ask, hey, did this actually happen? Did he actually win Golden Gloves all by knockout and beat up all these black guys in the process? Like, what's happening here? Please someone tell me, because this is really, really bizarre. But anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, and then that was, my dad came to the finals, and my dad was like, what are you doing? Like, I have a double degree from University of Colorado. He went in sociology and business. My dad's like, use your degree, man. This is ridiculous. And I told him, I said, come to the finals of Golden Gloves. If I win that, you got to support me. He's like, okay, fine. And I fought this military guy who's, 6'8", this giant black dude, and ended up knocking him out in the second round. And then
my running narrative that I'm going to be running, my running narrative I'm going to be running, and propaganda, is that Brendan Schaub has a thing against black people. Like, legit, there's something about Brendan Schaub. I don't know what maybe it's a failed football dreams or something, but there's something that he has a little bee in his bonnet of black people. I know some people may say, there's a history with, his missus and some baseball guy. I think he's a baseball player or some dude that used to mess with her before Brendan. That I think he might be black or Dominican or something. But I don't know, man. I just got a feeling that Brendan has something against black people in general. Maybe. But yeah, it's funny that he won this championship against some 6'8" black guy, allegedly, right? It's like, again, it sounds like a scene out of Rocky, isn't it? Like some dude that came straight from flipping Wakanda or something that he beat up. Like, all right, cool.
And after that, just boxing with headgear on. So it's kind of unheard of to have knockouts. Yeah, so after that, my dad was like, okay, maybe you can do this. And then I would say A year and a half after that, I got invited to The Ultimate Fighter.
Okay.
Made to the finale on that in the Ultimate Fighter House season 10 with Kimbo and Roy Nelson. And the next thing you know, I did not ask for this. This was not the dream. It's just the path I went down. Next thing you know, I'm in the UFC. Shortly after that, I'm fighting Gabriel Gonzaga, Anaheim on a big pay-per-view. I beat him. And then I fight Mirko Krokop, who was like one of my heroes when I was in the sport. Ended up knocking him out.
Heroes. How do you say heroes and not just say heroes? Do you think that's an accent thing? I know we like to take the piss out of him, but is that generally an accent thing or is that just him being redacted? Heroes shouldn't be heroes. How do you get hair in heroes? Where does the A come from? Heroes. Heroes. One of my heroes. One of my North stars. Like, North. It's like, Jesus Christ.
And I'm ranked in the top 10. I just remember sitting back there like, what the fuck is happening right now?
No
like, I don't enjoy this. It's not what I want to do with my life. But I felt like I was like pigeonholed. Like, well, this is
Like,
this is
I'm
what you,
really good at this.
like
though.
this way. But just because you're good at something doesn't mean you have to do
Sure.
it. You know. And my dad always told me like, you don't have to do it. So I just remember just being like, man, this just isn't what I want to do with my life. But it gave me. I wouldn't change anything. It did give me a platform and the lessons I learned through and the friends I've made and the connections I've made. Like I wouldn't change anything. You know.
Back when you're selling supplements door to door, how long did you do that?
Oh, by the way, let's play this clip. This is really funny. Have you played it? Have you heard this? There's this clip of Brendan obviously ragging on Shane Carwin because he loves it. He's talking like him and Shane Carwin are the best of friends. When actually, look what he said about Shane Carwin in the past. Was it Brendan Schaub on Shane Carwin's UFC return? Let's play this video clip.
Your boy Shane Carwin. Yeah. Your old stomping grounds Aurora, Colorado partner in crime. He wants back in the UFC. He's 41 years old and he's emailing Joe Silva saying, I want me a fight.
Okay. Is that Shane, is that boredom? Is that he's feeling healthy? Because I know he had a problem with his
Okay, actually, let's get this on screen. This is better on screen. Let's get this on screen. Because this is a bit ratchet to have it on here like this. Let's get this on screen. But this is interesting. I want to see this because this is going to be hilarious. So I want to really see this. He was talking all that good shit about Shane Carwin being his flipping friend, but let's see how this guy actually is friends. He loves doing this sort of double speak with his pals allegedly. Let's get this up on here. Bear me 1 second while I get this. Where is it? I think it's on here, and right, I saved it on the old Reddit. Let me grab it. Bear with me 1 second while I grab this bad boy. Boom, 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 boom. And then I think I got it. Was it saved post, right? Should be that one there. Let's click here and let's see. But I really want to see this because this always happens. It always happens. My good friend is like, yeah, okay, it's your good friend, but why are you fucking over your good friends? Why, sir? Again, this is a 6-year-old issue. Maybe they've made up now and they're actually friends, but I just find it interesting how he's like talking really nice about flipping Shane Carwin when actually this is what he said. So again, this is a post from the MMA subreddit from a while back. Let me just get this up on the screen. Bear with me 1 sec. Bish bash bosh. So you guys can check out yourself if you want to. So I'm going to get up on screen here. Bear with me 1 second. There we go. So that's what the post is called. So if you want to see yourself, Brendan Schaub on Shane Carwin's UFC return. So I guess at the time Shane Carwin was considering coming back to UFC, and Brendan I guess had some very strong things to say about that. Of course he does, right? When you're his friend, this is what you get from Brendan. Let's see what he has to say.
What else you got, F?
Your boy Shane Carwin.
Yeah.
Your old stomping grounds
Hear about
Aurora,
this?
Colorado partner in crime. He wants back in the UFC. He's 41 years old and he's emailing Joe Silva saying, I want me a fight.
Do you remember when he used to do this, by the way? Again, being a fan, I remember this. You remember when Brendan used to do this? When Brendan didn't want to be like... Because there was a time when Brendan was like Hot Take McGee. When he actually used to say things about UFC. This is the interesting thing. Brendan's like hates the UFC now. But back then, he hated it, but he was also passionate about it. Like he used to have some really informed and quite nuanced opinions on UFC, the business and all the things. So he'd say some things about the UFC and Dana and stuff, whatnot, how they do business, and it'd actually go viral. It'd actually be a conversation piece. Like in that thread on Reddit, it actually goes somewhere. There'll be loads of hundreds of comments about it. People be talking, debating about it. And not even just calling him an idiot, actually debating. And when he was doing the Hot Take McGee thing, a little thing he'd always do whenever he went, I don't want to get into some get himself in trouble, you start rubbing his face or start looking up and doing that kind of mouth thing all the time. That's something he used to always do. He doesn't do it too often nowadays because I guess he just doesn't give a fuck. But interesting to see this.
Okay, is that you know?
Yeah, this is on Fox Space Guy. This is when I used to like the podcast. This is when I used to like it.
Shane, is that boredom? Is that he's feeling healthy? Because I know he had a problem with his back.
He has
for
a lot
while.
of stuff going on. His back was always an issue. He's a bigger dude. Tell you what, man, if he can pass this strict testing they're doing and train without getting injured, you look at the heavyweight division now. I mean, Shane's by far the hardest hitter in the world still. If he enters the heavyweight division. And you look at his wrestling pedigree, and he's just a monster. I'm not mad at it, you know. He's the 1 round wonder. Good luck getting past that first round with him. But you get past the first round, you're gonna do well.
Yeah,
that first round's gonna be a doozy.
You
know, Hardy
hits a doozy. This first round's gonna be a serious doozy.
Like if someone like right now, if they're like, yeah, Shane's coming back, he's gonna fight the winner of Stipe over him. I'm not. I don't have Shane as an underdog in either of those fights.
Really?
You see how articulate he sounds. The slur isn't as bad as it was now, as it is now, and you do see the chemistry between them. They actually look like they like each other. This is actually, you know, friendship love. You can feel the kinship between them, like legitimately. Like this actually looks like a good podcast. This actually looks like an interesting show you may want to listen to. No. From this 1 minute clip I already played of here. This is when I used to actually be a fan, and it slowly but surely died a small death. But they've been on the same level in terms of banter and stuff. It's not like just Brendan's a flipping employee, Brendan's a boss, and Callen's his employee.
No.
You don't say.
I don't.
Is that right?
You know what I think happened? And I
saw Brock.
I sent Shane a text last night about this. You look at the heavyweight division, I think he's sitting at his office job. He's still involved in MMA. He runs a promotion down in Denver. I think he was sitting there and went, God, these heavyweights aren't that good. And everyone's clean now? I'm a freak as it is. Well, you're telling me Stipe, and we've all trained together, you're telling me Stipe and Overeem's the world title fight, and then Verdum was, well, you know what I'm saying? I don't mind the odds of Shane in there.
Yeah.
If he can just get in shape and stay healthy. I know it sounds crazy.
Well,
is it though? If
Mark Hunt's 42.
If Brock can take off all his time playing grab ass in the WWE, come in and just mop the floor with Mark Hunt.
Yep.
Shane has Shane's Wonder Boy Thompson compared to Brock Lesnar striking.
So Shane's striking is very legit.
His boxing.
His boxing. Very good.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
As good as Stipe's?
It's good, man.
And also it's unforgiving. Like you get caught with it. Completely
different. Shane hits like Mike Tyson. He's the hardest hitter of all time.
You took a lot of blows to the head, didn't you?
Ask Frank Mir how that turned out. Frank went, I'm cool in this clinch. Really? Gadoosh, uppercut, sleep. Gonzaga went, I'm not too worried about his right hand. Clip, knocked out.
Clip.
Shane's a fucking
bounced
monster.
your wrist down.
He's the hardest hitter ever in the UFC heavyweight division, ever, of all time.
I got a question for
and
you.
The last thing to go is power.
Yeah.
He has that old man strength.
If he could have the, if he has the wind.
If he can get healthy, all I'm saying, all he needs to do is train for 5 minutes. There ain't a man alive besides Cain Velasquez. He's the only the only matchup I don't like for Cain. Is for Shane. Is for Cain.
Came out
his wrestling and Cain's footwork can give Shane problems. But outside of that, anyone in the top 10, Shane's gonna punch a hole through their face.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Even I know Johnny Doman is saying even here Pepper sounds unbearable. I know, Johnny, you're right. Still unbearable, but doesn't he sound more informed? Doesn't he sound more passionate? Like he legitimately knows what he's kind of talking about a little bit, right? His 5-year plan failed. Yeah, more than that, man. Jesus, the decline is real. Even Bryan looks somewhat young and youthful here, isn't it? Like the cancel culture, I've said before, cancel culture doesn't work. No one really gets canceled unless you don't have your own, thing going on outside of the industry. But essentially what cancel culture does do is that it does age you. Like it really does age you. The only person who I've seen who's never been aged from quote unquote cancel culture or the mob is maybe Donald Trump. He's the only person who never got affected. Like, he went into the office, he didn't look visibly older, he didn't look frail after coming out from that contrast picture of Barack Obama when he kind of, after his 2 terms and after he finished office, when he started his first term and at the end of his second term, the contrast of how much he aged in that 8-year period. That didn't happen to flipping Trump at all in the first term at all. 0. He looks exactly the same. So I think there's rare people who don't get affected by negativity or by cancellation in the slightest. But these guys, they got affected.
If he's injury free, he feels good, and he's actually training,
he's gonna punch a hole through your face.
He's gonna punch your face like a pumpkin, like an old
those giant
shitty
hands.
pumpkin, giant hands. If Brock can do it, Shane is sure as fuck can do it.
God,
without PEDs.
Yeah.
Let's call it like it is here, though. Shane done fucked up here. Shane missed a huge... If he was going to do this, why would you not try to get the fight with Brock Lesnar? Why would you announce it a couple weeks after 200?
Because they wanted him to fight a Kurt.
A huge window of opportunity there.
For a rematch?
Yeah.
Good point.
If
Shane,
it's in your
maybe
brain,
Shane wasn't ready.
I think Brock.
2 weeks.
I think seeing Brock is what got him to do this.
I've been hearing rumors for it for a while now. I literally need to call him. I was supposed to call him last night. We're texting back and forth. I don't know what it is. He's wanted to come back for a long time, man. I think he just looked at the state of the heavyweight division and was like, I still could do this, man. I just get in shape. I'm punching people's faces.
They're all his age.
They're all his age. He punches harder than anyone. He's some of the best boxing.
Does he punch harder than Mark Hunt?
I think so. He's such an animal. Obviously, I'm biased. He's a fucking nightmare. But there's a bunch of good matchups for him. And he's still a big name. Remember, he's heavyweight champion of the world. Intern. Had Brock on the ropes. They probably should have stopped it 99% of the time they do. I'm not mad at it. And if he's happy, man, go fucking do it. If that's what you want to do, go do it, man. I support that.
Yeah.
Don't call me to help you train. What else you got to have? I'm not fucking helping you train.
Yeah, I've had enough of those experiences.
I don't need more head trauma.
Never again.
Hell no. If you want to run sprints in Malibu at the sand pits, I'm down.
By the way, yeah, he wasn't drinking back then. This is Brendan when he was like anti-alcohol. He used to like brag about how he could do comedy and be around comedy clubs and not need a drink, working out all the time. This is when he used to post all his workouts. Now, I don't know if he does it anymore, but he used to always be posting him doing, ropes and kettlebell swings and bench presses and, deadlifts, overhead pressing, like actually working out, going on the flipping bike. But now it's all just elliptical stuff and going on a knee bike and, sticking out his tongue and doing that thing where he does where he's sweating and shit, which is really, really cringe. But I thought that was pretty hilarious. But I want to see what Shane Cohen's response was, actually. Let me just double check this, actually, if I can get up on the screen. Bear me 1 second and we get back to the original video. But Shane Cohen had a response here that didn't really sound like he was feeling what Brendan had to say. Let me see if I can get up on here. Where is it? Is it on here? Oh, it's not. Why isn't it on here? Why can't I see it? Where is he? Shane is somewhere here. There we go, Shane. Yeah, there we go. Shane Cohen, I guess, didn't take too well to this critique from Brendan. Look what Shane Cohen says. This is his actual account. It says Shane Cohen here, right? It seems like an odd thing to say, especially coming from him. He should really stay in his lane on this one. He knows I pushed the UFC and USADA together. He knows my track record and I know his. I am not sure this is what he wants to talk about. My cardio has never been an issue and beat his ass for several rounds at a time. So again, what is he talking about? He seems caught up in being a fan-friendly, easy to say, I have bad cardio based on the Lesnar fight. He knows I was rushed to hospital and was near death. He was with me. That wasn't cardio. He knows it. While he was been deciding on his next hairstyle, I've been steady working on my trade and staying busy. Bruv, these UFC guys hated flipping Brendan from 6 years ago. That's why I've always said, like, why is it... that doesn't it seem strange to everybody else that Brendan is a recent UFC heavyweight in the kind of modernish era, but for some reason doesn't have the... apart from Food Truck Diaries, of course, but he doesn't have the connection with that group of, like, I don't know, he just seems like a bit of an outcast. Maybe a lot of it has to do with obviously Dana beef, but for somebody who's so associated with the UFC, guys don't really want to associate with him that much outside of obviously getting a little bit of a rub to go in the flipping, Food Truck Diaries and whatnot. It's very bizarre. My back has been fine for over a year now. I will indeed mop up the entire division. The entire division. I have a plan for all of them, even Kane. He knows that I have great wrestling. He knows that I can deal with footwork, and you have to come close to get a takedown. I will knock out any heavyweight in the world. If they question that, they can call my matchmaker and let's make a match happen. I do not see the first part of the complimentary. It's also typical Brendan, or do I need to call him Big Brown? He insults a person and covers. See, look at this. Look at this. We got this from 6 years ago. It's typical Brendan. He insults the person and covers it with bullshit praise, and you're left wondering what he really believes. When the podcast is over, his fake friends are gone. He won't have a friend here. If he has evidence of me having trouble passing a test, he should man up and say it. We can certainly have that discussion if he wants. So he kind of is insinuating that Brendan may be actually the one who maybe would piss dirty, if that may be the case. It seems like it. And he's also insinuating that, hey, you know how I get down in the gym. You know I was beating the brakes off of you when we used to train. You know you couldn't hang with me in the gym. So why are you talking about cardio? You don't have fucking cardio. Just oh my God. You gotta love Brendan, man. He knows how to flip in, fucking influence and win people over. And it's absolutely incredible. Wait a minute, let's go back to the interview.
3 years.
So you did that while you were training?
While I was training, yeah.
Okay, that was like the way you were making money.
Yeah. And they would let me off to train sometimes because the pro training would be at 2 in the afternoon. I'd be like, can I please go? And they'd let me off. And then eventually that started to become a problem. But I didn't have crazy bills. I remember when I was the Ultimate Fighter, I left my truck at my brother's house. I got repoed because I wasn't making the payments on it. I was living with my brother.
What lessons do you think you took from knocking doors and selling stuff for 3 years? That's a long time. So background, I did door-to-door sales for 6 or 7 years.
Hell yeah.
5 different products,
yeah.
5 different companies, recruited, trained, hired, everything in the door-to-door industry. And so anytime somebody says they did door-to-door, most of the time it's like, oh, I did a summer job thing. I did it for 6 weeks and I quit.
No.
It's like, you do door-to-door for anything longer than 1 or 2 months? It's like, you gotta figure some shit out.
Yeah, it's like Pursuit of Happiness. You got your briefcase, you feel like a dumbass. You don't know who you went. I'm selling supplements door to door. So it's like you knock on the door, some old lady answers like, what do we have in the repertoire that I can sell to this old lady? You know? So I would think, you pick up on social cues, you pick up on kind of getting somebody's guard down. No, I know, you're not expecting this. And it's like they're caught off by surprise. So you pick up good on verbal and social cues, can try and figure that out. And then
press X for doubt.
And you can capitalize on that in the conversation, try to get a sale. So that helped me out just dealing with people that don't want to talk to you or have no idea about what you're selling and trying to win them over.
And all demographic types. You said, you knock on the door, it's a surprise who's going to open.
I went everywhere. Yeah. All over Aurora, in the hood. Yeah. I went to rich areas. Didn't matter, man. Didn't matter.
And you have to learn
the rich people are the ones that suck.
Black people.
Single person.
Yeah, the rich people are the toughest ones by far. Yeah. There's a reason they have money.
Yeah. We always said the best neighborhoods were the best, the worst quality neighborhoods that could still pass credit checks.
Yes.
That was where we were.
Yes.
That was where
if you see a pawn shop and a check cash shop, you're like, ooh, this could get dicey around here. Yeah.
Exactly. Might not have bunch of luck.
Yeah, and I think you get confidence too, and also you get good at failure. You get good at taking L's because majority you're gonna take L's.
That's the big deal.
You're gonna take a lot of L's and just keep on keeping on.
I think that's the big deal, dude. Because Guy Raz hosts a podcast called How I Built This, probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, business podcasts out there. But he talks to all the Silicon Valley billionaire type people.
He has no idea.
He wrote a book called How I Built This. It's like a kind of memoir or I guess summary of the show. And when he did his book tour, I listened to a few of his interviews, and the question that everybody kept asking was what's the commonality? He talked to all these super insanely successful people. What's the commonality between all of them?
Yo, the microphone thing is wild, isn't it? Why does this guy, again, this is coming from somebody who routinely has his microphone volume a tad too low, but the main reason that mine is like this is because I mess about with the gain too much on actual OBS or Streamlabs, but then my audio interface is kind of maxed out to the end, and I see the bar go into the red bit and I get nervous. I tweak it and then it goes down and I mess it up. So I got my issues. I'm not saying I don't, but why has this guy got a microphone pointed to his mouth, but then he keeps talking and looking at Brendan? Why not just have the microphone, like, I don't know, in front of your face and just talk? I don't know. It's such a weird way, isn't it? It keeps going like, it's such an interesting way to like do the audio of your show. So he keeps cutting out weirdly, like every time he kind of turns away.
And the one answer that he gave consistently every time was
white.
They learn. Well, besides that,
they were all white, Brendan. Yeah, just kidding.
The guy's trying to make an insightful, inquisitive, question, and try and add some sort of, I don't know, depth to this interview. Brendan just comes out with the most redacted teenager dumb joke ever that doesn't really do nothing. Look, the guy's probably considering his life options there. Like, fuck, this guy's redacted, isn't it?
Was that they learn how to handle rejection?
Yes, that's a big thing.
That was the number one common denominator.
And that helps in sports. I learned that young in football. Like, you're going to take some L's. Yeah. But then in fighting, like the valleys and peaks are so high and so low.
It's got to be more
But then
exaggerated.
in stand-up, you're taking L's, man. You're trying new material and you're at the Improv or Laugh Factory or Ice House or Comedy Store. You take an L. It takes a special kind of person, especially early on in my career, when you take that L, to not get, too down on yourself and get back on stage and keep going, keep pursuing.
So you had this really unique situation that I think not a lot of people really gave you credit for, which was that you already had the platform before you switched, right? So like when a lot of people get into stand-up from whatever they were in before, it wasn't a big, like they're switching from being, an insurance salesman in Iowa to like being in stand-up.
Or the other thing would be, which is the typical thing is like an NBA player retires, he's an analyst. A fighter retires, he's an analyst.
Sure.
Or he opens a gym. Like that's the traditional path.
Right. That's like the pivot, the traditional.
That
pivot.
is not for me.
But from like fighting professionally to going into stand up is a completely different pivot.
Upsets a lot of people.
Yeah, and you're starting, especially in that world.
The guy's really giving him praise and also trying to get to to some sort of core of who he is, and he just gets really defensive. He's already chewing the side of his mouth, and he's talking about how much people already hate him for what he's doing. It's like, no, just start from afresh. This is a new interview. Everyone's just flipping, talking to you normally. He's a fresh guy. He doesn't care about about the trolls. He doesn't care about the homeless cat. He doesn't care anything. He's just asking you a question, trying to get to the core of who you are and trying to pull something interesting out from you that can maybe be, applicable or helpful to his audience. Just talk. But he's kind of getting triggered and shit and twisted. That's how you know he's like, this stuff kills him, really, in the sense of it. He says he doesn't check social media. This stuff kills him. Upset a lot of people. Just like, God almighty, Brendan, man. Please, enough.
Right, because you have people that have been taking L's on stage for 18 fucking years, and then they see like a newbie coming up, and then you get platformed. It's like,
totally understand.
Screw that guy.
Totally understand it. Have no animosity towards those people. I get it.
Yeah. So, what was it like for you coming into the space?
The excessive blinking is hilarious. The excessive blinking is really getting me. Sorry, I have to do this. Let's go back a little bit. The excessive blinking really, really got me going there. Let's play this a little bit here.
People, I get it.
Yeah. So what was it like for you coming into the space? And like, because the big thing is you had to learn while people were watching you.
Yes.
You didn't get to learn while nobody was watching.
Yeah, which to me, like the level of difficulty when you're doing that, the stakes are higher.
Absolutely.
So, I wish I never did fighting and didn't have a fan?
Oh, come on, Brendan. You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say one thing is harder than the other thing. The flipping the humble brag thing to say is that they both have their challenges. Or just say, people like to say maybe my path didn't have any challenges, but it does, because I'm having to follow flipping Tom Segura and Joe Rogan at the Comedy Store or something when I have no right to be there. That should be your kind of self-deprecating, humble brag type of way to say that, each avenue, whether you're open micer or you're a friend of Rogan's, has its own issues. But to say that just because his way is harder is just insane, legitimately insane, especially when you consider that he's still terrible, despite, if anything, his way and the fact that he's still shit proves that you can't cheat, really, in general. Doesn't it? Because he's surrounded by people that everyone refers to as murderers and the best and killers and stuff, people that sell out places, yet he couldn't get any of that rub. The first thing that we saw of his at the UB Surprise special was garbage, and then the follow-up, the Gringo Pappy, was even worse. So if anything, it's shown quite clearly that no matter who brings you in, who puts their arm around your shoulder, how many times you go on Rogan, if you're not funny, you're not funny. Like, but then to say that your struggle is much worse or much harder than the other person's is redacted as hell. But, you know, whatever makes you sleep at night.
And based on start comedy, fuck yeah, dude. You tell me I can go to open mic or I can show up at the Comedy Store and try and get a potluck or something like that. I'm not allowed to do that.
Right.
So
yes, you are. You just don't want to do it.
Especially early on, I would go to places where, yeah, maybe somebody knows who I am, but they're not expecting me. Or I'd go to these weird locations just because you don't want to get in front of people who know you from fighting, because that's not good. You don't know where the chips are gonna fall there. So for me, it was like this weird path to.
Was he even that famous in fighting anyway? Why does he think that everybody in America would know who he is in fighting? Do many Americans even watch the UFC? Is the UFC even that popular? Was he even one of the most popular people? It's a very strange thing to kind of cope on, right? Or to kind of use as an excuse as to why you didn't do certain things. Because I think that was the criticism of him earlier on. He didn't do stages, or he didn't go to perform in places that weren't his own crowd. He didn't just do spots around places to get funny. He just only did his own basically tours or shows or whatnot, which is bizarre to say the least. Someone commented, can I say unpopular opinion? I quite like the Dicey Dicey hoodie. Unpopular opinion, I quite like that Dicey Dicey hoodie. I would actually wear it. I wonder how much it is. Let's see if we can find the store. How much is this hoodie? tfatk.com, right? I would actually wear that hoodie. I'm not gonna lie. I think the hoodie's quite nice. It's actually maybe the best bit of merch he's done. He's actually kind of leaning into the meme a little bit. I actually don't mind it. Let's see if he's got it on the website. Tour dates. Let's see. Come on, load up. Where's the shop? I want to see how much this hoodie is, because I actually don't mind it. It actually looks pretty decent. It actually looks pretty nice. And maybe it's actually a good way to kind of lean into the meme a little bit. Thick Boy. Is it going to be Thick Boy merch? Yeah, it's going to be this, right? Thick Boy merch. Why doesn't Bryan Callen have merch, by the way? It's only Thick Boy merch. Bryan Callen is so lazy, isn't it? I think that's why he's probably happy to be the employee and to be kind of cucked, because he just kind of sits there and just, basically, gets to pontificate about what he pontificates about, says Afghanistan a few times, collects his money and keeps it moving. Anyway, let's continue. Let's see what this says here. Let's see how much it is. $65. Not too bad. Yeah. It's all right, isn't it? The logo is quite nice, actually. I don't mind this. The t-shirt is pretty cool with the print on the back. This is actually quite nice. This is actually a really nice design. Whoever designed this, graphic design wise, really put it together really well. This looks awesome. I'm not going to lie. This looks really cool. I'd actually wear this. Dicey. That's actually really, really cool. And maybe that is also quite nice. Let's scroll down. The fake football merch thing, I've never been a fan of, actually, especially with the flipping bussy on the flipping sleeve. That bussy on the sleeve is horrendous. Look at that bussy on the sleeve. No way. No, thank you. Yeah, I might have to get one of these and wear them on stream. Why not? I'm gonna do a random show one day wearing a Thick Boy merch. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna have it on, and then you're gonna see if anyone clocks it. But yeah, I don't mind the hoodie. I really don't mind the hoodie. $55, not bad, not bad. And the hats I can miss out with. Fucking using your face as a model is a bit rough, isn't it? Look at that. Those are stung by a bunch of bees, isn't it? Those eyes have been stung by the biggest of bees, all of the bees. But yeah, no, thank you. This and this reggae, the reggae vest. This is probably the least favorite thing he's ever made, in my opinion. I think this is horrendous. Everything about it, the weird kind of hundreds of thousands coloring thing on the inside of the font, the color blocking on this, the ribbons here, awful. Space Guy. Big up Space Guy for the 699 super chat for the hoodie fund. Yeah. I'll add it to the hoodie fund. Thank you. We got the beer and kit fun, and we got the hoodie fun going. But yeah, I think this is but big up Space Kai as well for the super chat. I appreciate you, brother. But this is my least favorite thing he's ever made. I've always hated this when I first saw it. I think it's so horrible. All of it. Reggae vest is just disgusting. But the dicey hoodie is banging. And I think Uche said as well, the other logo. I think this logo is really nice as well. This logo is awesome. I like this. I think this looks really good. So yeah, well done to him for putting together some decent merch for once. And yeah, the blanks look pretty decent quality as well. Only thing I don't like about it, and a bit nitpicky to say this, is it looks like this is just from a clothing guy standpoint. I don't like the metal rings around the drawstrings on the hoodie. I hate that shit because they always fall off and end up getting ripped off if you wash it too much. The metal rings of the drawstring. I just like them just to be just normal strings, no metal hoops around it. It doesn't make any sense really personally for me. But anyway, that's just nitpicking. But yeah, they look nice. Let's continue with the interview.
Comedy, trying to find places or follow monsters that I would always put myself in. That's where I think fighting and football came into play here, because in fighting, the one asset that I knew is like when it was sparring day, there's certain guys like, oh, I don't want to spar that guy. Well, why don't you want to spar that guy? Because he gives me problems. Yeah. Okay, well, that's who you should be sparring because you're only going to get better. Because if he's giving you problems now, when the lights are on, you're getting paid for it, you don't want those same problems. That's what you want to gravitate towards. But it's in our human nature not to go that way. So I was good about going that way, forcing myself to go that way. Yeah. So in stand-up, I think early on with young comics, it's not natural to want to follow a Joey Diaz, a Chris D'Elia, a Joe Rogan, a Bryan Callen, a Theo Vaughn, a Tom Segura, a Burt Kreischer. I would ask to be followed by them, or at least go right on before them. Or don't give me a sweet cupcake spot.
So why are you still crap? If that's true, if we were to believe him, why is he still terrible at stand-up? If he followed all these murderers, why is he terrible? It doesn't make any sense, does it really? So either that's not true, either he just doesn't have it, or either he just doesn't, he's not able to, because I think a kind of a crucial part of stand-up is maybe be able to tell when you're doing bad, right? To be able to kind of go back to the drawing board, maybe to listen to your sets. And after we've gleaned from BGL's interviews that he said that Brendan's the most, I think he said something like, Brendan is the most least curious guy he's ever met in his life. He's not inquisitive in the slightest. And he also doesn't review his work or, listen back to his material unless he's making content for social media. So that's the case. Maybe he was never going to win because he just never takes the time to kind of really listen to what he's doing and kind of go back to the drawing board and fix things. I don't really know. But anyway, what we're saying, Uche, set up a PO box so we can be proper fangirls. Like a PO box to send me stuff. Yeah, that might be a good idea actually. If you guys are down for it and you actually think that would be helpful, of course, I'll set that up. That's easy to do. I can do that pretty simple. I think we've got a few services online that you can set that up pretty easily to do. But yeah, I might actually do that actually. Yeah, well, why not? I'll get that set up, and then when I get it done, I'll announce it. If that's something you guys think will be somewhat helpful in that regard. Just don't send me any flipping dirty knickers or anything. As long as you guys are sending decent things, then I'll do appreciate it. But nothing crazy. I don't want any of those. What people said it before. Don't send me flipping shit in a box or anything, please. I beg you. I mean, I'm not that bad. You know what I mean? Like, just send me nice things. I wouldn't mind some nice sweets, actually. Some sweets where you're based, that's nice. Some nice confectionaries. But please, no dirty knickers and no shit in a box. That's all I ask.
Give me a shitty spot. Let me figure it out. So I think that's where my path has been different. Now you could say, oh, the reason he makes money touring is because he had a fan base prior. I haven't fought in 9 years, man. So.
Look at me completely missing the point. I don't actually think anyone cares about the money he makes. It's not a criticism anyway. It shouldn't be criticism because I don't think it's a bad thing to use your podcast audience to use your podcast audience to kind of boost the other thing you want to do. Like, I would hope one day when I, become like a proper touring DJ, that the fact that I have like a popular podcast will definitely add to maybe my ability to book certain gigs, because people will be like, oh, you know him from the show, he also DJs, right? It's like Idris Elba, right? He's been able to kind of get certain DJ bookings because he's this world-renowned actor, even though he's been DJing for the majority of his life. I think he probably DJed before he did acting, actually. Idris Elba, he's been in this game for a while. So I don't think it's a bad thing that he used his podcast audience to sort of like boost his kind of comedy career. But him saying that they didn't, it didn't help. It's really ridiculous. It's like, yeah, no, it did help. It just is what it is. Stop lying.
That doesn't really work. But then also, you're open mic. Nobody knows who you are. You have the freedom to get away with stuff, try stuff. Right. I don't have that. I have to get pretty good really, really fast. And it was very stressful. Still is.
But you're not good though. That's the issue. That's the problem with this lie. Because if we believe him and we take him at his word, and he was asking to follow Joey Diaz, Tom Segura, Bert Kreischer, Tom Papa, Theo Vaughn, Andrew Santino, whatever else, all these people at the Comedy Store, he was asking to follow them. To Joe Rogan, he wanted to go after, wanted to go before. Why didn't you get better? Why aren't you good? Why aren't you a murderer? Why aren't you objectively funny? That's an issue.
Right.
Still is.
Right. I mean, you came in I want to kind of parse through the timeline here. So you're fighting, and then the fight world at some point mixes with the comedy world. How did that come about? What were the first connections?
I was a coach on The Ultimate Fighter on Shane Carwin's season. He was supposed to fight Roy Nelson, but I think Roy got hurt, so then Shane ended up fighting Junior Dos Santos. Either way, that wasn't a good fight. But I was a coach in the house on The Ultimate Fighter, like a grappling specialist. And Nate Marquardt had a connection to Bryan Callen, who, is a big comic. And he brought Bryan in to make the kids laugh at the time of The Ultimate Fighter. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, I love stand-up. And, secretly, I like adore stand-up. It's what I've always wanted to do.
Did you tell anybody before that?
My mom knew, my brother knew, but I mean, in general, my friends wouldn't know. No.
Because it's a lie. That's why it didn't happen.
Probably not. Maybe my college buddy I've talked about too when we got like drunk and stuff.
Sure.
But we also talked about like hooking up with dudes as a joke. So they didn't take me serious.
For fuck's sake, man. So college, he's still doing college. So this is basically the genesis of this dick joke thing. He was doing it since college and he's still doing it now. This guy is like maybe approaching his 40s, 2 kids and a wife at home, still college humor.
So they brought Bryan into the house, and we met there and we hit it off. He's like, I have a show tonight. You should come. And I come to a show in Vegas. And then he's like, we just hit it out. We had this weird chemistry, and he was like, man, if you're ever in LA, hit me up, man. I was like, yeah, no doubt. And he was like, no, seriously. I was like, well, this is what's interesting is I'm actually moving to LA because I grew up in Venice Beach in the summers. My uncle lived here. My dad would always send me and my brother. He'd come with us during the summer. So I grew up in Denver, Aurora, Colorado, and then also Venice, California, Venice Beach.
Oh, is that why he's got the LA tattoo then? That explains it.
At my uncle's place. So I was planning to leave Denver. I was on a 2-fight losing skid. I need to switch something up. So I was going to move to LA to find something new, start a new chapter. And so Bryan's like, hit me up when you come. I'm like, no doubt. So I remember packing up all my stuff in Denver, telling my family I'm going to leave. They're devastated. And the way I wanted to soften the blow, I was like, I'm coming back in a month. I'm only going there for a month and I'll come back. I'll switch back. And they're like, okay, thank God. But I knew in my mind I was never coming back. So I packed everything up, drove down there. And then I remember I pulled into my uncle's place. And I just remember I started crying. I was like, I have nothing. I have no friends. I don't know what I'm going to do, how I'm going to figure it out. What the hell did I do? I need to go
mid-20s?
Mid-20s, 24. I was at 25, maybe. I was like devastated. I was like, God, you're an idiot, dude. I knew nobody. And I was like, oh yeah, that Bryan Callen guy gave me his number. So I'm like tears in my eyes and I'm texting him. I'm like, hey man, remember if you want to get coffee? I'm here. 2 seconds later, sounds good. Sent me an address, Intelligentsia off Main Street. And I was like, what? Or Abbott Kinney. I was like, he texts way too fast. Like he's so desperate to hang out. So I meet with him and then we're just talking about things. And again, we have this weird chemistry. He's like, man, I do a podcast. Dude, this is 12 years ago. He goes, I do a podcast. And I go, what's a podcast? He's like, it's like radio, but you record it. This is before everyone, their gay aunt had a podcast, right? Out of their garage. And he's like, I do a podcast. And I was like, I don't want to do that. He's like, no, come on. And we'll have fun. I'm like, all right, dude. So I go, it's out of his house in Santa Monica. We're in wife beaters. We have a picture of this. We're both in wife beaters and just talking shit or whatever. It gets done. He's like, man, we should do this once a week. I'm like, I don't want to do this once a week, man. And he's like, yeah, you'll just break down fighting. And I was like, oh, that's how you don't know me. I don't want to break down. Like my life is fighting right now. I don't want to do that. But if you allow me to talk fashion, cars, comedy, I'm in.
Anything else.
Yeah. He was like, all right, we can do that. I go, what should we call it? He's like, I don't know. I go, well, what's like your nickname? He's like, everyone calls me the Kid. I was like, okay.
Space Guy said, this is a charming story, to be fair. It is. You know why it's a charming story? Because it's mostly true. And it's also before he had an incredible ego. So this is before things went loopy, when this was actually, you know, he was a humble, somewhat appreciative of the opportunity, wanting to learn and genuinely wanting to look for a way out. Because I think the origin story, the actual truth of it, was that he failed at everything and he kind of found his way through, you know, UFC and podcasting and comedy. Like he kind of found a way to kind of live his dreams and kind of live the Hollywood life, be friends with all these cool people, live in LA, have a family, great group of friends. That's actually the great part of his life. But then it went south. My theory, again, from being a fan back in Fox days, my kind of timeline of when it went a bit south for Brendan was when he started dyeing his hair. I feel like that's when he started to feel himself. And it's not bad to feel yourself, but that's when I think he started to get the ego that he now have arrived. But some people say, especially some guys, the homeless cats would say, he started to get an ego once he started to book tours. Because I remember, if you remember the Find the Kids podcast, they had a running joke that they used to do where Brendan used to say, look how quickly I'm selling out. Look how quickly I'm like touring. He'd say that, like, you know, it kind of be like a running joke, like I've sold tickets, or whenever they plug the dates at the end, Brendan will be laughing like, oh, most of my shows are sold out, it's got nothing really to promote, but just check the site for more tickets. And, you know, Callen will be listing off all the dates that he needs to still sell tickets for. So that might be two inflection points, either when Brendan was selling tickets or when he started dyeing his hair. And that's when he just completely turned into a different person. Now, another question, was Brendan always that person? Like, you know, there are certain people who, like, you know, as soon as they get money, they just turn into animals. Like, or did the money legitimately change him? In the same way, like, you know, with Jordan Peterson, those kind of guys, all right? Where there's these regular older dudes who suddenly become famous in their 50s and 60s and they can't handle it. And it just legitimately, fundamentally corrupts and breaks them. And we've seen it, of course, with Jordan Peterson. Like, what is the case here? Was Brendan always a bad guy and, you know, was always destined to be this person? Or did the money and the fame that came so quickly in that early age, in that early time when podcasting was new and it was green and no one really knew anything, and he kind of jumped onto it, became friends with Rogan, that's a major cosign, plugged into the comedy thing, was that what really set him off? Who really knows?
Okay, and he's like, oh, how about the Fighter and the Kid? I was like, that's dope, let's go with Fighter and the Kid. 2 years later, I realized he made that name up. Nobody calls him the Kid. He was 40-something years old when I met him. He's 42. Nobody calls him the Kid. He literally made that up. I was like, people don't call you on set. He's like, nah, man, no one's ever called me that. It'd be cool, though. I'm like, wow.
They do now.
Our entire relationship started on a lie.
You're a fraud.
Yeah, you're a fraud. But yeah, so yeah, we just started doing it. And then we were having so much fun doing it. And then I remember we're one of the first to ever, athlete and a comic to start a podcast. Now, millions of people do it, but we were the first to do it.
I mean, we were talking 10, 12 years ago.
Yeah. We started
like
11 years
podcasts.
ago. Yeah, man. Yeah.
I do believe that, to be fair, because they were really early onto it, but I don't believe how far. Again, it's just a weird little lies. I think he says they found it. He says the podcast got founded maybe 2 years before it actually did get founded. But regardless, that's why the podcast is still doing well now. It's the same thing with DSP, with Dark Side Phil. Like, that guy is a terrible streamer and a horrible content creator, and obviously a crook and a scammer and stuff, whatnot. But he's been able to survive because, number one, his main fan base, unfortunately, are full of dents. And then the other thing is that he got in there early. So he's been into he was doing YouTube in 2010 or something, or even before that, maybe 2007. So when you get in early and you kind of maintain an audience for that long, it's pretty hard to fail if you just keep pumping out the videos. And one thing about Dark Side Phil and Brendan Schaub, the same thing. They keep, like, one thing you can't criticize Brendan Schaub about, he doesn't really miss too many podcasts. They pump out shows. He's doing more shows, add more shows, more merch, more tours, and DSP does the same thing. Streams basically every day, twice a day. $150 flipping donation goal on every stream, pushing for the donations, pushing for the subs, all this sort of stuff. You can kind of continue a level, but then the actual work itself is terrible. That's the only thing. Like, I think the show on Fox was way funnier, and now it's gotten worse over time. It hasn't really evolved much. And again, the dynamic between the both of them is terrible now. Bryan's definitely more of a, he's definitely more of the employee. Brendan's the employer. It feels like they're not really partners too much, so the show isn't really great, even though they've been in the game so long. It hasn't really evolved or reinvented itself in any really meaningful way.
So I remember I'd be walking the airport going to like UFC, what was it, or 174. Like I was going to Vancouver to fight Andre Arlovsky. I'm going through TSA and everyone's like saying things I say in the podcast. I'm like, oh, what do you do in Vancouver, man? We're doing Toronto. I was like, what do you mean? Like, are you here doing comedy? I'm like, at the time I was in stand-up. I'm like, no. Like, you're doing like a live podcast? I'm like, do you not have a TV? You don't see me on the promos for the big UFC? They're like, oh, that's right, dude. I'm like, and in my head, I'm like, oh shit.
Start realizing
they know me for being funny, not for being this meathead inside the octagon.
Well, you should say, how mad is Schaub that the bottle's not tiger thick? To be fair, I think how this guy's presenting himself, he seems kind of businessy and entrepreneurial and whatnot, and motivational speaker type of dude, and human optimization and newsletters and shit. He's probably got a blog somewhere and affiliate marketing. He's kind of got that vibe, the host, right? He's one of those kind of dudes. Maybe it's a charlatan, maybe it's not, but it's sort of like this podcast is like the funnel that gets you through to like, here's my course, like here's my ebook, that sort of guy. If that's the case, those guys are very money motivated and very on their shit. So most likely, he probably said, hey, if you want to put the thing on the show, it's a fee. Do you know what I mean? It's like your marketing. It's not just going to stick this on the table. And probably he's got to deal with whatever these two whiskey things are. He's promoting it. Hence why the camera panned into it when he was pouring into his glass. So most likely he said no. Like, you got to pay me. Or Brendan, being a reader he just forgot to bring the bottle with him. I can imagine that happening as well. Even though he's got probably a whole, a whole flipping, warehouse full of these bottles that he hasn't sold. He probably forgot to bring one with him, or the guy said, no, you have to pay.
I'm like, that's cool. And then, so we kept doing it, even though I was fighting. And then at the time, we just started to get ads, for the first, 3-4 years, we weren't making any money. But then the ad money started rolling in. I remember.
Wait, hang on.
Go ahead.
Say that one more time. How long you were not making money?
Probably 3-4 years.
Yeah, this is what, dude, I'm sorry to cut you off here. I just have to step in because we produce podcasts, we coach people on podcasts, we teach podcasting. We have a marketing agency that does all things in the podcast space. And that's one of the things that people always talk about. It's like,
they want instant.
The microphone. You do podcasts, you teach this stuff, but you can't, again, I know I'm the worst person to say this because I have my volume issues, but I'm not trying to sell you a podcasting mastermind. I'm not trying to sell you some get rich quick scheme. I can't even say that properly because I'm listening too much to Brendan. But these guys are doing it and he can't even position the microphone properly. This is horrendous.
They want to make money. No. It's like, okay. And I tell people, give it 2-3 years and see if you still want to do it for free.
Correct.
And then if you still want to do it for free after that, then you might make money another 2 or 3 years after that.
Yeah, we never started the podcast. I didn't start stand-up to make money. I didn't start any podcast to make money.
Which is why you're making money at it now.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
And also, by the way, I hate this narrative. This is like a Joe Rogan thing that he says. They all do this though. Maybe it's a Joe Rogan influence. It's too strong. But Joe Rogan's got this constant thing. He says, like, do stuff without doing it for money kind of thing. This kind of really pure, creative sort of vibe to go across things. And they just soak it all in. They didn't start the podcast not because of money. They did it because he wanted to get out of the flipping UFC. He wasn't enjoying what he was doing, and he wanted to kind of find a way out. And Bryan was a kind of happenstance, was a great kind of person to bump into who kind of, had his struggles in his career. Because again, if you remember listening to the early parts of The Fright and the Kid, they'd always say whenever the podcast did get a bit successful, Brendan would always joke about how many of Bryan's friends would come up to Brendan and say, oh my God, thank you so much for helping him. You saved his life. His career was going nowhere before you. Like, that was a common little thing that they said as a kind of joke on the show. So him trying to act like there was never in it for the money is bullshit. Like, come on, man. This guy drives purple Porsches and wears fancy trainers. You think he doesn't do anything for money? Let's be real. I've
never done anything just like, oh, this is just for the dollars. Right. Like, I didn't start my whiskey because I want to turn into Conor McGregor. I did it because I love whiskey, So
you probably should have done it like Conor McGregor. It would have probably been more successful if you just would have done it as like a white label type thing where he just kind of branded it and maybe, chose some notes here and there and then kind of pumped it out. That would have probably done better. The fact that he kind of did it in a really redacted way and tried to put it up on his Shopify, like just fumbled it really hard, goes to show that he probably should have been a bit more business minded with his whiskey, probably.
Anything I do, it has to be organic. You can't force me to do anything now. Nothing. So, yeah, with the podcast, even with stand-up, like, money, that was great. You're going to pay me to do it? I would do it anyway. Sure. So it's great. No, you wouldn't. But I remember we got our first, major check for doing podcasting. At the time, we were with Fox. I got the first major check. And then I also had my check on the counter. I was living at 800 square foot apartment in Marina Del Rey with my girl, my wife now. And we had the 2 checks sitting there, and the check for being this silly dumbass compared to the check of getting punched in the face was way more. I was like, figure it out, dude. I was like, oh, I'm done. I'm out of here. So I just ran with podcasting after that. And then
that was the last fight.
That was the last fight. That was the last fight ever. And then, we started to do live fighting the kids. Again, this is before people were doing live podcasts, but Bryan was brilliant. I'll give him all the credit on this. He goes, you ever seen a live podcast? I'm like, yeah, they suck. Just 2 guys sitting down talking on a stage. He's like, we're not going to do that. We're both performers. He's like, we're going to make it a show. It's a fighting kids show. It's not a podcast, it's a show. So you come out and tell a 10-minute story because you're a good storyteller. And then we had all these bits lined up. So we'd have a set list of bits we'd do for every show. And I was like, oh, that's smart. He's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, wait, so I'm doing stand-up? And he knew I wanted to do stand-up, but he didn't want to scare me. He's like, no, you're not doing stand-up. You're just telling a story like you're on a podcast. Like, just pick an interesting story, and then 10 minutes, then I'll come out. I was like, all right, cool. We're doing big venues. Like, my first time ever on stage, I think was in either Bray or Ontario. Like, 500 people sold out. First time ever.
These are just fans of the show.
Fans of the show, because the show, show's big. Yeah. So we keep doing that. And then I remember
one of the reasons why it's not funny. Relying on that audience to build up your comedic chops was always a mistake. You should have kept doing those shows still, address, service your fans and your audience, but you should have been doing them in conjunction with doing open mics, with going and doing random spots in places at the same time. But he didn't because, again, big wig, he probably didn't want to lower himself to do those type of things, maybe feel uncomfortable, whatever it may be. I thought it was a really dumb thing to do, in my opinion. But hey.
Hoodie fund. Not cat. It will be tax fraud if you spend on cat, sir. But I'm not a numbers guy.
Big up Uche, yeah, definitely added to the hoodie. Big up Uche for the $10 donation. I appreciate you. Yeah, that'll definitely be added to hoodie fund. I'm actually gonna get the hoodie as soon as I clear it. I'm getting the hoodie straight away, and I'll wear it for the next stream. I don't know how long it takes to ship that shit to the UK. I'm sure they use some sort of like provider or something. Maybe I have to put another name in it, I might have to put like a fake name when I order it. Brendan might spit on it or like put one of his nicotine patches inside the pouch of the hoodie or used one. Or he may actually put it in a sink and piss all over it and then pack it and send it to me. So yeah, I might have to do that. Yeah, big up Uche for that. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do it. I'm definitely gonna get the Dicey Dice hoodie. So you see me next time wearing it. You know what I mean? Flexing, and actually may actually start wearing that on the random channel. So you haven't subscribed already yet. Make sure you do. Right, it's my specific channel that I have for the random channel. If you're on my channel right now, click the name Action Zinger Show home. You'll see my channel there listed. The other channels I got listed there next to the DJ one. It's a random show. Click on there, subscribe. I'm gonna start uploading clips on there all the time, so make sure that you do. This actual full show is gonna get unlisted on this channel and it's gonna get re-uploaded on that channel. So make sure you're on the random show, because eventually I'm gonna start splitting these things so that they are separate and people aren't complaining and saying, oh, you're talking about Burberry and I wanted to hear about Brendan. So you're gonna be able to split. It's gonna be nice and cool, so I won't get any hassle and no more trouble. Okay, back to the show.
I think we're at the Vic in Chicago, massive theater. I mean, seats 3,000, and I'm backstage. I'm all nervous. I'm like, I don't know what story I'm going to tell him. Brian's like, what are you talking about? Story? I go, come on, dude. Like, I'd get so frustrated. I'm like, the story. We start every show with a story. He's like, oh, dumbass. You think you're telling stories? I go, what am I doing? He's like, you're doing stand up. He goes, most people are laughing, and then just a light bulb went ding. I went, oh my God, dude. And I got more nervous. But he was like, yeah, you're doing stand-up, dude. This is my way of pushing into stand-up. Yeah. And then Rogan was like, you got to do stand-up. You got to do stand-up. Whitney Cummings was like, you can do stand-up for the rest of your life. I'm like, you think? And she's been in it forever. So has Rogan. So I was like, all right, let's see what happens.
Yeah, people saying in chat, people saying that the quality of these comedy matches is not good. What people saying here? Mr. Singh saying, that's what Rick, hold on, let me get up on my phone so I don't bend my head over and look over, look at an absolute redact. What are you guys saying in the chat? Eve said bought a Burtcast machine t-shirt. Quality was garbage. I'm not surprised about Burt. To be fair to Burt, he does take his shirt off a lot. So if I'm Burt and I'm making t-shirts, merch, I would make them with really thin t-shirts, like really thin, like material wise, not heavy t-shirts. Because if my whole thing is that I get on stage and I take off my shirt, then I want to be able to take it off like a really thin one because it'll be easy to fling off my head really quickly. Instead of a thick one, I might be a bit tight and a bit hard. So that makes more sense. And also, it's Bert Kreischer. Do you know what I mean? Look at him. If you expected a quality t-shirt off of him, then you're probably the one that made the bad decision to get that off of him. And I think in general, comedians' merch isn't really quality shirt stuff. It's more so just a way for a fan to show appreciation for what they do. I'd imagine so. They don't really make them under the guise that they're going to be good quality. I'd imagine so. Of course, if you're a fan, you're expecting if you're paying $30 for a t-shirt, that it should be decent enough to survive one wash. Do you know what I mean? If it dies after one wash or two, that's when you have to kind of throw a bit of a wobble and be like, okay, fucking no, give me back my fucking money. But I think most of the time there is a understanding between the buyer and the comic that you're just kind of essentially you're basically giving them money. Instead of giving them $30, you just buy. Instead of giving them $30 only, you're just buying a t-shirt in exchange. You said how the Death Squad t-shirt is still going for 10 years. That's quite nice. Death Squad. You remember that? Death Squad. The fucking Death Squad.
Here we are.
That's wild, dude. That's wild. When
I'm
was
just waiting
the first...
for CT to kick in. So you probably buy your tickets in Naples, Florida this weekend, and then Bakersfield and Brea, because we'll see. CT's going to kick in any second.
The clock is ticking.
Yeah, I'm paying a heavy price.
Oh man, when was the first time that you guys did Rogan? Well, I mean, Callen probably did a bunch before that.
Not really. No.
Hater. Yes, he did. Callen was on the Joe Rogan Experience way before Brendan. What a bizarre thing to say. What do you think that's about then? Do you think there's secretly a bit of beef between them? Is Brendan just have redacted memory, doesn't remember that Brian's been Joe Rogan's friend way before Brendan? Like, they've been actual friends for a long time. Why would he think he's been on the show before him? Weird, isn't it? Like, well, why would that be the case? Especially in the earliest days, Joe Rogan would only interview really his friends, really. He wouldn't really get many other people on the show. So why wouldn't he be on there? It's really strange that he thinks that he's been on there. Because he's been on there so much, I think he's one that has the highest amount of appearances. I think he might be in the high 80s or 90s. He thinks he's been there long, like before everybody. But it's like, no, Brian was Joe Rogan's friend before. Doesn't seem like it, but he was.
Yeah, we did. Rogan moved to Denver when I was in Denver, and then when I moved to LA, we would always go to dinners. Like, we do a ton of dinners. Me, Brian, Rogan, Tate Fletcher, a bunch of different guys, and I'd tell them. They would always ask me to tell these guys would tell me to tell them stories. And then Rogan's like, "You're fucking funny, dude." I was like, "Thanks, man." He's like, "I'm telling you, you got to get in stand up," and kept pushing me. And then at the time, he probably lived, maybe his studio was like a mile from me. And then he was like, "Come on the podcast." Then me and Brian went on there to promote Firing the Kid. And then it just kept on keeping on. And now I think I've made the most appearances on JRE ever.
Really?
It's almost 90.
Yeah, we were doing some research before this interview. And I was like, Jesus, how many times has this dude been on?
Yeah, between just me and Rogan alone, me and Brian, and then Fight Companion.
Yeah, right.
And I'll still go on Rogan by myself, especially like when I'm releasing a special or tour dates. But then we're starting to do more Fight Companions. Yeah, we just did one last week.
Along the way, though, like when
never met a man who loves another man as much as Brendan loves Rogan, man. God almighty, he loves that guy.
When you guys first got started, like, Rogan was nowhere near the legend that it's become now.
No.
Right?
No.
I mean, like, you watched it go from like, oh yeah, that's the guy from Fear Factor.
Correct.
Right? To like,
what's surprising, people
Rogan.
are still that way, kind of.
Really?
Like, you do the show with the guy from Fear Factor. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. You living under a fucking rock? I'm not even entertaining this conversation.
No, it's just some regular people are not balls deep in podcasts and just live a regular life. And they don't keep up to date with what Joe Rogan's doing at every single time. But these guys probably have Joe Rogan notifications on flipping Twitter, on Instagram. But regular people who live a regular civilian life aren't balls deep in podcasts, in Joe Rogan, in LA and everything. And also, yeah, like I said, Uche said, and Fear Factor was very popular, was very well regarded. Like, people still talk about that fucking donkey cum shit still to today, still to this day. That meme or that clip of Rogan nearly beating up that guy on the show still gets flipping shared all around the place. Like, it's still a big part of his flipping history. It's still part of like TV history. People still share it to this day. So, and it also was from that the people would say the golden era of television, really. So it makes sense why people would be legitimately flipping whatchamacallit. It makes sense why people would be legitimately holding it in high regard. It makes complete sense.
Yeah.
multiples of the views.
He's also one of the biggest comics in the world. He's been doing stand-up longer than any of that bullshit. He's a stand-up first.
Yeah, that's what I tell people all the time, because again, we teach people podcasting. A lot of people are like, well, I just want to be like Joe Rogan. I'm like, well, first of all, that's not going to happen. So like, let's reframe some things. Like,
comic
before he got into podcasting, he had already done like 20 years of stand-up comedy.
Correct.
He was an extremely effective communicator that knew a ton of different people.
20 years of comedy, by the way, not same as Brendan.
All from multitudes of backgrounds. He knew how to communicate with them and hold conversations with them and be funny at the same time. He was a television host. He was on a sitcom.
Yes.
Like, when he started, he was already leagues ahead of you.
Correct.
And he started the podcast before there was like 1,000 shows in existence.
Podcasting's on the decline now in general, as far as the people, the entry
The number
level.
of people that are starting.
It's going back down because I think
listenership is up.
Yes. The audio listenership is up. The viewership on YouTube is down across the board. Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Because his numbers are down, he's now projecting to everybody else that everything is down. I love it.
Okay.
Well, that's for a variety of reasons that YouTube controls.
Yeah, I was going to say audio is where it's at.
Yes, audio's king.
Shadow banning.
Hands down.
100%.
All I care about is audio numbers.
Do you guys find a lot of like reach on social media clips versus audio? Like, are you driving everything to audio? Like, listen to the podcast?
No, I mean, I think because audio kind of take care of itself because people find it. We push everything towards YouTube, really.
Okay.
Like the visual clips, all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything goes to YouTube.
For the most part,
and the podcast is kind of the catch-all.
Yes.
Like, if you listen, you're going to listen.
Yeah.
But you don't do much like to promote.
The audio. No, the people find the audio. Yeah.
That's what I've found is that it's.
You know what? I think I'm done with this interview. I can't do the whole thing. It's fucking boring. I don't give a fucking fuck. There's too many lines of shit. Let me wrap up some of the other topics I wanted to talk about. This is too much, man. I can't do this. This is like hurting my head. God almighty, man. Oh, Jesus. I don't know. I just watched this like, what is this? I'm 20 minutes in. I'm already kind of, I can't do this. This is just too much. I don't give a fuck. Like, okay, cool. Rogan, podcast, LA, comedy store. All right, cool. Enjoy. Congratulations. Anyway, moving on. Talking about Rogan, his comedy store's about to open soon. Look what it's called. The Comedy Mothership. It's going to be in Austin, Texas, I'm assuming. It's in this building called the Ritz. From what I've been seeing on the forums and shit, they're saying because this is a somewhat of a listed building, I guess that means they can't change the exterior too much. That's why they had to keep the Ritz logo and maybe the how it looks on the outside. But I guess the inside is going to be completely different. So interested to see what that looks like. First of all, the name I'm not a fan of. I like the name. I think maybe just calling it the Mothership would have been better. I guess what he's got. I know what he's going for. The kind of alien connection with Rogan and stuff and whatnot. That makes complete sense. But I think the name is a bit lame in it. What do you guys think? Oh, someone's saying a building bodybuildernews.com historic buildings tax reduction. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. What do you think? The name's a bit crappy, innit? Personally, for me, I don't like the name. I'm not too much of a fan of the name too much going forward. The comedy, or not the comedy, just Comedy Mothership. I think doesn't really flow off the tongue as you'd want it to. But I am curious to see what it looks like on the inside, and I'm also curious to see what he does in terms of programming it, like how he does the shows. Will there be like what they call that? Will people be getting passed in there? Will it be big name comics? Will he try and promote people that are local? Will he try and do a fresh group of people? I know he's already got that other guy that he does shows with now that he loves. I forgot his name. He's an Asian dude, and Joe Rogan's always been really talking about him glowingly. I know he works a lot with Brian Simpson, obviously Tony Hinchcliffe and stuff. But I wonder if it's going to be newer guys. It's going to be his dudes. If also, because a lot of people move in there. Or moving to Austin when Joe Rogan went to Spotify, right? And he decided to move locations and relocate his family to Austin. I wonder if once the Comedy Mothership does open, if we'll see like a second wave of people. Because there's the first wave of people that moved there when Rogan went, under the guys who's going to open a store. Then it took too long. And people like Tim Dillon and stuff like sold their Texas properties and whatnot and just moved back to LA. That was hilarious because they were saying that, Texas is flipping, or Austin was kind of boring. So I wonder if we're going to see like a second wave of guys now and gals deciding, you know what, now Rogan's got this new store and the comedy store's kind of dying. I want to restart my career and let's go. Let's kind of rekindle that. But I would have, you know, the name personally is the one thing that doesn't really interest me, but I'm curious to see what it looks like on the inside. And I think it's quite a cool evolution that he's kind of going through now, I think, going forward. He's obviously got a little bit more tame. It feels like Rogan. He's obviously kind of leaned into the right-wing thing a little bit more, which is what it is. He's an older, rich dude. It's kind of standard par for course in that regard. The show's maybe getting a little bit looted than it was beforehand. I think there was talk of some guy meant to come on about aliens who some dude came on talking about aliens. I think it might be one of Randall Carson or something like that. And a guest that he had on maybe didn't really have the right facts of what he was pushing, or maybe it was a fake thing. And Rogan basically hasn't published the podcast because, you know, there was loads of information that wasn't real. So I think in the past he would have probably just dropped it regardless. So he's a bit more careful about that sort of stuff. And maybe because of the cancellation he went through with ivermectin and whatnot earlier on, that makes sense. But I think this pivot that he's doing into kind of owning a comedy store and kind of being a boss of that sort of thing, which will probably end up taking a lot of his time, I would imagine. If he's still able to pump out the podcast the same way, that would show. I know he's got that guy in it, Adam Egert, who used to manage the comedy store in LA, helping him doing this. I think he's still there. I'm not sure if he's left, who knows. But I'm not sure if he's going to be managing a day-to-day there, but I'd imagine he'll be still hands-on. This is Rogan in the day. He's not going to just let someone else do it all the time. But it'll be pretty much a big beast to handle, isn't it? To do like the comedy store, running a comedy store or comedy club, and also running the podcast and everything else he does on top of it. So let's see what happens. But for me, so far, the name sucks. The name is fucking terrible. But I'm sure over time it might get more used to it and stuff. But I think Comedy Mothership is a bit dead out. But hey, I guess, you know, it is what it is. Really? What? Mr. Singh said here, Andrew Santino's moving to New York. Really? Why is he moving to New York for? Is he filming something? That's weird, isn't it? I would assume he'd be an LA guy for a while because he does loads of movies, isn't it? And what was it? He's in something recently, right? Isn't he in like Little Dicky series? And he did recently something that came out. I forgot what it was. I think it was You People. Was he in that or something? I don't know. He does a lot of acting. Andrew Santino. He's actually, yeah. Wow. Okay, cool. I didn't know Andrew Santino's moving to flipping New York. That's an interesting one. I know New York has kind of been a thing now with a lot of the people that I listen to, like in the kind of, you know, in the dime square art, creative sort of side of things. New York has kind of become like the new place to kind of go. So yeah, okay. People are saying Bad Friends isn't hitting the way it used to. Okay, I didn't know that. Raw. I didn't know he's going to flipping New York. That's flipping crazy. I really respect that. Santino seems like the consummate LA dude. But anyway, okay, cool. Next up. This story is kind of interesting, isn't it? It says that Spotify is denying reports that Joe Rogan could bolt streaming giant this year. So, if you're familiar, I've spoken to this before, but a couple of big people from Spotify got let go or fired, or, you know, executives. They never really get fired because it's bad for their reputation, so they always kind of, you know, leave with mutual consent, but usually it's a firing. And the first person that kind of raised alarm bells for me in terms of podcast business stuff was that Dawn Ostroff woman, who, if I'm not mistaken, was someone who was around and responsible when the first wave of podcasts got signed exclusively to Spotify, and that included the Joe Budden one. And I think Joe Rogan came just after that. So these are really, really important people who kind of helped to spearhead the podcast sort of platform on Spotify. And then another guy has recently got fired also. I think his name is on here somewhere. What's his name? I think it's on the article when I read it. Blah, 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 blah. Where is he? Anyway, some dude, we're going to read it when we get on here. He's been fired also. So I guess the rumors are that Spotify might break ranks with Rogan because of how much it's going to cost to keep him. Because the initial deal, if again, these comedians are so chatty patty, but when the initial deal came out, we were led to believe it was 100 million for 3 years. But then the likes of Bert Kreischer, Tom Segura, and a few other people basically let it slip because I think the money was just so crazy that it was basically somewhere around the 300 million. I think it probably was one of those deals where it was like 200 million guaranteed with the extra 100 and maybe 200 on certain sort of like things he has to kind of hit, right, in terms of downloads, new subscribers, all these sort of benchmarks. And obviously he completely smashed them to pieces, and he obviously got everything. So I think my idea was that most likely it was like a 3-4 year deal around 200 to 400 million, which is nuts to think about, but that would be the one to do. And also think about it, he did that as a licensing deal, so it wasn't even that they owned the IP, licensing only. So when the deal ends, he can just go back to uploading it onto flipping Apple Podcasts and putting the shows again on flipping YouTube. Crazy. But anyway, let's continue, because Spotify are trying to make sure they tell people no, he's not going to leave, because I'm sure it's cost a lot of money to keep him on the platform, but also I'm sure a lot of people only have Spotify Premium to listen to Joe Rogan. I know that's the reason why I bought it. So I'd imagine a lot of people are probably the same, if not worse than me. It says here, Spotify is denying report that Joe Rogan could bolt the streaming giant this year after his contract expires. Rogan's future has become a topic of intense speculation, particularly in light of the fact that his relationship with Spotify management was frayed, according to news sites Semaphore. The news site claimed over the weekend that Rogan could bolt Spotify and take its 11 million listeners with him. 11 million. God damn it. As a star podcaster contract with the Sweden-based audio platform was due to run out later this year. When reached by the Post, a spokesperson for Spotify disputed Semaphore's reporting, insisting Rogan's contract does not expire this year. So maybe it's a 3-year contract with 1-year option on it. I'm not really too sure, but it's definitely meant to be expiring soon, because he got the deal around the pandemic time. That's what made it really crazy, right? He got in the pandemic time, he got this crazy 200 million deal, moved to Austin and just living a good life. And if I'm not mistaken, the thing that's crazy about Rogan is that, from paying attention, I'm pretty sure before Spotify, he was making, if I'm not mistaken, last time I remember hearing people say, it was somewhere between like 30 to 50 million per year without Spotify anyway. So he was making that from the podcast, and I guess it doesn't include like ads and stuff. Like he was just making that from just, putting the podcast out and shit, which is a crazy amount. So he would have easily made that 400 mil in a few years anyway, but he got that up front. So, it was a no-brainer he went to Spotify, really. A Semaphore spokesperson told the Post that the news site updates the original story with a link to a New York Times article from last year, which claims the contract ran for 3.5 years with a possibility of more. In late 2020, Rogan and his stand-up, technically it's not really over though, isn't it? But I guess it's a 3.5 year with a 3.5 year deal with maybe an option of first refusal, because a lot of these people do this, right? They have like a first refusal thing, which means that you have to give them the option to give you an extension before you go somewhere else, type of thing. In late 2020, Rogan, a stand-up comedian and MMA announcer whose podcast Joe Rogan Experience has amassed a loyal following of millions of Google-owned YouTube, signed an exclusive rights deal with Spotify worth north of 200 million. Rogan was recruited by Spotify by Courtney Holt, who was head of studios and video, but Holt, who played a key role in signing A-list superstars like podcasting people like Prince Harry, Meghan Markle and Barack Obama, Obama, left Spotify in April last year. So the person responsible for bringing Rogan there left. So that's why it gets a bit fishy and a bit dicey. But again, I think Rogan's such a big whale for them that they'll be dumb to let him go, because you know what's going to happen. The moment he gets let go, the platforms like Rumble and even this new one that flipping, what's he's on, that all these kids are streaming on now, like Kick. I'm sure even Apple might even try and make him a deal. Like it's gonna happen. Maybe even YouTube might come up, because YouTubers, I saw they uploaded some feature on my studios where you got a podcast thing on YouTube now, which is weird. So maybe even YouTube might end up getting him. You never know. Holt's departure severed a key link that tied Rogan to the company, according to Semaphore. Last year, Rogan's frustration with public demands to curb what he concerned his podcast boiled over, prompting him to threaten to quit the streaming giant. "I will quit," he said, "if it gets to a point that I can't do it anymore, where I have to do it in some sort of weird way, where I walk on eggshells and mind my P's and Q's. Fuck that," Rogan said in March 22 episode. Last week, Rogan was accused of making anti-Semitic comment when discussing Representative Ilhan Omar, the controversial member of the squad who was booted off the House Foreign Affairs Committee for her past statements about Israel. The podcaster's free-flowing style, his willingness to host controversial vaccine skeptics and conspiracy theories, including Alice Jones and others, have been a source of unrest within the ranks and file of Spotify. Rogan has come under fire for his criticism of transgender activists and their supporters, many of whom have accused podcasts of transphobia. I love how these articles make Rogan seem like he's a fucking devil, innit? Like, if anything, the podcast is maybe getting a little bit annoying because he only seems to have a particular side on to talk about particular topics. He doesn't like to have the opposite side. Like the recent one he had with that Carl Kalinske guy was amazing because that Carl Kalinske guy absolutely destroyed Ron DeSantis with actual facts about him and his policies and how he governs and shit. And Rogan was kind of caught off guard, you know what to say, because he's been a DeSantis fanboy for a while, but doesn't really want to engage in the other side of the conversation. So that's the only criticism I have with Rogan when it comes to politics. Again, I don't listen to it anyway, but he tends to only have people that kind of agree with his side of things, and is not really open to other things. But that's normal though, because he's older rich dudes just tend to get a little bit more. And it happens to my parents, the same thing. Like, your parents they just double down on what they believe in. The older and richer they get, it just is what it is. Last year, Spotify CEO Daniel Ek apologized to staffers after an online video of Rogan uttering a racial slur went viral. Rogan apologized, saying that the horrible montage of him using the N-word was the most regretful and shameful thing he's ever done had to address, and that the remarks were taken out of context. Oh yeah, I remember he said nigger, innit? I think he said some monkey thing, right? Niggers, some joke about like monkeys and calling them niggers at some New York thing or something. And I think Dave Chappelle came out and said he's fine, he can say nigger. So he gave him the end pass. All right. Spotify came under pressure to terminate relationship with Rogan in February last year following a podcast appearance by Dr. Robert Malone, a biochemist who worked on the mRNA technology that was used to the basis of two of the most widely distributed COVID vaccines. Malone had been banned from Twitter and YouTube for allegedly spreading misinformation related to COVID. Man, the COVID times on YouTube and social media was so horrible. Anything that kind of skirted away from just vaccine propaganda was treated like flipping hate speech, or it was hate speech. You remember back in the day, like COVID talk was horrible. Now it's a bit more nuanced and a bit more informed, and people are willing to have like debates. But before, legitimately, if you legitimately said you didn't want to take the vaccine, people would legitimately look at you like you had a flipping swastika tattooed in the middle of your forehead. Just because you didn't want to take it because you had some reservations about a vaccination. Oh, excuse me for having some doubts. Honestly, I'm so glad COVID time is over. The pandemic lockdown era debates were awful. Everything around it was awful, man. Anyway, Rogan's interview sessions with Malone prompted Canadian-American rocker Neil Young to pull his music from Spotify. Oh yeah, Neil Young, innit? Remember that? That was a proper virtue signaling nonsense, innit? But who cares about Neil Young, innit? Like, who's listening to Neil Young music? Spotify is in the midst of a transition period. Last month, Anchor announced that the company had laid off 6% of its 6,600 strong workforce. That's very ominous, isn't it? 6% of its 6,600 workforce. Ooh, conspiracy theory. Spotify also announced the departure of Dawn Ostroff, the company's chief content and advertising business officer. Ostroff lives amid company-wide reorganization. Young's former bandmate with Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and Young and Dave Crosby and Stephen Graham Nash followed the suit, as did Johnny Mitchell and author Roxanne Gray. Look at all these people that jumped off Spotify. Who cares, right? Look at these people: Joni Mitchell, Roxanne Gray, that self-help guru, Breen Brown, Grammy Award winner, India Arie. All right, Sophia Bush, yeah, cool. Despite calls to banish Rogan, X stood behind the podcaster who's again. It's easy to choose Rogan over fucking Joni Mitchell. It's easy to choose Rogan over Roxanne Gray. Really, Roxanne Gay, so you're not really missing much. Anyway, but yeah, what do you guys think? Do you guys think Spotify will end up cutting ties with Rogan? I don't necessarily think so. I think he just makes too much money for these platforms. Like I said, with me, even though I'm a music head and I listen to a lot of my kind of alternative, more so band music on Spotify, and I tend to kind of keep all my trappy even dance music type stuff and hip hop stuff to Apple Music. But the reason why I got Spotify Premium was because of the Joe Rogan Experience, and I imagine a lot of people like that out there like me. So I'm sure they saw a huge bump in subscribers. They didn't release the numbers, but I don't think they're gonna let him go. I can't see that happening personally. I don't think that's a thing. I think these journalists would love it to be the case for him to get deplatformed or whatever, but that's not happening. He's just too big. Simple as that. He's just too big, mate. You know, like, that could be a "that's what she says" joke, but you know, I'm too mature for that. So we're just gonna keep on rolling. And the other thing I want to talk about, what thing I want to talk about here? Bear with me a second while I get it up. Where is it? Also, I'm going to talk about. There's a clip on the Fighting the Kid subreddit that someone just uploaded. Let me just speak about that one regarding what's his name? Regarding REDBAR that I want to see. Allegedly, he's kind of going at people or something. Let's see what he says here. I've not actually seen the clip myself, but it says REDBAR explains. Let's see what he says here. I'm curious to see what his impression on things are because I actually do rate REDBAR. I'm actually a fan of his, so I'm curious to see what he's saying. Let me get up on your screen. Bear with me a second. It's loading. It's loading. It's loading. It's loading. It's loading. It's loading. Cool. Let's see what REDBAR has to say here because I'm really curious to see what the deal is. REDBAR attacking the homeless cats. What's happening here? Let's see. Maybe someone's finally got to him. Let's see what REDBAR's saying. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get up on screen.
112.
Again. Come on, son. Someone delete it? Or is my computer? Maybe it's my computer. Okay. Maybe it's my comp. Let's just do it one more time. Maybe refresh the screen. Maybe I've got too many tabs open as per usual. You know the vibes. One more time. Come on, REDBAR. Don't disappoint me now, brother. 112 what? Come on, brother. 112 what?
100.
Okay, there we go. It's loading now. Cool. Now we can get this back on full screen. Switch the scene. Let's see. What's REDBAR got to say about the homeless cats?
12,000 people
That could be the biggest
in the
hate
fighter
Reddit
and the
ever.
kid hate Reddit, and all they do is just Brendan. And
But I think
there's
that
something else
they're-
going on. There really is something else going on. I mean, you got to believe me. We need some psychologist to figure this out. Why Brendan? Why? I can't, I love hating people. I can't find that much time to hate Brendan. To me, he says one stupid thing a month. It's barely anything.
Now-
People might be taking this a bit too serious. Again, it's just insane.
Like,
and it's
don't
like,
worry
what have
about
you
it.
guys convinced yourself is actually happening here? Like, what did Brendan do? I mean,
wow, interesting turn, isn't it? Interesting turn. Never expected to hear somebody whose entire career has centered around hating comedians specifically. Like he maybe pioneered, like going. I think REDBAR is like, who's that guy? I forgot his name. His brother is with somebody, right? There's that comedian who's got a brother. That's it. Neil Brennan, right? Neil Brennan's brother. When I think of comedians who really hate other comedians, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, didn't REDBAR try to be a comedian and he owned a comedy club? Is that the law around him? He had a comedy store, a comedy club, or he tried to be a comedian. I'm not sure what to think, but he's associated with the comedy scene in some way. The only people I can think of who really were hating at the top tier, like Olympic level, was Neil Brennan's brother. And I think him and his brother don't get on at all. I think he's his older brother. And he's really, Kevin Brennan, yeah, he used to go hard. I'm sure I think he calmed down now because I don't see his clips as much online on the subreddit and whatnot, the Fighting the Kid. But I remember I used to listen to his show and it'd be uncomfortable how hard he used to get. He used to go really hard, really personal, especially if you slighted him any kind of way, like really aggressive. So people, when I think of people out there who critique and go, not even critique, who just attack comedians, I think of REDBAR and Neil Brennan's brother, Kevin Brennan. I don't think of anybody else. So for this guy to suddenly be like, you're hating on Brendan too much is like interesting, isn't it? But I also think it makes sense because from the clips I've seen of REDBAR, he does go out of his way, to be fair to him. He does watch a lot of comedian content. Like I don't. To be fair, I only see clips. I don't really listen to anyone's show apart from Tuesdays with Stories, My Secret Podcast, the one with flipping Shane Gillis. What else I listen to? In 4. I'm trying to think of comedy podcasts I listen to in 4. What I listen to? That's it really. Yeah, obviously the episodes I've listened to is mostly fashion-y cultural stuff like Red Scare, like How Long Gone and stuff. I don't really listen to comedy podcasts that much to be able to kind of glean all the little nuances. But REDBAR does his research. He actually sits there and listens to all of the New York ones. He listens to all the subsidiaries of those New York guys. He listens to all the subsidiaries of the LA guys. He's actually plugged in. So his whole show that he does, that's like, 6 hours long, he actually dissects to be able to pull these different little bits that you would probably miss because, you're not, like for instance, I like Ari Shafir's podcast, but I only listen to it from time to time. But he listens to every episode. So maybe in his point, he's frustrated because everyone's just like kind of taking the low-hanging fruit, which is Brendan Schaub. Because it's just easy because, there's a whole subreddit full of homeless cats that just kind of clip the show and watch it, on your behalf. So maybe that's where his frustration comes from. There's not enough people out there kind of, crowdsourcing and helping out with the content. Maybe that's where it's coming from. But if he's generally saying that the hate around Brendan is too much, maybe that's a bit wild, to be fair. Considering that he does a 6-hour show, it's hard for you to kind of stand there and tell people what's too much, to be fair.
There sure are a lot more people online that deserve 112,000 person hate Reddit. But Brendan Schaub isn't even like a character who's really committed any crime. You know what I mean? Why aren't you doing this to Anthony Cumia? I mean, you guys would...
Okay. I get his point then. I see where he's coming from. There's people in the comedy scene who are way more deserving of the vitriol and the attack or the kind of aggression or the infusion that Brendan gets. But to be fair to the homeless cats, and again, I think they do a really good job of that Reddit, of keeping it, we only discuss the podcast. And I think for the most part, people just find it really funny to laugh at him because he is genuinely redacted, like genuinely, but he's also very successful in his own way. So it's quite funny to see that kind of, that contrast of him being able to be on these platforms and do the thing that he's doing and putting out the content that he's doing to his fan base, but also just say the most asinine things, on a weekly basis. It's just fun to kind of keep a loop on that. But I don't think people are watching it with any kind of malice in any kind of way. It's just kind of fun stuff to kind of, pass the time. And like I said beforehand, I think for me, I've noticed, especially because I tend to kind of watch a lot of heavy things in terms of documentaries and movies, and I read a lot of books. I do a lot of quote unquote seriously, intellectually stuff. I find it quite nice and quite refreshing and almost, relaxing to just tune out at this nonsense. Like, it's quite fun to legitimately turn your brain up a little bit. And I say, to me, it's like my version of reality TV. I don't watch the Kardashians. I don't watch Love Island. I don't watch any reality TV show for that matter, just because it's not for me really. But I understand why people do watch it, because it just allows you to turn your brain off and just be entertained for a bit, and also be able to see somebody else be way more of a fuck up than you are. So it's nice to see someone like Brendan, who's a little bit of a redact, because he makes everybody feel smart. In the same way, it's nice to kind of watch Wings of Redemption streams and detractor content of Wings of Redemption, because he's a morbidly obese streamer who has no motivation and no drive and just sits there and expects people to give him money. It's quite nice to kind of watch that stuff and make yourself feel good, because you're like, you know what, I thought I was terrible and I wasn't doing anything, but at least I'm not that guy. So maybe the same thing with Brendan, maybe, but I don't think it's as deep as he's making it, to be fair.
Have a field day.
I mean,
why aren't you doing this to Callen? Why aren't you doing this to Chris D'Elia or Josh Denny? I mean, can't there be 112,000 person hate Reddit against Chris D'Elia that's constantly bothering him? He's way more worthy of it, but you just stick to Brendan. And it's like, I love...
That's true. That's a good point. But to be fair, Brendan isn't really that. That's the thing with Brendan. I think the subreddit is more so of a comic thing to laugh at him, as opposed to people like attacking him as a person. And also, he's just not that well known to be commanding people to really be going after him on a serious level. And also, to be fair to him again, the Rogan thing did inoculate him from a lot of real consequences, to be fair. Even though he hasn't done anything that crazy, the Rogan Association and Cosign does a lot to kind of protect him from a lot of stuff. The other guys are kind of fending for themselves and, kind of struggling for air whenever they can. But Rogan really kind of was a human shield for Brendan for a long time. And now we're seeing that now that Rogan's kind of stepped away from those guys just for pure location, he's not really around anymore. It's a bit different, but maybe that's the reason. Who knows? But he does make a good point. I see what he's saying.
Love the energy, guys. Can we use it against somebody a little bit better. Logan Paul should have the biggest hate Reddit, not Brendan Schaub. But you've twisted yourself in this.
Now, to be fair, Logan Paul hate Reddit probably doesn't exist, but the videos are there. CoffeeZilla, the other guy called Shane Sutton, I forgot his name. There's loads of people online calling out Logan for his scam. Every time there's clips of Logan online, especially on Twitter, where he's promoting flipping Prime with KSI or something, people in the comments like give people back their money from the crypto zoo thing. Like, people are on his head constantly. He just has a good way of dealing with the hate. He just kind of ignores it, keeps on keeping on, and his fans generally don't seem to care. But people do raise it. People just, what can you do? If the UFC signs him and it is what it is, what can you do? You know what I mean?
I don't know what happened to you guys, but you're under this impression that Brendan must be stopped and jailed. And if
I don't think that's true. Personally, I don't think that's true. Like, for me, myself personally, I don't do this stuff because I want to see Brendan stopped and jailed. If anything, like I said before, I want him to make it on SNL. I don't think he ever will because he's just, not good enough and maybe doesn't have the fame to, surpass or to circumnavigate him not being good enough to be on the show. But I would like him to be on the SNL because it'll give me more content to laugh at, because I generally think he's really funny to laugh at because he does really dumb and says really dumb and silly things. Maybe he's done some principally morally things that I probably wouldn't have done. Fair enough, but we all make mistakes and we all have our own skeletons and our own claws that we have to kind of to deal with. But it's not really that deep about wanting to see him homeless, because he says it himself sometimes, Brendan. Oh, they want to see me homeless. No one doesn't want to see you homeless. No one wants to see your cars get repoed. No one wants to see your kids get pulled out of private school. No one. Like, enjoy your riches, enjoy your wealth. You've done well. You worked hard for what you got. But you people that were former friends are also within their rights to somehow, maybe not like the version that you are now and kind of point and laugh at it. And the fans that do like it. But it's not as deep as I think he's making it out to be.
If I asked you what's the worst thing Brendan's done, what would you say? Every person we make fun of on the show is a better candidate for 112,000 person hate Reddit where they're talking about you every day. So I ask you this. Can somebody even in our chat tell us what is Brendan's 3 worst crimes? Go. Let's see what people even say. Do you even have anything? Or have you lost yourself to this idea that he is the boogeyman?
No one's really got any worse crime. I guess the guys have done something legitimately illegal, fair enough. But again, what do you want us to do about this? I don't understand. What do you want us to do? Even if they have done something illegal, like CROSSLEY is a good example. Like, somebody actually took the step to try and do something about the CROSSLEY stuff, made a documentary, didn't make a dent. Someone took the step to make their voice heard. They went outside of his show and protested. I think CROSSLEY took the piss out of it. He said it was one person, right? And Chris mocked them on his platform. I'm sure his fans probably found out who the person was and trolled them. So people try and do things. It just doesn't maybe get to the point or get the conclusion that REDBAR would want. But it doesn't mean people aren't trying. And even if they do try, what do you expect them to do? What can one person actually do? Or what can even 112,000 people actually do? You can't mobilize every single person. It's not like a hive mind. There's not some, like, even BGL is a good example. Look at the split on the homeless cats with BGL being on there, right? I was one person that didn't really love all the BGL loving that was going on there, but some people were all for it. Some people were against it. Like, there's not like a common consensus that kind of groups people together and these sort of things. It's just what it is. It's fun to laugh at the redacted things he says and just keep on keeping on. It's not that deep, in my opinion.
That you must destroy. And I don't just take a thing and beat it to death for 15 years straight. You got to advance too. You got to move on.
I mean, this is very confusing.
REDBAR has a million inside jokes too. And you know what? They last until it gets gay and then you ditch it. You don't hang on to these inside jokes for infinity.
But I do.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening there, man. Weird little pivot from REDBAR. And again, I know from watching his content that he has said many a times that he finds the obsession with Brendan a little bit weird. And he does think that, there are other people who do more redacted things in the JRE extended universe or LA podcasting scene or just comedians in general that should be highlighted. Fair enough. But the way that he's pivoting now on this thing is bizarre. Like, almost defending Brendan is a bit strange. Like, crimes. It's like, No one's laughing at him because of crimes. We're laughing at him because he doesn't know how to pronounce, words properly. Like, he speaks English like it's his second language. We're laughing at him because despite being given every opportunity under the sun, every privilege, every advantage on a silver platter, he still manages to find a way to fuck it up. We're laughing at him at the fact that he holds up materialistic things as being the reason to kind of give him validity and, to kind of judge his success. And those things are even failing, right? Like, he quietly sold cars and downgraded his house and didn't say anything. And he used that as a thing to flex on. Things that we don't care about. Again, things that I don't care about. But then when it kind of works to his disadvantage, he kind of quietly does it and doesn't really mention it. Did he sell his wife's car as well, right? Without her knowing. Wasn't that one of the stories that was on flipping Reddit? Because he wanted to downsize and kind of, get the finances back in order. There's a rumor going around, or people believe on the homeless cat subreddit, that maybe his dad finances a lot of tfatk because his name was on the LLC, whatever you call it, right? When you set up a company, his dad's name was on there. That weird thing that he did where he maybe he left Showtime, maybe he got fired, but to get fired was such a big job and immediately go and get a Ferrari, who are you doing that for? You're not doing that. You're doing that for yourself. You're doing that to kind of prove the doubters wrong. Bizarre. Those things are fun to laugh at and just to kind of point at. It's not anything that's gonna, no one's going to his house to protest. No one's trying to get his shows cancelled. It's just funny to see somebody, again, that cares so much about ticket sales, that's, talking behind comedians' backs and laughing at them not selling places, but he's performing in a restaurant somewhere in Naples, right? For like, old age pensioners and shit. It's just funny to laugh at. It doesn't matter anything because everyone's journey is different, but if you're pointing and laughing at other people about certain things happens to you, you have to expect it to come back to you in some regard. So, I don't know. I'm curious to know what the pivot is in that way. Why did REDBAR say that? I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he's a reason behind it. Maybe we'll find out. But yeah, it looks like REDBAR's had enough of the Brendan hate. He thinks people should chill out. Okay, I guess, isn't it? Okay, I guess. But yeah, big up the chat. Big up everybody that tuned in. That's me done for now. My eyes are starting to flip and blink, and I started to get sore-eyed from watching all this content. Sat down in one go. Oh my god. But yeah, big up everybody that tuned in. I do appreciate every single one of you. If it is your first time tuning into my show, I would appreciate it if you smash that like button for me. That'd be greatly appreciated. Please do the like button smash for me. And also, if you could you also make sure that you all go and subscribe to this channel that I have here? Do you see that channel there? The Random Show right there. You can find it if you just click my channel name and you go to home. You should find it there. Subscribe to this channel, The Random Show, because I'm going to start putting all the stuff separately on there just to kind of make things clean, makes things nice and organized, and also not to confuse people who are tuning in, randomly when I go live and you see the Axino Zinger show and I'm talking about shit you don't care about. So if you only do care about my comedy stuff and not my other stuff, then make sure you do subscribe to The Random Show specific YouTube that's already right here, and then you'll get more information regarding myself over there. But look how cute I look here in this Yassi 5 picture. This I put for a Yassi, those applications that make you look really hot. I put my face through it. Look how cute I look. If I had a little bit of Caucasian, my great grandmother may have been raped by a white man somewhere, in my gene pool. That's where I might have kind of ended up, right? These softer features, right? This is me in my K-pop era. This is Agostino in his K-pop era. But yeah, subscribe to The Random Show. Right? And tune in on there. That'd be great. That'd be amazing. Obviously, I'll put more clips up on there also. But yeah, man. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Big up everybody locked in there. I do appreciate every single one of you for hanging out with me. It's been a pleasure to have your company. Of course, as per usual. Big up Uche for hanging on there. Big up Mr. West. Big up Diaz Inajar. Big up MMA Nuts. Big up Royce Benin. Big up who else here? Charles Lucas, Mr. Singh, Jesse Guy. Eve, who else is on here? Andrew W, Graham Barber. Oh, big up Eve for the super chat.
Buy yourself another book on Hitler. Big ups.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure the Hitler book isn't that bad, to be honest. It's just he's an interesting person in history, isn't it? It's not like, I guess maybe if I had like Hitler, Mussolini, I get Genghis Khan and shit. I guess, but it's not. It's just he's a historical figure. I'm not sympathetic. I'm not sympathetic to his rhetoric or whatnot. I'm not flipping Aggie Kanye out here, or Yay Aggie or something. It's not happening. But big up everyone here. And she was saying Daz Niger, Jesse, MMA Nut, Dexter Watson. Yeah, everybody. Loads of people to mention in the stream chat. Honestly, loads of people to mention in the stream chat. Thank you for hanging in there with me. I do appreciate every single one of you. It's been an absolute pleasure to have your company. As per usual, if you like the stream, make sure you smash that like button for me. That'd be greatly appreciated. And of course, if you could, make sure you subscribe to my Random Show channel. As per usual, I'll be pumping that as soon as possible and keep pushing it so I can get people on it. That'd be greatly appreciated. Oh, actually, no. Let's watch this one video. This piss video was awesome. Someone uploaded on the Reddit. Let's watch this before I leave. This piss video was absolutely amazing. What's it called? It's called Blockbuster New Movie Trailer for the Sink Pisser. This is fucking fantastic work. Whoever put this together, take a bow, because you are absolutely amazing. So let's play this as my last thing, and then I'll let you guys go, and you can go about your everyday lives and, sit next to the people that you love and do the things that you actually enjoy instead of listening to me talk my absolute bullshit. So let me get this thing loaded up. Bear with me 1 second while I get it loaded. Bobbity 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 bob. There we go. It's loading right now. Following thing has been restricted for audiences only. Boom, 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 boom. Come on, son. There you go. It's loading. Cool. Okay, cool. This is a good one to end it with. I think this is going to be really fun. But yeah, big up the homeless cat that put this together. Again, it's on the Friday subreddit. It's called Blockbuster New Movie Trailer for the Sink Pisser. So I think you guys will get the drift of this when you see it. You get the gist of this straight away. Let's see this. Get up on the screen. Boom. Let's go.
Dude, nothing makes me happier than peeing in a sink.
Yeah,
I don't know why. Since college.
Because it's naughty?
It's a little naughty. I feel like a Mongol or some shit when I pee in there,
Yeah,
you know?
you just piss in the
Closest I'll
sink.
get to those guys.
I like the women's jeans, the high heels, the Life's Rips varsity jacket from Crystalia, the horrible hat thing they used to wear all the time. Oh,
I peed in the
Little
sink.
hot,
I peed in the sink.
hanging
didn't I?
low.
I
Yeah.
peed in the sink.
Yeah, you did.
I always feel like a
You
rebel when I do
peed
that.
in the sink, and Brian washes his butt in the sink.
so nasty. Yuck.
Pee in the sink. Listen, there's nothing more satisfying to me when I pee in the sink.
Yeah.
I feel like a Mongol.
You feel like a Mongol?
I feel like a biker gang.
Yeah.
By the way, I remember walking, not in this building, but in the Malcolm building. You guys would like to go to the restroom together. I saw piss in the freaking sink, and I'm like, at this point, there's no way I can get near the sink. I'm like,
I don't know who did that.
I grabbed paper towels.
What of us?
I don't know who did that.
I grabbed paper towels.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not.
I used paper towels.
Imagine pissing in a sink and still not being able to piss in the sink and splashing it all over the place. Imagine that. And imagine pissing in the sink and not even running the tap. Oh, so gross. Oh, God almighty.
I don't want that.
You know what makes it awful also? Think about this. This is like whiskey piss. This is like booze piss. This is like coffee piss as well. So that's going to be dark. It's going to be smelly. And it's going to run. That's a splash and some, right? That's splashing all over. Oh, God almighty. I can't imagine. I just can't imagine how funky it must smell in that studio. They're lucky they probably have cleaners anyway that clean that studio every day. They just go around and clean every studio. That probably helps it. But the nicotine patches, the food that they order in for Food Truck Diaries, the food that doesn't get eaten left in the bin, the piss in the sink, the coffees. Whoa. Like, no thank you. But yeah, big up the Promise Cat that put that together. That's a great way to end the show. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, you guys. But yeah, big up everybody in the chat for hanging in there. I appreciate all you guys. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon, man. Take care, man. Be cool. Peace. Beijo, beijo, beijo. Boo, 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 boo.